Hey, what's up, guys? Tomato. What up, nerds? Who this? New number. Who this, bro? Papa Guttural. Very true. Very based. Very red-pilled. Very suspicious.
_ Joya 1997 just resubscribed for 3 months.
Thank you for the subscription, brother. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. I gotta watch this Britney Simon video today. I gotta make sure I do it. All right, before the Christian documentary, because she because it's cool that she talked about a video of mine, which is very pugger. I have you obsessed with balloons. Hey, listen, this is now a balloon stream. We're quitting commentary and we're just playing balloons from now on.
Fortnite X Among Us.
Wow.
No, this is not
very
fake.
sus.
What you're seeing right now is 100% real. Let's talk about it, and I'll tell you guys how you can get it. So,
Okay.
the Among Us set only consists of 2 cosmetics. You got the crewmate backbling, which has a bunch of color edit styles, and the distraction dance emote from Henry Stickmin.
Okay.
So how do you get these cosmetics? Well, they're not available in the item shop right now, but you can get them from the
Spider-Man Solos just
Hey, thank you so much for the sub, brother.
months. Thank you for the amazing content, Papa.
Fortnite and Among Us? How much more sus can you get?
Game Store on PC. Purchasing Among Us on the Epic Game Store will automatically grant you the cosmetics in Fortnite. However, if you already own Among Us, you can purchase any of the Stars packs. The cheapest one being $1.99. The Epic Game Store promotion will end in June 2023, and of course, these will be in the item shop at some point in the future.
Well, that's not enough time to get all this Among Us here. I have to start playing Fortnite now so that I can play Among Us in Fortnite.
So, what are your guys' thoughts? I'm blown away. Fortnite X
You sound blown away. Yeah, that's I'm blown away.
Among
Really?
Us. No, this
Really? What is this? Jack Harlow has loved black
Snobby
women his whole life.
_ Lion just resubscribed for
What?
7 months.
What is-
Thanks for the sub, brother.
Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub, brother. What is this? Okay, good for him, I guess. What is this news for? I guess this is like a. Okay, cool. Me too.
This video is sponsored.
Childhood actors who became horrible criminals. Oh no, I did. I'm one of those actors that became a horrible criminal.
You know, every video I make, this Drew Buffalo person gets tagged, and I don't get it. They're probably the least funny, uninteresting person I've ever seen. And they've already made a video about me, and it was cringe-worthy to say the least.
Hey y'all, do you want to hear something funny? That me and Billy were talking about that dude who's like begging for my attention. Dudes like that no matter how fucking lean they get, are still fucking weenie hut juniors.
What does this mean?
And I feel like that's the biggest
Pinky
burden
Penguin
of all.
just
Hey, thanks for the sub, brother. I appreciate that.
That's the one thing they have in common. That's why they make shit content like that, because it's the only way they'll get attention. Because after they make their bigoted content online, where they're flexing topless with their tiny nipples out, after they do that, they go back and work at Sprint.
I guess I'm a little. That was it. She just put it up on an IG story. So then she didn't really make it. Well, I know that, but I mean, I would have assumed that there's a core video here where she made a video. I guess not. Okay. Oh, she only mentioned him on Instagram? Oh. It's so weird because, like, Drew is not a good content creator. She's so boring, and, like, it's mostly just finding...
Girl boss is not... There's no gender to it. No.
It's... Okay. I mean, she's cool. Like, she's doing a podcast tour. Good for her.
TikToker tried to roast me, and it was a massive fail.
I guess I just find her boring. I don't care. Like, it's just so boring. Like, who gives a shit? It's just such a boring content creator to me. It's like, okay, it's you know what the thing is with Drew? It's like one of those things where she's like one of the cam people, like the KAM, like the kill all men people. It's one of those things where like she's TikTok from like a year and a half ago, but she's like a year and a half late, so she's doing well. But if she was actually on TikTok during like the highlight of the commentary era, she would have gotten like annihilated, and she wouldn't be on TikTok. Yeah, kiss all men. Hey, I'm down for that movement. But that's the thing. And then like it's so weird because TikTok cleaned itself up to be more palatable, which I get it. But then they still let like the remnants of like a nobody like content creators like this with like really dry takes that are just like laughing and going like, you know, like especially like a weird it's like if you took like a SpongeBob voice and put it through a reverb. That's kind of like Drew's voice. It's just weird. It's you know what I mean? And there's no competition for her. It's like nobody's like the commentary isn't really left on TikTok, so it's just a bunch of like weird men that like it look like weird men that look like they are in the manosphere. Like this guy here. I mean, like this
Really popular.
I could just tell, you know, I could tell that he's from the manosphere, you know. I just I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should look into it. Real playing with fire. Let's see. Playing with fire. Okay. Let's see. I mean, I feel like we have to go into the depths of this.
Guys have
I don't know. How much do I care about this? Where is even the original one? Like my background? Thank you. Much appreciated. My wife did.
Being short.
Whoa. Oh, yeah. See, Manosphere. Too short for Tinder? You said to wear stilts.
How easy Tinder can be. This is the my dominance video in question. How to carry the conversation. This is how a girl. My thoughts on feminism. This has got to be. There's unfortunately a massive double standard when it comes to this chick.
Okay,
so about a week ago, a really popular TikToker tried to roast me, and it was a massive fail. And this is going to be my second time uploading this video. The first one got taken down for bullying, which I.
See, and that's one of the problems. Is like, listen, I'm all for the poop throwing on TikTok. It's fun, and I was really good at it. The problem is that you can't throw poopy on TikTok unless like you're Drew Afualo. A lot of people don't get to do it, and I think my biggest issue with Drew is that there's no back. You can't properly contest her because she's just like bro. She's annoying. She just like screams and laughs and calls you ugly and whatnot, and I'm totally for it. Because I could have if I had the, I would be all in on it. I would go in, but you can't do that because, like, you know, I'll get taken down, but she won't because, like, they verified her and they're okay with her behavior. So, like, I'm all for the fucking poop slinging. It's just unfortunate that she gets to do it. People are like, well, she's just responding to people. Not really. She's not really like, she's just being kind of she's the kind of person who doesn't really care about what she's talking about. But, like, she uses it as an excuse to, like, do stupid shit. Like, it's all, like, she is, like, Antifa in the sense where, like, Antifa members would go to BLM rallies and then they would weaponize the narrative of BLM and equality for black people to cause violence and go, well, this is I'm helping black people by destroying their neighborhood. You don't understand. You know what I mean? Like, that's who Drew, that's what Drew is, bro. And then you can't even really fight back. It's just so crazy because like the TikTok will ban you. You have to be very professional in your responses, and again, it's just kind of dumb. It's just stupid and childish. But let's see.
Which I find very ironic because in my video, all I did was comment on the fact that she doesn't really look like her photos, versus what she did in her video is just viciously assault my looks. So that shows you there's a massive double standard on TikTok. But anyway, let's get to the reaction.
Not wrong about that.
playfully ask a girl that you're talking to from a dating.
Not sure she's catfishing you. Okay, we got to look into that. We got to see what we have to see we have to see the based take on catfishing. Oh, you know what? You have a good point. A lot of times when Drew makes a video on somebody that gets pulled down, even if it's not justifiable. So now I can't even go to the original one. It probably got taken down. Yep, I guarantee it. Okay. I'd make sure she's not catfishing you, bro. Bro, the struggle is real though. It probably isn't going to be a re-upload because like it was not even worth it. The struggle is real though, dude. Like people do this whole Decepticon angle thing where they put their phone like this.
If she's actually overweight.
Okay.
Check her photos, versus what she did in her video is just viciously assault my looks. So that shows you there's a massive double standard on TikTok. But anyway, let's get to the reaction.
How to playfully ask a girl that you're talking to from a dating app if she's actually overweight.
Okay, so this I really wish I could watch the original because listen, dude, people in general, not even just women, but people in general do play like this Decepticon game where like they take a picture up here or they like do something to make themselves look better than they actually are, you know? So that, I mean, Now, when it comes to the weight thing, I could see why that would be a little bit misogynistic. But like at the end of the day, I'm curious what his advice is, because I feel like the advice could be more. The advice is what do you like? I mean, I don't know, man. If you're taking sussy photos, show your body. You know, show your body. That's all I'm saying, man. Is like, and your pictures show. I try to show my body when I used to go on dates. Not on dates, obviously, but like on Tinder, I would be very honest. Just show your body. This way people are like, okay, yes or no, because then it gets in this awkward thing where like you go out with somebody and people are playing like the game where they try not to look so heavy as they are, and then you're like, wow, what the fuck is that? And then like, I'm not trying to be rude, but it's a waste of everybody's time. I'm curious though, because I wonder what he says, because it's okay to have a preference, but okay. Okay.
That's got to be the most annoying laugh ever.
Look, I got tagged in this video.
Hey, thanks for the sub, brother.
Scooter Pep just subscribed.
Scooter Peepee.
A million fucking.
Fat women are real and they are valid, and I love fat women and I like having sex with fat women, but not everybody does. You know what I mean? There's a difference between being like, oh, you're disgusting and fat, and being like, oh, I'd rather not date you. Those are two different things. Those are two very different things.
Times. And I'm gonna table the time.
I gotta pause these for now. I'm sorry, guys. Thank you so much for the sub.
Omnimani just resubscribed.
Hey, thanks for the sub, brother.
Months.
Topic at hand, and we gotta talk looks.
All right.
I'm not going to talk about the content. I'm just going to personally attack you over and over again.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie to you, bro.
you ever try to write like an essay, and then like you just like you don't know what to type, like you have to, it has to be 5 pages, but you only have like a page worth of content, so you're just like, you just put a bunch of filler. That's every time Drew laughs. Like she could have gotten her videos in like 1/5 of the time, but she just won't stop. It's obnoxious.
You do not look good. You are knocking on death's door, friend. Like, are you okay? You're handing out tips on how to be playfully fat-phobic, and you...
This notion is so absurd that I'm fat-phobic. I'm not fat-phobic. I have nothing against fat people. I'm just simply not attracted to overweight girls. Just like I'm not really attracted to girls who are ultra skinny, right? We all have our sexual preferences. Just like I'm sure she's not attracted to guys who are shorter than her, right? Everyone's entitled to their own sexual preferences. I would never in a million years try to shame a girl for not being interested in this kind of guy or that kind of guy.
Okay.
Look like you have the Black Plague. You look like you came over on the
I guess her video paused, but okay.
Mayflower, dog. Like, you look like you're being held together by prayer alone. Just a quick question. Were you brought to life by a mad scientist? You know who you really look like, though? You look like...
I always find it really cringe when people can't stop laughing at their jokes, and her laugh is something else. So
it's so sad, because you know what the reality is that like Drew is probably the kind of person that if you actually like attacked her looks, she probably cries in real life and gets like genuinely really upset. Like, this is a huge projection. Like, you're so ugly. And it's like, bro, like if somebody went in, like the only reason I wouldn't do that is because like I would feel bad because I know it would upset her. Like it wouldn't upset me because I don't care, but like she would get genuinely upset if somebody criticized her. So, I mean, I'm just being honest, bro. Yeah. It's one of those things, like, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but like, okay, do you guys know the movie Twilight? I don't know if you guys know the books, but the way that the books are written is a way where like, the character is very boring and it's intentional so that when like girls read the story, when girls read Twilight, they can insert themselves into the character. It's a placeholder, It's a placeholder character that a lot of people can identify with. And then they, hired Kristen Stewart, is her name, right? And she's like, no offense to her. She's like she's very plain and she's very boring. And that's the intention. So you can insert yourself in. That's kind of like what Drew is for the community of like women online. And I understand that women are annoyed because like there's a lot of fat jokes and stuff. But like realistically speaking, Drew is a very plain, boring, the kind of like, and I know I'm fat, but it's like a overweight girl that a lot of people can identify with. She's not like super pretty. She's like, you know, she's okay. Like, if you saw her in public, you'd be like, yeah, she's okay. But, like, I'd probably pass on that. That's who she is. She's really just, like, the most plain average person. If you mixed, like, she's very mid. If you mixed every single girl together, this would be what would come out. You know what I mean? Of the community of, like, representation. And, like, that's who she is. And that's why she's so good at, like, representing people. And she also has this, like, confidence, this undeserved confidence when she talks about stuff. She's not particularly, like, she's not really doing anything smart, you know? Sometimes she calls out people who are shitty, and then sometimes she's just bored. And, like, this guy just seems like, listen, the manosphere is annoying, but this guy's just doing some dumb manosphere shit. And you're up, you know, you do whatever commentary, but it's like, this is so boring. It's laughing and then just making fun of the way he looks. But it's like, look at you. I mean, I know I look like shit. I don't care. And that's the great thing about being a man. I don't have to look good to you know, but, like, realistically, you're not offering anything other than, like, a hideous laugh. And, like, and, like, bro, I feel like so bad, but you kind of look like a painted scarecrow. And I'm not trying to be rude, but, like what are you doing? Like, why are you know, it's like this perfect condition where you're throwing rocks from a glass house, but, like, TikTok's protecting you. But at what point? But at, like, what point does that stop? At what point does that stop? And people realize, like, oh, this person doesn't really have anything to offer. You know, it's just like, okay. I'm just saying, dude. And it's, like, exhausting. It's like, oh my God. Like, do you really think that Drew's fighting for women? No. There's probably some women that are like, oh, I like Drew's content because he makes fun of men and I'm tired of men making fun of me. That's cool. But, like, you know, it's just like, I don't it's just, like, boring. Like, what's a conversation like with her, you think? It's probably like every conversation that I've had when I went on a date at Panera Bread, you know? It's just boring, you know? And, like, because, you know, the girls who pick Panera Bread are usually kind of boring. I'm not trying to be rude, but whatever. Let me continue.
It just basically goes on like that for another 2 minutes, or she just makes personal attack after personal attack, which is whatever. But I just found this really ironic because the initial video was about how to figure out a girl who doesn't look like her photos, and she's literally the prime example of that. Look at her profile photo and look at the way she looks in real life.
I'm sorry. I mean, like, everybody, I don't know. You know, like, again, you know, this is a whole conversation where the women's general desire, it's funny. He's not wrong. Women's general desire to kind of, like, I guess you'd say, be Decepticons, more, I would say more than men generally. It comes from the fact that women tend to be valued exclusively on their looks in society, and it creates, like, this snowball effect. And so I get it, but then also, you know, I mean, couldn't be me, man. You know, I don't know. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, when my wife had a Tinder, she didn't show any Decepticon pics. She was hot. And now I married her, you know? Like, you don't have to do that. But
she looks absolutely nothing like her photo. So she would be an example of the catfish that I was trying to avoid. So it's really funny to me when
I'm sorry. You know, that this guy, listen, again, I'm not a big manosphere guy. I criticize the manosphere, but this guy is fucking killing me because he's like, yeah, you know what? Just as an example of a girl that I would look at a picture and go, she might be kind of fat. Let me probe. I really wish I knew his advice because it sounds like Drew took this very personally.
When people who live in glass houses throw stones, and her house is really, really made out of a lot of glass. So bad.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see what Drew. What did Drew say? How did Drew respond?
Men will live.
Girl boss.
So about a week ago, a really popular TikToker tried to roast me.
And see, like, this is one of the things that bothers me when you don't watch full videos. Because, like, Drew can intentionally leave out all the solid points that this guy made and just go, look at you, you're dumb and ugly. And it's like, okay. You know what It's like, damn. But could you imagine the tears in her eyes? Like, how long after she watched this did it take her to make the video? Like, how much confidence did she have to build up after this guy was just like, I mean, this guy just told the truth about her. You know what I mean?
And it was a massive fail.
Who do you think he's talking about? When I saw this video, my heart stopped. Because I, for lack of a better word, fucked your shit right up, bro. And you
I don't know. I don't think that. Okay.
just came right back, didn't you?
Oh
Some
my
of them bitch out immediately, and some of
Bro, I figured it out. I figured it out. I figured out one of the ways, other than TikTok 100% protecting her and pulling down videos that even slightly contest her. I figured out how she makes it so that only a certain demographic watches her. Do you guys know like dog whistles? Actual dog whistles, not like the political term. How like only some people can hear it. So you blow into it like, and then like only some people hear the whistle, right? That's her fucking voice, but for men. So like I hear it and I just tune out, and it makes you not want to watch the video. And so people are like, like it shatters your eardrums. But like I guess women are like, yeah, I don't fucking feel any of this because I guess women just they're not hearing the same like frequency. That feels like what's happening here. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that's why all the men in the chat are like, oh, man, this voice is very suspicious, like a character from the popular video game Among Us. But all the women are like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't hear anything. All right? So like, for us, we're hearing, like, for them, they're hearing, like, like, she just has a still face. There's nothing coming out. You guys don't even hear what she's saying. And for a lot of you women, women are very slow. So when she pauses to laugh and you don't hear anything, it gives you time to catch up for the 4 words she said before. Because you guys struggle with reading comprehension. I mean, like I know women, they need extra time to. I'm just kidding. I'm fucking around with that. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding about that part. But okay.
some of them they try to like claw their way back. You know what? Don't worry, I'm gonna put my boot on that forehead and kick you back down the hell where you came from, friend. Lots to unpack. Let's get into it. Massive fail?
Yeah, I would say.
I don't know. Let's revisit the stats, friend. I'm not surprised you don't remember because you look like a pumpkin that was left on the porch well into November. Let's see. Your video barely 100,000 views.
Yeah, so it's like, oh, your video didn't get a lot of views. So like, this is the thing: is to Drew what a success versus failure is how many views that you get, not the not like the substance in your argument. Right, and so like she's like, yeah, you didn't even get views, bro. I don't have to even respond. It's like, okay, Drew, you're boring. Like what?
2,000 likes, 4,000 comments. Ooh, now let's look at mine. Interesting. Mine has over 2 million views.
What a surprise that a larger content creator could basically like completely wash over a smaller content creator. Like, wow, who would have thought that? I don't know. Holy shit, I fucking never would have knew.
600,000 likes, and I clocked that in like 2 days. So yeah, I'd argue one of those for sure was a massive fail. But that's not even my favorite part of your video, buddy. My favorite part is you trying to get me. You put this fight.
Bro, give me like a minute, okay? Give me like 2 seconds. Fuck. Just needed. I just had to get some of this. It's ibuprofen. And I know that you think that this is like a joke segment. But I actually have a headache now. I actually have a legitimate headache. I'm not kidding. Holy fuck. Rest in peace to her boyfriend. He must be deaf, honestly.
Higher take of how I just don't look the same in my picture. Who are these women? Are they the same? This is how I know you're old as shit, bitch. Breaking news. Man discovers makeup.
Okay.
Yeah, one of them's 2.5 hours worth of makeup. The other one is nothing at all. Like,
I'm sorry. I don't know. Me personally, I'm not a big fan of women that wear makeup. Like, my wife wears a little bit of makeup. It takes my wife like 10 minutes to put her makeup on. I just don't like it's weird when you glow. Like, I go to Morphe with my wife. We buy makeup. She puts, like, eyeshadow on, some face stuff, and it's cute. I love it when my wife wears makeup. I also love it when she does it. But, like, bro, that 2.5 hours of makeup? Bro, could you imagine I spent 2.5 hours covering, doing something to cover up how massive my forehead is? I mean, I really don't need to. I just need to wear a hat, but I don't have one on me right now. You know? So I guess that's the thing. Women need to have, like a hat. But for their face.
Like now, how do y'all think that you get me when I post those pictures and videos myself?
Well, nobody... See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I don't think that she understood the argument. She did not understand the assignment. He's not saying that you can't do that. What he's saying is that if that was a dating profile picture, he would look at that and go like, okay, I want to make sure that she's not fat. And that was his advice because he wouldn't want to date a fatter person. And listen, I don't think she's that heavy, but like he's a thinner, muscular, worked out guy. So he's probably looking at her and going, I wouldn't fuck that. So I want to be able to figure that out before I get, she gets a free meal out of me at the diner or wherever we go out to eat or whatever they do. We go to the club. I don't know. I personally, I was a half apps guy. That's all he's saying, right? He's like, yeah, you're the Decepticon, and he's the Autobot. Autobots roll out.
Yeah, bitch, I know what I look like with and without makeup. In fact, you know who else probably knows? The girl of your fucking dreams, you ghoul.
What is that? Wait, what did she say?
In fact, you know who else probably knows? The girl of your fucking dreams, you ghoul.
What does that mean?
It's kind of crazy because you go on to say, like, I can't believe my video got taken down and hers didn't. She was focusing on my legs. You're right.
Well, yeah, there's a double standard on TikTok. But okay.
I'm such a bully. That's why you came and followed me, huh? You simp ass bitch.
How is that a response to that? I don't even understand. Oh, you said that your videos got taken down? That's why you followed me. How did we get there? How did we go from there to there? Like where was the middle ground? Yeah, there's a double standard on TikTok. I don't understand. I guess you know what it is? I figured it out. The laughing is another language. It's like Spanglish, you know? So like when, people who see like Spanish and English at the same time, the laugh is like some kind of weird English. So like she's relaying really solid educational points every time she laughs in a different language. I think it's a laugh. It's really a new language. That makes me some kind of bigot. I'm not understanding. I'm like, I guess I'm like some kind of xenophobic. I don't know. Maybe a xenomorph. But that's what the problem is. And so like we just can't understand how absolutely incredible and based her takes are because we just can't hear it because it's a different language. And like I'm just your typical cishet white male. Got it.
Now listen, I don't want to take any more of your time because I know you got a Victorian doll you have to haunt. But I want you to remember this, Grandpa. Whether I look like this or the pictures that you stole from my Instagram, thanks for following me, by the way. Remember this. If it's a race, when we're talking about who's better looking between you and I, you're eating my fucking dust, bitch, every time. Have fun getting back to the underworld. Bye!
Listen, let's end this segment off here. When it comes purely to like objective looks, he's winning out on you, Drew. And I'm not gay. I'm just saying like he conforms to what Western beauty standards tend to be when you keep all the factors in place. Now you might be able to get more sex than him because you're a girl. All the sexual selection very high for women. They can kind of get but I'm just saying like all he said he doesn't want to date a fat girl, and she made like a 5-minute video about it because she fucking can't cope about it. I'm sorry. I really wish I could hear the advice. I don't really need it because I exclusively want to date. Well, I don't want to. I'm married. I don't want to fuck anybody, but I exclusively want to fuck fat girls. But I was still curious in his advice because it sounds like he was being very reasonable. It didn't sound like he was being fatphobic at all. He's like, hey, if you're not attracted to fat women, here's how you can figure out if a girl's fat because they lie on Tinder. Oh, okay. Cool segment. Does Mama Gut still like her? I don't know. She like, I guess, maybe. I don't know. Interesting segment. Thank you so much, Drew, for that horrible.
Practicing my ape impression. The day someone walks in on me, I'm going to die.
Haram Bussy. Okay. I can't.
to the place right now. If you vote Democrat, I don't even want you around this church.
Whoa!
Get out. You can get out, you demon. You cannot be a Christian and vote Democrat in this nation. I don't care
I forgot about that part of the Bible.
how mad that makes you. You get pissed off as you want to. You cannot be a Christian and vote Democrat in this nation. They are God-denying demons. CNN can eat my dirty socks. You cannot be a Democrat and a Christian. You cannot. Somebody say amen. The rest of you, get out.
You guys want to get woke here for just for fun? Black people tend to vote Democrat at a very high rate. Black people also tend to be very religious and Christian. So, hey, bro, you're telling black people that they can't believe in God? Racist! Boom! I just blasted that motherfucker. How do you like that one? I got him.
A little bit of money and have skinny little arms and go to crypto conventions and be dorks. I will not have nerds as children. I refuse to have a nerd carry the name Tate. If my son is a nerd, one of us has to die, him or me, and I'll challenge him to Mortal Kombat.
Jesus Christ. Do you mean that?
That's a bit of exaggeration, but it sounds cool, right?
It does.
I don't think it's a character break. I think that he made he's making a joke that went a little too far. He probably doesn't want a nerd son. He just wouldn't kill them, obviously.
I bet you got a fat cock.
Do what?
Said
inappropriate.
Look over here. It's Dwayne the Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. It's so interesting that old people learned fist bumping. If you really think about it, old people learned fist bumping as a response to COVID. Tell me I'm wrong. You got to learn fist bumping. It's like, what is that? Originally, you go to a fist bump an old person, like, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. They'll do this. They kind of go like that. But now they've learned fist bumping because, like, it's the only thing you're really allowed to do in COVID. You don't shake people's hands anymore. Very professional.
I'm a big NRA proponent.
All right. You guys sending me all this nonsense. Might as well just go to Channel 5 and watch the video, okay? At the NRA conference. All right. Not yet, of course. Not yet. All right. Yeah, see your grandma started doing it? I told you, bro. That's just how life works. Stay hydrated is a deep state propaganda. What?
Stay hydrated is deep state propaganda.
What's happening here?
Designed to make it easier to manipulate.
What?
Liquid. Sloshy. Pourable into the narrative containers they choose.
Oh, okay. So
resist. Do not hydrate. Become dry.
Yeah.
Ungovernable. Jerky.
Okay. I agree.
¿Y por qué estás enojado si ella me escoge a mí? Si a mí me gusta lo que ella me hace. Dice que se siente más a gusto por acá porque aquí es donde están todos los pistoleros, güey. Dice que no hay dinero por allá.
Hey, Papa, are there any upcoming games that you're excited for?
I'm thinking, Warhammer Darktide. Sounds pretty cool. Me explain to the judge why they should have shaved 50 years off my 4 life sentences for hitting a family with a car. Wow. It seems excessive to get to, like, if you punch a family with a car, like a family just because they own a car and you get 4 life sentences. It's weird, but okay.
School shooting in South.
Whoa. Okay. There's another one. Armed teachers is a solution. I mean, maybe. I don't really feel like getting all political right now, so I'm not gonna watch that. All right, we're gonna get into some sussy content today. All right, this is not the listen. I'm not Canadian. I don't give it. I don't care. I don't care about you guys. I don't care. Okay, I don't care about any of you. All right. God, just keep it. Just shut up. I'm just kidding. I don't care about you if you're a Canadian, but just kidding. Like, I don't know. I'm not. It's a bill that I'm not like super invested in. I'd have to look into it to care about it. You know. Listen, I'm sorry. Are you gonna sit down and read the goddamn bill? No, you're not. So fuck you. All right. Don't criticize me, brothers. We're watching NRA conference. Okay. Channel 5 News. Andrew Callaghan. Sorry. Let's do it.
See, with our ARs, we're citizens. Without them, we'll be slaves.
All right. Well, we got to start over.
See, with our ARs. We're citizens.
Yo.
Without them, we'll be slaves. They're not assault weapons. They're sporting weapons. It's necessary to protect my family from tyrannical government.
Why do you think there are so many mass shootings?
Because that's what's on the agenda for the left.
Listen, man, Jesus Christ, come on. I hate that conspiracy stuff. It's like so far. Listen, I personally, I'm for gun rights. I just think they need to be more restricted. Okay, I think that we do need to raise the age to 21. I think we need like a gun license, just like a driver's license. I think that like there needs to be some kind of a regulation. I don't know the specifics, but like the next step is like, somebody walked into a school and they shot a bunch of kids to the point where they're unidentifiable. Like that's how large the caliber is. I don't know which, like, and it's just like nothing. I haven't even seen conservatives propose like listen, I haven't even seen conservatives say like, you know what, we're gonna propose a security guard.
Darkwolf 5096 just resubscribed
Thanks
for
for the
2
sub,
months. Papa, why are you so good at balloons?
That's all I play. But it's not even, I haven't even seen a reasonable proposition of like, yeah, armed security guards at every school. Nobody's actually done that. They say that, but they don't actually like implement that. You know? And it's like, come on, there's got to be something that we have to do. But like, there's no solution. Nobody's like, family unit. We just have to family unit it up. It's like, I get it, but like, what? We can't just force the family unit. You need to figure out ways to deal with the shit that's going on.
They want to take guns away from law-abiding citizens.
Protesters pushed up against barricades, keeping them away from the NRA meeting site. It's tense. The pain of a national tragedy does not bridge divides here.
When was a shooter a member of the NRA? I want you to tell me. You can't, because it never happened and it never will. You're an idiot.
I believe you have the right to own a firearm, but I do not believe you should be 18 years old to be able to have an AR. When you
very base, I agree with that.
Use an AR, you're going to kill people. You don't go hunting for deer with an AR.
When the founding fathers
yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to pretend that I know a lot about ARs and whatnot. All I do know is that there needs to be some kind of a restriction. All right, and I doubt that an AR is a hunting rifle. So
defined freedom, they didn't think that ARs were going to be part of it.
Or black people.
Yeah.
Or people of color.
People of color.
And how?
Well, they're not wrong.
Oh, freedom. They want to talk about how we shouldn't ban guns because that's hurting our freedom. How about abortion? We're forcing women to have kids.
I said you have an Antifa flag right here.
Well, they would argue that you're forcing those kids to die, but
how would you?
I'm pro-choice. I'm just saying that would be the counter argument.
Describe yourself politically.
I'd say I'm a socialist. So I believe in taxing the church, taxing the rich.
You're never going to be able to tax churches. It would be nice to get the extra money. You're never going to do that. More focused on better tax, probably getting less tax loopholes. I think is the issue. I don't think tax brackets are the problem. I think the tax loopholes are the problem. You know.
Abolish the police. Police are supposed to protect us.
All right, come on, bro. You're hurting me. Abolish the police? That's what do you? Come on. You were doing so well. What are you going to do without police? Like literally, the existence of police does reduce crime. And I know people are like, no, it doesn't, because I've seen statistics. The existence of police officers do like reduce crime. We definitely need to reform the police. There needs to be more police accountability. We need to get like cameras on all police officers. We should here's the thing. Twitch is dying, right? YouTube's taking it over. All police officer cameras on Twitch. Boom. Figured it out. We're all done. All police officer cameras on Twitch. Something fun to watch. And then when they say racist things, we can laugh and they can get fired. Something. More accountability. But like a lot of times Antifa's like, yeah, we need to abolish the police and then make a new police. It's like, okay, I get what you're saying because like their argument is that the police establishment is like so powerful. We need to get rid of it and then reconstruct it. So I can get that. But like it's not going to happen. So you kind of have to like, figure things out. Get it a little better, get it a little better going. You know what I'm saying? That's a good idea, right? I saved Twitch.
There's some schools, right? But in Uvalde, they didn't. When I get older, like old enough, 21, I'm going to own a firearm because I don't trust police to solve my cases.
Marx said in his Communist Manifesto that we should arm the proletariat. Just arm the proletariat to ensure that they're able to defend themselves.
Well, my sign asks a pretty obvious question.
Is it me or is this a bad time for a gun convention? Yeah, that's very fair.
That I think everybody should be asking. This is the right time to have a celebration of guns, right?
The thing that's really getting me here is I can't believe this many people showed up to bomb the NRA building after Ethan told them to. This is incredible. I hope that the people inside that building are safe.
On the heels of more than a dozen kids and teachers getting murdered a few days ago in Uvalde. This is ridiculous that we're the only country that has to deal with this. And that's what today is all about, is voicing our righteous outrage at our elected officials and the people at the NRA who decided to celebrate guns with blood on their hands today.
Yeah, like in all honesty, like this was one of those things where the NRA should have just shut down the convention for like this period. Like the brazen disrespect is insane,
This time at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas.
We've just learned the death toll is up to 19 children and 2 school employees gunned down during their last week of school.
The shooter legally purchased 2 AR variant long guns within a week of his 18th birthday.
Bro, I just got to be honest, like seeing the faces of those kids, man, and the 2 teachers, it's like fucking tears me apart. And I'm sure it does the same for you guys. What, like a gut check? And then that's not a pun, like no pun intended. Like what? It's like really hits you like right in the fucking stomach, bro. Like I don't understand how you could see all those faces and then not sit down and go like, fuck. Like what the fuck are we gonna do? It's so fucked up, bro. It's so fucked up. It's really heavy, yeah, man. It's like really heavy. It's just like fucks you up.
Dude up there is tossing magazines out to the crowd. Give me one.
You got
it. They're just throwing out rounds of ammo to people. Wow.
We're here. We're in Houston. We're at the NRA convention. I think the mayor asked this not to happen. The governor pulled out, but it's still going down.
So the mayor asked it not to happen, and the governor pulled out. So the state and the area did not want them there, but they still decided to stay.
Shooting an RPG is the ultimate Vegas poker experience.
Is this an actual RPG? Like, is this guy actually selling this, or is this like a toy? This is insane. This isn't real, right? Right? Like, this is a joke. This is a joke. I think this is a joke. This has to be. It's not real. It's real? No. The only RPG you can buy is Final Fantasy. It's not real. That's not true. That is not true. You guys are liars.
It seems like a great idea at the time. It's really, really expensive, and it's over way too fast. An RPG is a rocket-propelled grenade. So anything that launches that, they either call an RPG for short or a rocket launcher. Within the past couple of months, Airtronic did sell off about 30 of our older models through Gunbroker. So there's a lot of these in civilian hands now, and people are enjoying them. Remember, American-made.
This is a MR762A1. I don't know anything about guns, though.
Bro, what the fuck? You could buy that? Holy shit. We can go Walmart together, baby, if you want. That's insane. We have to go to Walmart after this. Walmart is the only thing. Walmart is the only thing that's close to the NRA conference. Okay.
I don't know what the hell this is. I'm pretty sure this is a gun. This is a gun.
I'm a big NRA proponent. I'm a life member.
You certainly are big. Sorry, I am too. One rocket's $500. Still, what the fuck? It's crazy.
And the timing sucks, but I mean, it is what it is. This doesn't have anything. There's no connection between this and what happened in Uvalde.
No. You don't think that there's any connection? See, check this out. So this is one of those things. It's a really hard connection to make for the NRA and what happened in Uvalde. So let's just it's insensitive, I feel, to Uvalde. Let's just say like we'll just make it general to like any mass shooting, right, in any building, right. Right, and then here's like the NRA. Sorry, I did an R first. I'm a little dyslexic. Okay, so the question is like, how do we connect these two? Right now, it's going to be really tough, but follow me. Somebody brought a gun here, and NRA. That's it. But then also, the NRA pays politicians to do nothing about guns. So we figured out, wow, 2 instant links on how we get to the guns. Incredible. Incredible stuff. We managed to find 2 links in 3 lines. Okay.
What do you think that we can do to stop mass shootings like that?
I think it goes back to the basic family. I'm 66 years old. When I was in high school, we used to take our shotguns to high school to show our coaches if we got a new shotgun. Then we'd go bird hunting after school. There was never a school shooting when I was in high school.
Matthew McConaughey said the same thing.
What's different?
Maybe they went to school together.
From then to now, what's changed?
What do you think changed?
It's the family. Look how many single father. Look how many.
I mean, a lot of things have changed. Do I think family is part of it? Absolutely. I think that family unit's part of it. I think that the sensationalization of political media has a massive involvement in it. I think that there's a lot of different things. I think that the way that we redistribute wealth has a lot of problems with it. I think that there are forces that it's going to be impossible to control, to be able to just make it stop through those means. I think 2-party system would help a lot. But like, what do you think is easier to do? Regulate guns or implement an entire fucking system change in the United States? Because what do you say to the media? You can't be like, hey, stop it. We should be able to, but we can't regulate the media because then that's like tyrannical. We can't go that far. So we got to be like, oh fuck, we can't regulate what the media says. It makes sense. So we need to be like, okay, let's see if we can get some of these suspicious guns out of here.
Single parent families are all. Just go to Chicago. Look at the amount of crime crime in Chicago. I mean, they have 40, 50 gun shootings a weekend.
I guess the difference would be that, like, in Chicago, a lot of that violence is gang related. We're talking about kind of lone wolf shooters.
That's one of those things, man. It's like, you know what? As long as you keep it to yourself, it's not good. We have to figure that out too. But you know, again, probably has something to do with wealth distribution, and there's probably other issues as well. But you know, slowly but surely. You know, honestly, if we just had a magician that could turn all bullets into flowers, it would instantly solve the problem. But I mean, I'm still looking for that solution. If Jesus would just come back and turn bullets into flowers like he turns water into wine, we would be in a really good spot. Also, he could turn the water into wine, and then you want to know what? All the bad stuff in the water might die because there's alcohol in it. So actually, it might actually save people from dying. Drinking alcohol saves lives.
Just walking into an elementary school with an AR-15.
It's troubled kids. I'm not a big gamer, but I mean, I've seen a lot of the video games, and there's a lot of them that are just shoot them up, blow them up. You know, it doesn't look real.
Yeah. So how do you think we can
you know, I hear that argument a lot, and I think that it's something that we have to talk about because, like, people keep saying, like, I know people are like, that's preposterous because I've never done that. You need to engage intelligently with that argument. There might be an argument to be made that these shootings or video games are normalizing violence. You can make that argument. I would make the counter argument that we live in a time where young boys and men love fucking around too much. They're obnoxious, aggressive. They like to beat each other up. This is just kids. Like, it's just the way that the boys are. They beat the shit out of each other. Okay, I used to beat the shit out of my friends. My friends beat the shit out of me. Right? Is it right? No. But I think that nowadays, where people aren't really getting out and doing those things, and a lot of it has to do with media sensationalization and fear of going outside, as well as the addictiveness of, like, video games and social media. So now you have video games. I honestly would say that violent video games probably actually reducing the issues with gun violence more than anything else. It's an outlet for that aggression that kids aren't getting nowadays by going out into public. It is like it's a way to get out like that violent aggression. So by playing video, that's how I feel about it. Like, you know what I mean? Because I feel like it's it's like more of an aggression, a way to get their anger out. Except for League of Legends, we should ban League of Legends. That's probably causing more violence and aggression. Okay, but you see what I'm saying? Like, so, but like, instead of saying like, no, you're wrong, you have to engage in it. Like, okay, well, why do you think that? Well, I have a counter argument. I think this. You know what I mean? And we can come up with these solutions.
Build the American family.
That's got to be done at the street level. Single parents are running 30-40% of the households. It takes two people to raise a kid.
Why does anybody need to have, you know, an AR-15?
Guns have been around.
So, like, yeah, I mean, again, that's a conversation about fixing welfare. Like, conditional welfare. So we have, okay, I think we need to change our welfare system to make it less conditional. When you have a condition of, like, if you're a single mom, you get more money, it actually makes it less likely that people will want to get married because some people want to play the system, and I totally get it. You know, ride the system, baby. Then you hit like a whip and a nay-nay, right? When you create these, and then on top of that, there's other conditionalities too. It's like, hey, if you make under a certain amount of money, you get this much money. It's like, okay, well, what if we changed it to be less conditional with like a negative income tax, for instance? So you get like you get cash based on the amount of money that you get. I know it's not perfect. I know a lot of you guys don't like the political conversation shit, but like UBI or something along those lines could be much better solution at replacing welfare. So people would have like more of it'd be less conditionality. If you didn't get more money for having a bunch of kids as a single mom, you would see less mothers like have kids, or they would have more of a reason to get married, right?
Around here since the beginning of America. So,
but back in the day, it was like muskets and stuff.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's funny. Kids need parents, and why are you against gay couples adopting? Well, that's the problem too. Is like it's hard to adopt. It's super expensive. Most like 25% of our adoptions come from other countries, which doesn't help us here at home. Nobody really gives a shit. It's like $20,000 to adopt a kid. There's so much like horrible abuse going on in foster care system, and their biggest issue is like, yeah, but I don't want two gay guys raising a baby. Two gay guys raising a baby. Gonna say it's better than being in the foster care system. So who fucking cares? Even if you think it's worse, which I don't care. It's not worse. Even if you think it's worse, who gives a shit? It's better than fucking getting molested in a fucking foster care system.
Nowhere in the Constitution that say.
We have to stop this right now. You have to go across the street, please.
What do you think about like increased background checks?
I think the background checks is adequate now.
Hey, right there, exit, please. Across the street.
What do you think could have been done to prevent what?
Why does it have to go a whole way across the street? What? Yeah, get subway, baby.
Happened in Uvalde a few days ago. We could have banned assault weapons 20 years ago.
The murder
I guess we could have, yeah.
at Uvalde, Texas.
I don't know if it's just an assault weapon though. What is it considered? I don't even know. I know there's like a technicality, and conservatives always like latch onto that.
Will tell
Like it's like an air rifle or something. What is it called? AR. What does the AR stand for?
everyone that we need to have gun under control. We don't take guns away from people, but we have to have a proper background checks. That is the only way we can avoid these kind of murders of children. You cannot say, well, we hire police.
Armalite rifle. Okay, what does Armalite mean?
Or these are mental people. Abbott, he said that there's a mental problems with the United States.
Anybody who shoots somebody else has a mental health challenge.
What about the rest of the world? Do they have mental problems too? No, they don't, right? So that's why we...
Well, we all do have mental problems, but they seem to be specifically here. And no offense, but conservatives seem to be pretty prone to like cutting mental health. If conservatives are like, hey, you know what, mental health problems, let's implement some kind of Medicare for all or something, or some kind of universal health care, we'd be in a better spot. But like conservatives don't give a shit. This is the problem. It's not like conservatives in this city, and I'm not saying all of them, because I think most conservatives are for some kind of restriction. I think it's just like the fucking politicians and like NRA members are very generally like much more conservative. They're like fucking shitting their pants. But like, if you think that you don't really give a shit, it's just a way to say, oh, we have a gun problem. Okay, well, mental health. Okay, well, then let's give more money to mental health counseling. No, I don't care. And it's like, okay, well, then what the fuck are you doing here?
We are here.
It's better that the government knows that people...
Oh, my God, it's fucking Chet. Oh, no. Oh, no, it's Alex Rosen is his real name. I had a conversation with this guy because he like uses the N-word religiously as a joke. And I was like, bro, and he was like calling black people in his chat like the N-word, and I was like, bro, this is inappropriate. And he came on, he's like, so if I can't say the N-word, even if I give like $50,000 to black charities, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's like, if I give like $50 million to New Orleans and I say the N-word, I'm still racist. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? His own friend that came to defend him when I talked about how he was a shitty person was like, yeah, he's a good guy. Sometimes his jokes really upset me, though. And it's like, what the fuck? But his excuse is like, yeah, I let my black friend stay with me for a few days. Okay, that's nice. You're still fucking racist. Like, you can be friendly to black people while being like, it's not a lot to ask to like not scream the N-word at black people. It's not like a super big ask. Hey, don't call black people the N-word. Oh, so now freedom of speech is gone? It's like, no, you can say what you want, but you're a fucking racist. I'm not a racist. What is a racist to you? I feel like that's the bare minimum. Don't yell the N-word at black people. Okay? Unless you get the pass. But then you can't say what they are. All right? And then here's the thing. You give me the pass, sir, I'll give you the pass. You call me a cracker. What's up, cracker? You know? That part was guys, that part was a joke. Unless you're serious.
Do have ARs. Governments have killed 260 million people in the 20th century. You know, Stalin, Mao, whatever. People say, oh, that'll never happen here. We all live in a bubble. We are the most privileged country on earth. From the homeless guys here to fucking Bill Gates. Hot crap, where's I go with this? What was I gonna say? Okay, governments, this, that. Okay, you know...
Bro, Chet looks like he's been living on the fucking street, bro.
EDP is?
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's EDP bombing, bro. This is his one claim to fame, and the worst part about this is like he's the only. Okay, so they went him and a bunch of other people went up went after EDP. That's great. The problem is that Chet assassinated the entire credibility of the situation to the point where they talked to Chris Hansen, and Chris Hansen, like what I got out of the conversation was it was Chet, Chris Hansen, and the other guy that worked with them, and the other guy's like, oh, Chris, I really hope that we could work together someday, and Chris just kind of like brushes it off. He made that look so bad that he hurt that like 1 in a million shot for all the people that put all their blood, sweat, and tears into it to try to like catch EDP, like, you know what I mean? He's starting to look like you, Papa. Yeah, true. He's only 22, I know.
I'm the guy that caught him.
Wait, you're the guy who caught EDP?
Yeah.
So how do you think that we can prevent mass shootings like the one that occurred a couple days ago?
The reality is, there's Salvador Ramos is out there. The reality is, there's Peyton, whatever the hell his name was, Adam Lanza, yada yada.
Honestly, like we shouldn't be saying their names because that's what they want. Like we should, but thank you very much, chat.
People will be uncomfortable if there's teachers armed in schools.
Yeah, we.
I don't.
Whatever the hell his name was, Adam Lanza, yada yada. People will be uncomfortable if there's teachers armed in schools.
Yeah, that's true, because I don't think a teacher should have to be armed in a school. And that also opens up this weird dynamic where there's like a gun in the classroom, and then when it comes to older kids, they might like rush the teacher and take the gun. Maybe like a couple security guards, that's fine, but there's no serious proposition to that.
Yeah, we need more guns around the schools. We protect our president with guns. We protect our congressmen with guns. We protect our governors with guns, our celebrities, sporting events, jewelry stores, banks. And then we protect our children with a sign that says, this is a gun-free zone.
I see that you have Rosa Parks here. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I met Rosa Parks. She's anti-abortion. She's a good friend to MLK. He's anti-abortion. He was anti-abortion. So, case closed.
I see that you have 2 Mike Lindell MyPillows attached to your belt loops on either side.
Yeah, Mike's a friend of mine. I've only met him once in person, but he knows what I've been doing for him.
He sounds like a good friend.
I love the music.
Yeah, he's a good friend, and this is a little bit more firm, and they're the best pillows I've ever had.
Yeah. I hear they're 50% off because nobody wants to really push his merch anymore.
Which one do you prefer?
I prefer the softer one, the medium fill. The standard's a little tough on my neck.
I got a pillow from Costco. It's just a memory foam pillow from Costco. Works great. I don't know what brand. It's just from Costco. Go to Costco. Sponsored by Costco. Not really. But if I would take the sponsorship for $0. I just want free food. Not even from the whole store. I just want free food from the food kiosk. I want free $1.50 hot dogs. Limit me to $5 a day if you want. I just go there, get a hot dog and a slice of pizza. I won't even go every day because I'm trying to work on my health a little bit. But when I go, I'd like to be able to get one. Kirkland pillow. Yeah, probably. That's it. I will put eternally a hot dog, a Costco huge $1.50 hot dog on my screen forever. All my YouTube videos. Costco. Call me.
Did you enjoy his pillows prior to his endorsement of Donald Trump?
Well, they've been around for a long time. I couldn't afford them. He cut the price in half now. Here's a tip. Don't order them through the mail because they come wrapped up with no box. Go to Walmart, get them in a box. The box is going to be worth more than the pillow.
Why?
Because it's classic. I'm getting ready to go over to the communists.
Oh, I see what he's saying. He's saying, well, because now they're not selling the box as much anymore if you get it through the mail. Okay. So it's going to be a classic box. Okay.
That are packing guns.
Do you think it's smart to engage with them?
I screamed profanity at them and it made them angry. They can't tolerate freedom of speech, but they expect me to tolerate them threatening me.
What is your favorite piece of profanity to hurl at an Antifa BLM soldier?
Fat baby butcher bitches. Fat baby butcher bitches.
What?
Well, you're going to go do it again?
Yeah, I'm going to go do it again
All right,
now.
well, I'll see you over there, man. Don't let those Antifa communist bastards take your pillows away. Godspeed, soldier.
That's what I said.
I had 150 of them screaming in my face on the 14th of this month.
Incredible.
I met Rosa Parks. I don't give a fuck.
You don't know shit.
You don't either. Look
You're
at
a
you,
dumbass, and you're proud and stupid.
Worlds are colliding. They're literally father and son, by the way. I checked into it. I'm not kidding. I am kidding. But they look like they could be.
You fucking fascist piece of shit.
Whoa, what was that? Drew Afualo?
You fucking fascist piece of shit.
Dude, Drew Afualo is at this at the NRA meeting. Listen. You don't even know. Listen. You need to listen, okay? Okay?
You fucking fascist piece of shit.
Tell me I'm wrong. I mean, they shouldn't have stole the sign from the guy. Just being honest, even if he's fucking insane. He's a superhero. Let him run. Oh no, not his collector item. Oh no.
Do you think there's any type of common ground that could be reached?
Oh, no.
Yeah, there's a little give. I think they could change some of the requirements to own an AR. You know, back in the old days, we didn't have the same type of weapons. So they could change the law and make it 21.
Do you think that kid should have been able to buy an AR?
I don't know. Somebody worked on the kid's brain. They worked on that one in Buffalo also. He drove 300 miles to shoot black people at a store. He probably could have drove a few miles within the city he was already in.
I guess the main difference is like the dude in Buffalo was motivated by like racial hatred, whereas it seems like the guy.
It was only racial hatred because the guy was white.
I think he had the N-word written on the gun, and he published like a big manifesto talking about.
Abortions, you motherfuckers had.
Well, that's what they're telling us.
Fuck you.
I don't know the facts.
You know, it's so funny. I'm listening to this guy, and I'm like, this is a normal dude. Because like, I just want you guys to know, like, you should be good at identifying normal people. This is like your normal, like, kind of conservative guy. He's like, yeah, I don't know, man, something's fucked up, but I think we should raise gun laws. He's not like super invested in the conversation. Most people aren't, man. Like, most people aren't. But like, he's like, yeah, man, something's fucked up. But he doesn't really know a whole lot what's going on. You know what I mean? He seems like a normal dude, except for the whole everything's a conspiracy. But, you know, outside of that, he seems like a kind of guy you could talk to. You know?
I hadn't seen him.
We are done with your bullshit.
Why would this kid put a manifesto together anyway?
Chuck Schumer
Because he's fucking insane.
didn't want us to pass laws to protect schools. He doesn't want cops in schools. He doesn't want to harden the target. He wants your kids to be killed. That's why the Democrats advocate for murdering children in the womb. They don't care about life. The NRA has a fucking thing to do with it. You idiot. When did
Are you serious?
the NRA kill somebody? You're an idiot. I know.
Well, the NRA is killing people by not allowing, by paying off conservative politicians to not do anything. But okay.
Know who you are, dude. What the heck? I want to talk to you. Yes.
Oh yeah, cool. So how do you feel about what's going on right now with them over there?
I don't not like them. They're human beings. I love everybody. Okay, they have souls.
You're an idiot.
But it's just sad because they're confused. Yeah. The problem isn't the guns. The problem is a people problem, okay? Ever since 1973, we legalized abortion. I think that was a real downfall in American society because we've murdered millions of children. Why is it okay to murder children in the womb, but not okay to murder kids in school? I know this is...
Wait. Okay. Sorry. I'm just a little... Holy shit. Incredible. He's such a smirk on his face, too. Bro, the conversation about abortion is very different, okay? You know that. Like, even if you're against abortion, like, you know it's totally different from, like you know, a fetus in the womb at, like, you know, whatever, first trimester, which is the advocation, versus, like, an actual fucking kid in school. Like, come on. You can't be that, like, dishonest about the conversation there. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, my God.
This isn't your usual thing. You usually just let people talk. I want to listen to what you think.
Well, I'm curious if you think there's any common ground that can be found between...
See, that's a very complicated thing to talk about, and I think there is room for that, okay? I think we can have mental health evaluations, and I think, what was it, Dad? What was the statistics like for the adult population?
It's about 25%. The adult population in America suffer from some form of mental illness.
Yeah. I think
it's possible, sure.
I think people...
Conservatives aren't going to go for that because, like, there's probably a lot of mental, like, voting for Trump is a mental illness, and all of a sudden you're all losing your guns. So, like, they're not going to go. They're not going to go for it.
General should be evaluated and should have help. Whenever you go into a gun store, you have to fill out a paperwork called a 4473 and say, hey, they're going to run a background check. This 4473.
The thing is, like, a background check doesn't really mean anything when an 18-year-old with no prior record goes in and shoots a bunch of people up. That doesn't matter. The background check is a good thing, but, like, and we need it, but it's like that's not the only thing that we need. Like, you shouldn't be able to get a gun at 18. All right, it should be much more difficult to get a gun, you know?
It's a document to look at your background, okay? It's not going to know the heart of man. We need to better keep up with the health of our people because we're suffering people, okay? We have more access to hardcore porn on the internet, whittling down the psyche of humans.
I mean, he's not wrong. Listen, we're going to engage with the conversation. I don't know that we have more access to hardcore porn, honestly. I don't think that's true at all. I think that I don't think we have that at all. I don't think that we have more access to hardcore porn than other countries because we have to compare ourselves to first world countries. You know, they're jerking it in Canada. I think the issue is that our issue is that, like, porn, if we're gonna use this as a problem of, like, frustrated men incels or something, is that porn is now an educational tool, whether you want to hear it or not. Like, unfortunately, our kids are educating themselves about sex through porn. And they're not getting the correct counseling that they need, like the correct conversation about sex that they need. And so, like, you know, that's and then they're getting, and also they're having access to porn too early, and it's, like, really bad for your mental health. Honestly, probably for real. I'm being serious. It kind of fucks you up. There's, like, a whole body image issue conversation. There's, like, an addiction to jerking off kind of thing. That's a whole conversation to have. But
and literally making us just sick people. You can't legislate morality, and you can't tell what you are really going to do.
Well, we literally do legislate morality by legislating. Can't murder people. That is a form of legislating morality, but okay.
At the end of the day, we live...
And, like, you're literally would probably be you'd be for banning abortion. So you're for legislating what you would consider a moral good. So what you're saying doesn't even hold up.
In a free society, and we have these rights and privileges, and that's what happens. You know, they don't have school shootings in China because you can't own firearms in China.
Do you know that the most
That's true. China is pretty fucked up, though.
popular porn category in America right now is incest?
I had no idea, no.
Isn't that insane?
Why?
Is that true? I don't know if... Hold on, let me see. Most popular porn cat in America. This can't be true. It says hentai. It says hentai. I believe that. Where are you getting your cite your sources? What are you talking about? I wouldn't doubt if it was. I'm just like actually looking into it. I don't see that. I don't think that that's true. I was like so confused. I'm like, how do they know? You know, like how did they know my search history? That's what was confusing me more than anything else. Stepmom is up there. Yes, you can consider that I guess if you compound like stepmom and like stepdaughter and like daughter and all this other stuff, you probably would get incest up there. They say step porn because incest is illegal. That's true. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Why is that the case?
Tonight, leggings, shapewear, and handbags came down the runway. But this is no ordinary fashion show.
Discreetly designed, so no one can tell that you have a
Oh my god. What a nice ass if you really look at the
weapon. The concealed carry fashion show targets what the NRA calls its fastest growing demographic.
What a nice ass.
Women.
Wait, what the fuck?
Concealed carry fashion show targets what the NRA calls its fastest growing demographic. Women.
Whoa. Whoa! I mean, if you do think about it, though, it's like really easy to hide a gun in a fat person because like you're already your rolls are very malleable. So all I gotta do is like push my stomach in, and like, oh, gun goes right in there. Very easy. So I'm not really. No offense to her, you know, but I'm just saying. Where could she hide the gun? Oh, is the gun in her purse? Holy shit! Oh my god, she hid a gun in her fucking purse! I never would have thought that. Holy shit! Wow. I'm fucking mind blown. You got a gun in your purse? Holy fuck. That's fucking revolutionary. Are you telling me that there's a pocket in your purse for guns? I'm gonna come. I'm actually gonna come myself. Wow. Incredible. Okay, so what we're really showing off here is if you notice every one of these guns is like a different color. So like the gun owners are like, the NRA is like, how do we get fucking women to buy guns? Make them colors. Make the guns different colors. How about a blue gun, a green gun? And then the girls are like, oh my god, it matches my nail polish. And this is real. And you think I'm being sexist, but like, well, fucking look at the goddamn screen. Look at the fucking screen. Guys don't want a green gun. You want to know why? Because then you can see it. Easy to see. Idiot move. Moron move. Give me a camo gun. Disappears like John Cena. Fucking fact. Okay? That guy's gonna shoot his whole dick off. Look at this. Look at this. Why would you put the gun right where your penis is? Are you kidding me? You're gonna blow your entire fucking wiener off. Whoa, they're hitting. Oh my god, this is a good one. I can't believe that they made a gun look like a baby. Holy shit. That's fucking impressive. Holy fuck. Whoa, almost went off there. That kid looks like he has a lot on his mind. That guy's also going to blow his dick off. Okay. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. This is horrible. I'm sorry. I have like fun energy now, and like obviously this hits you. And it's like, damn, man, like how fucking like it really just hits you hard and fast. Shit. Bro, this school is gonna take forever. They're not gonna get over it. You know, like how does your community move on from something like this? Like how do you move through this traumatic event, bro? Seriously.
All right, we just arrived in Uvalde, Texas, which, as most people know, is the site of the most recent mass shooting that took place around a week ago, where 19 students and 2 teachers were killed at Robb Elementary School. This is the Wendy's where the shooter worked. Apparently, he used to work the graveyard shift at the drive-thru window until about 2.5 weeks ago. He quit abruptly once he had saved up about $4,000, which was enough to buy 2 assault rifles.
I thought that he financed the guns. Wow, my bad.
Ammunition and a bulletproof vest. This is the store where the school shooter picked up the guns and ammunition that he used in the shooting. He actually ordered the guns online, but this was like a transfer store where they shipped it here and then he picked it up. This is where the shooter drove his pickup truck through a guardrail and crashed out, like right here. Got out of the car, went over to the funeral home here, shot at a few people, but then didn't hit anybody. Then he walked over into this building, and that was the site of all this.
Wow, it's horrible.
You go to sleep seeing their faces. You wake up seeing their faces. What can we tell them? We don't want to scare them. And the other poor little innocents that didn't make it. You know, their parents were going crazy looking for them. I'm sure they're in a lot of pain.
And my husband was here getting the mail when he heard gunshots. But he's having a hard time because he just wished he could have done something to prevent it. Our community will never be the same.
Si decimos que no hemos pecado, le hacemos a él mentiroso y su palabra no está en nosotros. Amen. 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 Amen.
She loved Guns N' Roses. She loved that song, Sweet Child of Mine.
She's a beautiful little girl. I liked her song. That was her favorite song. She loved Guns N' Roses. And she would
Hundreds of thousands of people.
she would dance around her room singing Sweet Child of Mine.
I love this country and I'm so grateful for everything it's given me and all the opportunity
Bro, this
that I
is
recognize
fucked up,
I wouldn't
bro.
have if I was somewhere else. That's not lost on me. And at the same time, this should encourage us to want to be better, and we're not.
Think AR should be banned?
Fuck yes. There's absolutely no reason for that.
Mind you, I have a pistol, but I don't think that a semi-automatic weapon is necessary in our country. I just don't see the need. I don't see the purpose. I think in this case, I know the bodies of the children were shredded as a result of that. What do we need that for?
Yeah, man, it's like so fucked up because like this is like so fucked up too. It's like, let's say, and I know this is like really insensitive. Like, it's not insensitive, but it's like a harsh thing to talk about. But like, let's say the same thing had happened, right? There was a school shooting, but the guy only had access to, like, let's say, a handgun. You know, how many of those kids would have still been alive? But the first reason is it's like the bullet wounds aren't as big. The bullets aren't as big. Like, these kids' bodies got torn apart by these bullets. How the fuck do you save somebody from that? You just fucking can't. On top of that, like with the police response, with them being fucking cowards and taking their time to go in, they wouldn't have had the excuse. They'd be like, oh, I guess we got to go in. But by the way, fuck those. Like, fuck this shit. People are like, oh, they had to get prepared. Fuck you. Get prepared before my fucking ass. It's your fucking job, bro. These kids were getting killed, and you're like, we got to make sure we are 100% safe. That's not the fucking point. Of course, I don't want police officers to die. But, like, what the fuck? It's your job to die. I'm not trying to be a fucking asshole, but it's not this fucking kid's job to die. No, the police officer shouldn't be fired. It's a protocol issue. You know, you want to get you want to get a job where, like, you protect and serve. You want the respect that goes with it, okay? And then when time comes, though, you have to do your shit. You know? It's like, fuck, bro. It's just like, God damn it. Where was the response? Taking forever. Every day, police officers put their lives on the line to protect and serve. Except for today, I guess. Except for today, I guess. It's fucking crazy.
I don't understand it.
They say that like having those high-capacity assault rifles are the final line of defense against a tyrannical government.
Oh, please. I think we're already facing a tyrannical government when we have things like this happen. Well, there's no excuse for this. I don't care what they say. They're wrong.
Unless it happens to one of their own, then they're not going to do anything. You know, and Ted Cruz, he's a sorry person for a position that he holds. I'm sorry, but it is. That's the truth. But we're not.
This is like so controversial in their community apparently because he's such a sorry person. She's like, oh, bro, he's a fucking scumbag piece of shit.
Supposed to say anything? If he can say what he wants, I can say what I want. They should rush in. That's their job. What? Almost an hour before they decided to do anything? No, that's unheard of. It really is.
Breaking news in the investigation to the school shooting tonight. Texas DPS is telling us the Uvalde ISD police chief has not been cooperating with investigators. On Friday, DPS Director Steve McGraw said the school district police chief was the incident commander at Robb Elementary School who made the call to wait to take down the gunman.
If they had, they would probably save several of those lives.
Maybe.
It's ridiculous.
this is fucking bullshit. Like, this is preventable, and this is absolutely unacceptable.
Thank God they got somebody going on chip runs.
When we talk about how great this country is, this is unacceptable.
Unfortunately, like so many things, in a couple more months it'll blow over like this never happened, you know?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No, he's
I don't
right,
think this
man.
is going to blow over anytime soon.
No, it's so fucked up, but he's like right. Like it's not blowing over for their community. People are gonna stop caring and they're gonna move on, and it's so fucked up. And then there's gonna be another shooting, and you know what's gonna happen? People, their response is not to be outraged. It's gonna be slowly the reduction of outrage. It's like, yeah, well, it's gonna become normal. This is what I said. Like, bro, this was very normal before before COVID, and with the COVID shutdown, obviously it was more difficult for mass shootings to happen because things were shut down. And then you're seeing things open again, and then you got one guy who shoots up in New York, and all of a sudden there's a chain of events, and there's a ton of shootings every other day. And every day it's like, fuck. And it's the same conversation every time, and people stop caring. And that's the reality, man. And it's the fucking reality. It's really unfortunate. People genuinely care right now, but, like, people are just going to stop caring. And these people are never going to forget. But like that's just the American attitude, bro. Or not even the American, it's like a human attitude. Like, yeah, what's happening every day? Fuck it. It's fucked up, and it's the truth, and it shouldn't happen, but it's what's gonna happen, and it's really sad.
Then the audacity of the people that went to the NRA convention in Houston, for them to say that they don't need to make any changes. What's wrong with them?
Yeah, man. I agree. I mean, I agree with that. He's right about that shit. It's fucked up.
This week, the National
really
Rifle Association held its annual...
It really is. It's fucking crazy. Fucking sad, bro. Fucking sad.
Obviously, Sean just subscribed.
Hey, thanks for the sub, brother. Damn. It's fucked up. Fucked up, bro. It's fucked up. Let me watch another TikTok before I get into the next segment. Oh, it's little seabirds. I think I said that yesterday. Why would repairs cost $26,000? What? Why would this cost $26,000 to fix the steps? I just don't know if I believe that. How? How does that okay. I mean, I guess I'm wrong. I don't know. Ian talked about me in Augie's stream because of the Ackman tweet. It doesn't really matter. I think that the problem is that people weren't understanding what I was saying about the Ackman tweet. Yeah, you know, I'll bring it up. I mean, like, honestly, I'll talk about it really quick. There's not going to be a whole lot to talk about. So I made this tweet yesterday in the middle of my segment. So I come from like a very pragmatic, practical, real world. It's not supposed. It's the reason that's controversial is because people aren't actually looking at the tweet and like actually like understanding what I'm saying, right? So you have this situation where the Act Man called out Quantum TV, justifiably so, and he pushed a little too far with these joking tweets. Okay, from YouTube's business perspective, they're gonna generally have a zero tolerance policy on stuff like this. It's the reason why Ethan got banned for a week, justifiably so, even though it's a joke. From my perspective, and I've lived something close to this, I made a joke as well, and I talked about this before. A while ago, when I was like, when I was at my job, I made a joke. I sent a friend of mine at work. We were work friends. A picture of a girl. I said, "Do you think she's cute?" And he's like, "Yeah, she's cute." Then I sent it again, but I showed her lower half exposed, and she had a wiggler. And he's like, "Oh man, you got me," right? This is like 10 years ago or so. Like a couple months later, we had like there was an altercation that happened at work where he was like doing some dumb shit, and so he decided to show my job those texts from like a month ago, and they suspended me for a day. They're like, "Yeah, we have to suspend you because it's technically sexual harassment." It's like, okay, is it fair? No, it's stupid, right? It's stupid, but it's the reality. And so him putting this up, it makes his very good fight, it hurts it because he's getting so emotionally invested into it, which makes sense. I know this sounds weird. Now, even when I made my video, I was talking about it. You have to almost look at it from like a debate perspective. You have to try to like remove yourself and be like, okay, because like what you should be able to feel and do is different from what you can do to be able to try to reinforce your point. And the problem is the Ackman justifiably is getting so frustrated that he's hurting his own narrative unintentionally. He's getting screwed by YouTube, screwed by Quantum TV. But the reality is like the world isn't going to like move over for you. So if you want to correctly advocate in a way that's going to be like more beneficial to you, try to like take a deep breath and do the hard thing and like, okay, let me try to work within like what let me try to work in a way that's going to maximize my success as an individual and keep me going. Because what happened is Quantum TV didn't get anything against him. And so Ackman got really frustrated and made these joking tweets about like, you know, joking about how he's going to dox YouTube members. He wasn't ever going to do it. They're very clearly jokes, but I can see why YouTube has like the zero tolerance policy on it. Totally understandable. My advice is basically don't do this. Don't repost these tweets. This isn't helping your narrative. All this is doing is giving YouTube ammunition to be able to be like, see, he's keeping the drama going on. We're not going to reinstate his monetization. That's what I'm talking about. So I made a tweet saying some personal advice. You're too emotionally involved in the situation to the point where you might end up ending your career. You were right to call out Quantum TV, but you're at this point, you're in self-destruction. I'm not saying that he's wrong to do what he did. What I'm saying is that like the way that he's going about it is only going to hurt himself. That's it. That's all it is. And the problem is like people are looking at this on Twitter, and Keemstar doesn't like me. He's very frustrated with me about my take on Ethan. And so Keemstar is constantly tagging me and quote tweeting me and things all the time. He's obsessed with me. And so, like, of course, he's going to have a bad faith interpretation. And since Keemstar is like a large voice in the like commentary community on Twitter, like not the bigger commentary voices, but like on the smaller community, people are like, yeah, Keemstar must be right, but he's not. This is real world advice that comes from me, like being in a similar situation, not even like close to this, but like in a similar situation where I understand like the generalities where it's like, yeah, man, you need to keep fighting. Because if you can keep yourself from getting demonetized, if you can keep yourself on YouTube, you're going to have a better chance at fighting the long fight. YouTube made their decision not to do anything to Quantum TV. As of right now, it's probably they're not going to probably ever do anything, right? So yeah, man. So like all I'm saying is like, hey, do the long fight. Just go for the long fight. That's all I'm saying. And of course, Keemstar. Keemstar is he's not interested in like a conversation about any of this stuff. And I'm not talking. I don't want to have a talk with him. He's very bad faithing the tweet, because he's angry at me, and like that's all. And like I know I have like a spam full of Twitter messages. Keemstar's not somebody worth engaging with. So you keep telling me to check this video. Because the Actman, okay, you want me to check the conversation that Philip Tinker has with Actman? Okay.
Beautiful bastards, welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. I have a wild Thursday show for you, so buckle up, hit that like button, and let's just jump into it. And, you know, the first thing that we're going to talk about today, and it should come as no surprise if you took even just a glimpse at the comment section yesterday, we need to talk about why creators small and large appear to be fucking...
Let's see.
Additional... Whether or not it's because the Actman noticed right. Soon after that...
I already know like the general story, so I want to...
Explanation for beautiful bastards. I wanted you to kind of be the first person to hear it, and then we're going to go through your reaction and response to it. So, according to YouTube, we're talking about two separate situations here. It's not apparently connected.
Okay.
One, they said, yes, the video was removed for unwanted sexualization. They wouldn't confirm to me if this was it literally just in reference to that cucumber picture, which apparently has become a massive part of it. But they did confirm it was for unwanted sexualization. So
all right, so like yeah, it might have been that. I remember talking about it. It's most likely it's like a bullshit excuse. But I theorize that there's other aspects there. One of those aspects being he showed a bunch of like messages, because this is the thing. YouTube will slap you with like sexualization for like random dumb shit. So one of the things to me is, or I theorized, is that like, you know, Actman showed Quantum TV's like screenshots of like the shitty things that he said. And it's possible that since YouTube doesn't give a shit about screenshots for whatever reason, that since they were getting more deeply involved in the situation, they're like, oh, these are really inappropriate, so we're going to pull it down. I don't really know. I mean, we really just don't fucking know. It's to me, it's a bullshit excuse, but
it doesn't seem like that maybe there was nudity or anything like that, because it was like, that's a YouTube system thing. But so you have that. And then they said that the suspension of monetization is actually not connected to your videos. What they said is that it is connected to a tweet of yours that has since been deleted, where you threaten to dox and harass the families of YouTube employees and creator families. And this might be a paraphrasing. It might be, we're trying to currently find apparently the tweet in question.
I could send it to you.
But I think the tweet, okay.
Yeah, he reposted it.
So is it accurate? I'm going to make a new series of videos, and I'll be doxing and harassing the families of YouTube employees and content creators. And I believe it was posted June 6th. They can confirm that they communicated the reason for your monetization being suspended. As far as the suspension, they referred to it as indefinite, so it could be 30 days or it could be forever. And now I give you the floor, because I literally got this 5 minutes ago.
Well, first off, I want to say thanks for having me on. It's great to meet you, and it's great to be on here. It is kind of what I've come to expect from YouTube. Now, I want to preface all of that by saying that tweet, saying like, I'm going to start this new series, doxing people, a lot of family fun involved. That was part of a satirical series of tweets, where the first one was like a selfie, like feeling cute, might copyright strike some other content creators. And then I had another one, which was like, feeling something. I'm going to use my YouTube channel to promote hate speech because YouTube allows that now. So these were very clearly satirical tweets, and
this is the thing. It's like, I agree with him. They're very clearly satirical, but from a business perspective, I see why YouTube pulled those down specifically. This is what I'm saying. If he didn't push this far with these things, and I know why he made those points, to show the hypocrisy of YouTube. The thing is that any business will take these threats very seriously. If you go to if you say any business will take a threat like that very seriously, because they don't want to encourage a sphere of people constantly making those types of jokes. Right, so like if you, I'm gonna be serious, if you work at like a Walmart and if you joke about how you're gonna beat the shit out of somebody, they will suspend you and potentially fire you. Like it's a very zero tolerance policy on stuff like that, because they're not gonna take the chance of it. And so like that's the problem. That's where he went too far. The entire and it didn't help his cause at all. And you want to know why we know that? Because he deleted the tweets anyway. So nobody looked at that and went like, "Yup, this is what's really making me want to go and support Ackman." Nobody fucking saw it. What's making people want to support Ackman is the research that he did, the incredible research, and trying to expose quantum TV, or really not trying to. I mean, he did. YouTube just doesn't care, and that is a problem. But then you push too far, and that's where the emotional aspect comes in. Where I'm like, hey, try to disconnect yourself a little bit, because that's an emotional response, and it's completely justifiable. And I can't even say I wouldn't have a similar response if I was in that situation. But the thing is that like you shouldn't be encouraging him to go off the rails, because you're hurting his career by encouraging him to do that. The reality is like I want him to stay around so he can keep doing this in case quantum fucks up again. But a lot of you guys are like very emotionally charged, like, yeah, do this. You can't use him as your martyr. This guy's career ending so that you feel a sense of satisfaction isn't a good thing, and it doesn't help him advocate in the future. But a lot of you guys are very emotionally invested in this in a way that's like very toxic. And I'm not saying don't get invested and don't advocate. I'm not saying don't do that. I'm saying like don't try to assassinate this guy's career and try to martyr him just so that you feel better. Like, he's still a person that needs to stay around to fight the long fight, and you guys are like fucking melting down. All right, and this is like a huge problem, and people aren't offering pragmatic advice. And if you do, of course you get like you have like a huge fucking problem, and that's like the issue with like the Keemstar situation, right? And it's like a huge problem.
I pushed the boundaries on the third one. I'll fully admit that. But I did take the tweet down, and I don't think it was like a big deal. I don't think anybody thought that was a legitimate threat. No, of course, because it's because my family was doxxed, and they were doxxed like over a month ago, and YouTube took no action against them.
And this is the thing with like the doxing. I don't know exactly what he's saying, because I don't think that his family was actually doxxed. And I'm going to explain. Doxing is finding private information and then putting it on the internet, signal boosting it, and most of the time with malicious intent. We didn't see that. I honestly, I watched his whole video. He didn't show any doxing. What he showed was that Quantum has his information. Obviously, he called his mother, completely inappropriate. Has the information, and he's like holding on to it and using these like weird plausible deniability threats, right? Like saying like I have all your information. Like that to me is like is kind of threatening, but it's not absolutely threatening. It's one of those things where you could play like plausible deniability, right? Telling people in his Discord, oh, I have all of his information. It was really easy to find. All I did was like look on Google or whatever he said. Like, you absolutely can like make a reasonable argument that he was saying that to get people to go and look up the information so that they would signal boost him so he's not connected. But you see how it's like, it wouldn't be technically considered doxing because he's being very manipulative about it. And like, this is something that I think is very intentional from the Quantum TV that we're not really talking about. Yeah, he said it was super easy to find online. This is what I'm talking about. Quantum TV is very manipulative, and nobody's really talking about the manipulation aspect of Quantum TV. Nobody's really talking about that. They're almost ignoring it. And this is why what he's doing is working. Right? That's all I'm saying. And it's like, look a little bit beyond it and be like, okay, identify like the manipulation tactics. Like, you know, these tactics of like calling his mother to be like, I want to talk to him so we could settle this privately. Meanwhile, if he wanted to get in contact with him, he could have gotten in contact with him through Discord. Like, these are things that should be really focused on like how bad the character of Quantum TV is.
That and so I'm sitting here like angry and baffled and like filled with all these emotions, and I put out this tweet because I'm kind of just in like a fuck it kind of mood, and that wasn't responsible of me or right of me, and I want to right that wrong. What's going on at YouTube is it looks bad for everyone, and there's so many great people that work at YouTube, and it sucks.
So your main thing is what you were doing. It was satire. You feel like, yeah, I understand where people could see me going a little bit too far, but I did want to confirm, did they communicate that was the reason? Just because I didn't find anything about that public prior to them issuing that statement.
I suppose if it's out now, then I can't say yes, that was communicated to me. I didn't want to say anything about it because I was told that, and I wasn't sure if I should share the reason. Again, because it's kind of like a sensitive topic. Right. We're talking about, doxing people and families getting involved. So I chose not to relay that information to people. I don't know if you're going to, or if YouTube has released that information.
Going to what? Sorry.
Oh, like release the reason why the channel was demonetized.
Sure. Yeah. No, that's why I just they confirmed it to me, and then I just kind of wanted to make sure, because it did seem like online the conversation seems to be specifically about you and this other creator and about like this other video in question, when it does feel like it's the same but also two different situations, and so I was trying to get clarity there because I don't know, I feel like we were talking about before, it feels like these narratives form sometimes inadvertently, sometimes on purpose. So just to be clear, so that we can kind of get past it, you did not publicly mention the reason you were suspended being related to the tweet because of why?
I didn't reveal that because at the time I wasn't sure what information I should be sharing. I've heard other things that I know I shouldn't share, and I didn't want to put my YouTube partner in the crosshairs. If something happened to his job because...
Oh, interesting. Okay, so it sounds like the YouTube partner told him information that he wasn't even supposed to tell him. That's kind of thank you so much for the sub.
Just resubscribed for 3 months.
That's a little
Less
rough.
than 3.
If I'm reading this correctly, if that's the truth and he's given some of that information he maybe shouldn't have given out. I mean, I guess he didn't though. I guess YouTube did. He kind of pressured YouTube, but okay.
I leaked something that I wasn't supposed to, I'd be crushed because there are good people at YouTube and some of them are fighting for me, and I appreciate that. So I didn't reveal that information, not to mislead people, but because I didn't know if I should.
In your mind, because I know you said you wanted to kind of keep this tight, what would you love, now that we have like confirmation that it's two separate situations of tweet and video, what is your ideal world of how things proceed from here? Because it does look like online things are really escalating. And so what I'm kind of hoping with this is like, we have what they're saying, we have what you're saying. How would you like to see it? If like this is your, instead of having to make a whole video on your channel, what would you say?
The biggest part is probably the doxing tweet, which even if you take that in isolation, like one tweet that's clearly satire and edgy, just leading to the entire channel being demonetized. If someone at YouTube really had such a massive problem with that, I did delete the tweet, and I'd be willing to talk and have just like a short conversation about it, just to clear the air and be like, hey man, I'm not trying to attack you guys at all. Moving forward, I think there's a lot of work to be done.
I think they know that. I think it's just like a hardline policy.
I know that YouTube, we don't want YouTube to be a place where witch hunting results in like people getting deleted that like this group of people just doesn't like. But when the evidence is there and when it's like shown to YouTube that all these guidelines have been violated, I think moving forward, and copyright abuse, nobody knows what constitutes copyright abuse on the platform. Because if you file a false claim, and you don't list the video you're claiming, they consider that a fair request, and that makes no sense to me. So we need clear understanding of what they believe copyright abuse constitutes, and these community guidelines. And I just hope there's more common sense introduced to YouTube when they're dealing with situations like this. I hope my channel obviously gets remonetized, and I hope those videos that were age restricted come back as well. I hope Quantum is also rightfully terminated for, being so terrible on the platform. And yeah, I hope.
Yeah, I agree with all this.
I hope good stuff comes from this.
I think that the problem is that a lot of people, I'm looking at this like a little bit differently than a lot of other people. And that's because I used to be a manager at like my job for like years. So like maybe I'm too conditioned by that. But like I can understand the managerial aspect of this, and I understand how things can move very slow. Things can take a long time to get like the response that you may or may not want. That like, there's a lot of inter-office politics that go on that you have to kind of deal with. Like, for instance, he was talking about his manager was trying to advocate for him on his behalf. It could be successful. This could hurt that advocation in some capacity. There's a lot of different things that like a lot of people don't understand, and they're difficult to explain to people when it comes to like office politics and like manager politics. And this is to an extent office politics once it goes from the YouTube manager person up to their chain of events. It takes a lot. And a lot of times, and this is something that I imagine that the manager may have even told him, is like my managers have told me before when I'm in the right and they're advocating for me to their bosses, they're like, you need to give me time. You need to give me time. I need time to deal with this situation. And sometimes it doesn't result in anything, and sometimes it actually results in like a positive thing. And that's where I'm looking at it more. Is more of like a pragmatic perspective, and a lot of people are just like upset with that. Honestly, it's very unfortunate. Oh.
I hope other content creators aren't like silenced or demonetized. I believe the algorithm was recently changed to demonetize videos with my name in them.
I disagree. It hasn't. That's an objective falsehood. I'm not trying to be rude. I know that when these situations happen, people get super charged and invested. And there was literally one person who claimed that they got demonetized. Like, I didn't even curse, but I put your name in the title and I got demonetized. They censoring you. I just accidentally skipped back. I haven't had that. I haven't had that issue. No other content creator has had that issue. Do you see how like this is an instance of a situation where like now that YouTube is in the wrong, anything that happens is looked at as if YouTube is doing something intentionally wrong? We've kind of generated a conspiracy theory that they're targeting Actman, when the more logical like answer is that YouTube is shitty and lazy, and this guy, even though it was joking, he jokingly threatened to dox people at YouTube, and they take that threat very seriously. And sometimes a duck is a duck. Not everything is a deep-seated conspiracy. And I know a lot of people have like a really deep frustrations with YouTube and the way that they've been interacting for a long time, and I totally get it. But like, you're kind of like coming off of the course here. You're getting away from like the main course,
Video. What is your ideal world of how things proceed from here? Because
I actually like skipped
about it just to clear the air and be like,
sorry, guys.
Well, I hope Quantum is also rightful.
I have to find them where you kind of say that it's like this corruption at YouTube. That's the last thing I'll say.
But it's just copyright abuse and false flagging. I can't verify any of that 100%. But it's just, I just want the platform to be healthier.
Sure. So kind of on that note, actually, the last thing I'll say, you still kind of stand by the tweets. I have to find them where you kind of say that it's like this corruption at YouTube that is causing it, because it does feel like there is a slight conflict in the narratives and the information that was known and being kind of said to the public.
I feel like someone or some group of people is making, I feel like YouTube has made the wrong decision at every point in this. If you call that corruption, I suppose that's an interpretation for it, but
it's a negative, and I don't think that's the correct corruption. I don't think there's like deep-seated corruption here. I think it's like laziness. And I think, and this is also another lesson for you guys, nobody cares about you. Not him, us. YouTube doesn't give a shit about us, right? Your bosses don't give a shit about you. Some of them might like your direct bosses that get to know you. But like your bosses, they don't give a fuck about you. You're a unit, and that's the unfortunate reality. And a lot of times we're very right. Like he's very right about what's going on here, but his boss doesn't give a shit. Like his boss's boss. All it is to him is it's more annoyance for YouTube, and it's like, okay, let's move on from this situation, right? And it's a big deal, but it's not a big deal to them. And it's like we shouldn't falsely prescribe to corruption where it's laziness. Because this narrative doesn't help. And, we're not targeting corruption at YouTube. We're targeting fucking laziness at YouTube. Like, that's what you're really targeting.
I believe YouTube has had 1,000 opportunities to do the right thing, and at every turn they've chosen to do the opposite.
So thank you to Ackman for his time to react to this, to share his thoughts. Also, I do want to know that after we were done with the main recording, he did want to say,
I don't want people to get all up in arms and like feel like they're at war with YouTube, because, you know, like I've been saying, YouTube is still a fantastic place that I love. We just want to get these issues figured out, and keep it about the issues and not try to villainize YouTube, even though I can't stop myself from doing that sometimes myself.
Which actually, kind of on this note, this story is still developing, because after I
man, I totally understand that.
Interviewed him, YouTube did publicly respond to him on Twitter saying that it was because of the tweet. Yeah, main thing, y'all asked for coverage. Here's your coverage. Now, with that, I pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? Because in general, you know, I always want this to be about y'all's opinion, but I will say one thing. It does feel like the tweet in question was very obviously a joke and satire. I know that YouTube can take safety and like anything kind of perceived as a threat very seriously, especially since, I mean, we even covered it on the show years ago when someone showed up with a weapon there. Seeing the tweet in question without just kind of like the rough read, you see the full context, it's hard not to see that as anything but a joke. So of course, whether you agree or disagree with me with that note,
it is a joke. There's an objective, it's objectively a joke. Like there's no argument against it being a joke. No argument against being a joke. The problem is, again, from a business perspective, like, it's not appropriate to jokingly threaten anything. In any business, if you jokingly threaten anything, they're going to take action against it. And that's why that hurts him. That's why I say remove yourself emotionally as much as you can, so that you don't end up doing something where it goes too far and you fuck yourself over. Which we have saw. You know what I mean? That's the whole thing. And they did it to Ethan Klein. I know his joke was worse, I would say. But like they did to Ethan Klein. There's a conversation I have about how he got a weak ban, which I think is fair, but Quantum gets demonetized. Like, that's fucking stupid. Like, why not Quantum? You know, I don't know why. Maybe it's because Quantum literally had no other strikes. They had no other strikes, so they gave him a fucking demonetization. It's just ridiculous. That part is, it's an insane disproportionate response. I just want to talk about it because I think people I don't think people are approaching what I'm saying in the correct way. Or at the very least, like, you can disagree with me, but like, hear what the fuck I'm talking about. You know? I will say one thing. I think I'm done with Twitter, I'll tell you that. You know, not a good platform. Very easy to misconstrue what different people are saying. So, you know, it's always worked out better for me when I've been able to sit down and like explain, like, hey, here's where I'm coming from, even if you disagree. So there's that. There is that. I'm still getting like fucking spam notifications on my Twitter. It's crazy. It's so crazy, bro. They're going nuts. They're going nuts. This shit's fucking nasty, bro. It's so crazy. Hey, Act Man, I don't want you to fucking heck, man, I don't really want you to get banned. Wow, L-Take Papa Guts. Fuck, bro. What are we supposed to do? The reality though is that like once these things calm down, people are gonna like go like, oh yeah, you know what, he had a decent point at that point. All right, so I wasn't gonna watch this, but you know what, let's watch it. Let's take a look at Keemstar apparently calls in. People keep like DMing me on Instagram and stuff. Keemstar called in and he was really complaining about you and this and the other thing. So I was like, yeah, you know what, I'll throw it in there. I'll do it off stream, but I'll throw it in there somewhere. And let's see what we got here. All right. Okay.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
loud and clear.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Yo, this Ackman thing is insane. All right. We're like
everybody seems to be on the same page. Like literally everybody. All right. But I guarantee we're gonna start seeing like Ethan Klein with a different take, because you know who I just saw with a different take?
You know what's interesting? Ethan, I'm pretty sure, just said like, hey, I'm going to wait to educate myself on it before I talk about it. And from what I've seen now, and this is after he streamed this, so like I would expect Keemstar to not know that. Because even I was like, where is Ethan? Why isn't he talking about it? But that's the thing, as I tweeted, I was like, hey, why isn't Ethan talking about this? Like, I don't really understand. And then somebody was like, oh, he said on his podcast he's going to talk about it like on Friday because he wants to educate himself on the situation before jumping the gun. Which, frankly, I mean, like, that's kind of what people are asking him to do, fundamentally, because it seems like, you know, especially with the Fresh and Fit thing, jumping on a story before fully educating himself. Same thing with like the Hassan Gideon thing. So, like, I was like, okay, you know,
Papa Gut.
All right, so let's see. Okay, I already did this in the segment, and I explained that my take is more of like a pragmatic, like, listen, man, like, you're basically what I've said, like, because I said in the tweet, like, you're right to go after Quantum TV, but you're going to a point where like you're being self-destructive, like you're hurting yourself in your fight. I'm not saying stop fighting. All I'm trying to say is like, hey, be more careful about it, because like if you continuously like repost and be like, oh, look at these jokes and everything, they were jokes, I get it, but like live to fight another day is kind of what I'm saying. Like, this isn't going to be a one-day fight. People are like, yeah, this is problems been going on with YouTube for a while now. It's going to keep going on. And so, like, what the idea is, like, the way that we kind of have to interact is, like, systematically, like, okay, when it happens again, you have to, like, keep speaking up about it. And then, like, obviously, all I'm saying is, like, be smart about it. Don't give YouTube a reason to, like, go off on you. That's what I'm trying to say. And I think Keemstar is very upset with me. And he's not really thinking about what I'm saying. So he's signal boosting it in a bad faith interpretation because he doesn't like what I've been saying about the Ethan thing, which was like Ethan made a joke. That's what led him to be banned. I don't think Ethan was actually calling for, like, you know, the attack on the NRA building. I think that his 1 week ban was justifiable. I'm just saying I think he was joking. I don't think he was seriously calling. I don't think anybody in their right mind could really make that. And we're having a similar situation here. Actman made a joke about doxing people. It was a clear joke, but I see why YouTube did what they did. Don't give YouTube the ammunition. It's a pragmatic take. That's all it is. Okay?
Oh my god. Wait, really?
What was his take?
Actually, that doesn't surprise me because I saw he retweeted YouTube's reply this morning, but I didn't know if that means he agreed with it or not.
So it's like... Wait, what did YouTube say?
I mean, I understand where they're coming from. I can see why they would do it. I mean, whether, like, I agree or do I think they should have happened? Probably not. YouTube should have probably banned Quantum TV. That's not agreeing with YouTube. It's like, okay, here's more context to the story as to why he got banned. Because it was, like, very abstract. Why did he get banned? And like, he was not giving that information out, which he was told not to. But it brings some question, like, okay, what's going on then? That's the whole reason I retweet. Is like, okay, here's some context for the situation. But okay.
Say, you know what this makes me so mad because, like, dude, we haven't been a community for a while, right?
No.
Like Ronald Reagan said it best, all right? It was at the time of shut the fuck up, Smaggle. I'm
not quiet about it, Keemstar.
I do not understand
this. Smaggle dick.
Every time he speaks, it's like, Jesus, like, isn't there like a center for these types of people?
No.
Papa got a bald Walsh. That's I take that very offensively.
Sadly, they were out of the
All right, let Keem go. Let Keem go, though.
All right, so Ronald Reagan, during the Cold War, you know, Russia and America, they're like beefing or whatever. You know the whole thing, right? Everyone knows a little bit of history. They at least know this much, right? Ronald Reagan does a speech. He goes, you know, imagine how close we would all come together if we were attacked by an alien race. Our differences here on Earth would be gone, right?
Yeah.
And so this Ackman thing has brought every single YouTuber to the same conclusion. This is wrong. What YouTube did is wrong.
I agree. Yeah.
YouTube got criticized and they removed the criticism. That's what happened. They got called out for...
I don't think it's possible that it could be like that. Again, like, it seems more likely that there was the interference, like Actman got a little too frustrated, justifiably so, and then YouTube, maybe they just had an excuse to ban him or to give him demods. I mean, what's really the difference? The guy can't work for how long? I mean, it's fucked up. Yeah, I just think that, like, the nuances of what's happening should be, like, talked about and be like, okay, yeah, like, if you want to take the fight to them, don't give them an excuse to ban you, especially if you're the biggest social advocate. And I do find it, like, a little upsetting that everybody is... Okay, so here's a big thing for me, is that, like, we have this really intense energy against YouTube, which makes sense. And a lot of people are funneling it through Actman, and it's caused this channel to get demonetized. And so, like... You know, he's going into the depths of the situation, and it's like, okay, like, I feel like that's why I'm saying, like, hey, put the brakes on a little bit. Don't put your channel at risk. Like, do your advocation without hurting yourself. Because you shouldn't be going down. You shouldn't have to be a martyr. You know what I mean? Like, why? Like, I wouldn't want to advocate for that. It's like, yo, keep your channel. That's what my whole thing is. And, like, you know, play this in, like, an intelligent, systematic way. And, like, I even talked about how Quantum was very manipulative and how he invoked this emotional response. And he's like, shitty, but, like, don't fall for it, because, like, this is what shitty manipulative people do. Again, live to fight another day. That's really, like, what my shit comes down to.
They're not doing their job, not enforcing policy, and they removed the criticism. The tweet was a joke, making fun of them because, you know, here it is. Ackman's being doxxed. His family's being harassed, and this isn't like maybe he was doxxed. There's a recording on YouTube of Quantum TV calling his mother.
See, that's the thing. That's not doxing. And this is, like, a problem that I have, is when we just don't use words correctly. Calling someone's mom isn't doxing. Doxing is taking private information and signal boosting it, usually with malicious intent. Quantum TV has this in. This is one of the really shitty manipulative things, Quantum TV. And this is why I don't like Keemstar's, like, okay. He didn't dox anybody. What Quantum is doing is playing a very manipulative game of plausible deniability, where he's like, oh, I'm going to call his mom so that I could talk to him. On the surface, it sounds rational, and YouTube is looking at it at a very surface level. And I talked about this. YouTube is effectively like a manager at a company, and I was a manager at a company, and a lot of times, like I've been a manager, and I was a subordinate even as a manager. So a lot of interoffice politics is like I have an issue with somebody like that's equal to me. My boss tries to handle it, but for the most part, they're not really invested into like the interoffice politics of it. And I think I'm looking at it from like that perspective. Maybe that's giving me a skewed perspective, but that's where I'm looking at it. Like I was saying, though, you have a situation where Quantum's like, "Oh, I'm calling their mom because I want to talk to you. I want to settle this privately." It sounds on the surface like a reasonable response. The problem is that Quantum has the Actman's Discord and could easily talk to him through there, but he doesn't want to. It's a show of power, but it was very tactful in the sense, not tactful, but like I'm trying to say like tactical, I guess I'm trying to say, in a way where it's like, oh, it seems like he actually cares and he doesn't, right? So that's not doxing. But like then he has the screenshots are like, oh, I found Ackerman's information really easily. You could basically, I don't know if he said you could find it too, but something along those lines, which you could make an argument of like, oh, he's suggesting people go find the information and maybe signal boost it themselves. But he's playing plausible deniability. But we're not talking about it. From what I've seen, I watched the whole video from Ackman. There was no doxing, but there was really like what I would say manipulative situations that could be interpreted as threats, but have plausible deniability to say, that's not what I said. From Quantum TV, the guy knows how to be manipulative, and maybe that's where I'm coming from. Like, you have to tread carefully because this person is going to take any misstep you make out of context, and he's going to make himself look like the good guy. And he doesn't have to do it to the commentary community. He just has to do it to YouTube, which it seems like he's doing. That's what I'm saying. He's doing a really good job playing victim. That's what I'm trying to say here. And like, it's one of those things where because I'm not so incredibly outraged to the point where I'm giving out bad information and I'm not seen as like good enough, but I'm trying to just stay pragmatic. So operate in a way that's like higher level of success rather than just like jerking each other off about how upset we are. Because that's really nice. And it's good we should be frustrated and outraged and we should express that, but we should express it in the right way. That's all I'm trying to say. That's what it is.
And I would assume, and everyone knows this, right? Because it was in the video, Ackman sent that to YouTube and said, hey, he's doxing me. YouTube does nothing. So the tweet, the joke of, oh, I'm going to go do all these horrible things, right? Is just more criticism at YouTube.
Yeah.
It's not to be taken literal. And even by the tweet.
No, it's not, but they're going to. Like, go to any business. I've said this before. Go to any business, and like, if you threaten to punch somebody, if you work at Walmart, they're going to fire you or they're going to punish you, even if it's just a jokingly threat. Like, if you make a joke like, hey, I'm going to fucking hit you, bro, and that person takes it personally, all they have to do is say, hey, he's gonna hit me. Doesn't matter if it's a joke. Boom, you're gonna get punished. That's how like the business world works. So I expect YouTube to act that way. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm saying that like this is what I'm talking about. That's the landscape you're playing in. We're not playing creator to creator. Now we have to deal with YouTube. You have to deal with YouTube in a sense that would be considered professional. So like making these like really clear jokes, but like joking threats, that's not a good way to communicate with YouTube. That this is like you want to get done what you want to get done. They have an excuse now to punish you.
Out of its context, you can tell that it's a joke. Listen, I want to tell you how much everybody gets this and how much everybody is on the same page, all right? I think that it's a joke. Phil DeFranco thinks that it's a joke.
Yeah.
Jake Lucky thinks that it's a joke. And Taylor Lorenz, Lorenz from the New York Times, now at the Washington Post, also thinks it's a joke.
Okay.
Everybody thinks it's a joke.
Okay.
So what are we looking at? If everybody's on the same page, that this is a joke, and that this joke is meant to criticize YouTube for not taking action against Quantum TV,
I agree with that.
then taking him down is just YouTube upset at even more criticism. And if they cared about this doxing stuff, if they cared about the safety of YouTubers and all this other stuff, right, and creators, then how do we get to the point that Ackman has action taken against him before Quantum TV? YouTube knows about Quantum TV doxing before the tweet comes out, before the YouTube video comes out. They know about this first. So even if they take action against Quantum TV, how does Ackman get banned first? That's out of the timeline. That just goes to show that yes.
And like
YouTube
I said, like it seems like YouTube is being. So when I would bet YouTube Keemstar didn't actually watch Ackman's video. I'm just saying because Keemstar doesn't usually watch, but I don't know, maybe he did. I watched the whole video, and like the way that it was explained is like a lot of the information they have isn't like hard links necessarily. So YouTube won't look at the screenshots, which what I'm talking about is like, yeah, that's really shitty. But their whole policy is we don't look at screenshots because maybe they're doctored. That's their whole argument, right? They don't operate through anything through Discord, so they won't like look at Discord shit. It's like a bunch of circumstances that are set up and they help Quantum TV, which is really shitty and wrong. But like that's why they're not going to move on Quantum TV. It's the unfortunate reality that we live in, and they didn't do anything to Quantum, which is fucked up. And so like that was like that caused Actman to have the response of like, I'm gonna poke the bear. And what I'm saying is, if you just didn't do that part of like, hey, I'm gonna, even if it's a joke, I'm gonna dox, et cetera, then this wouldn't have happened. Or even if it did, there would be no justifier, because now YouTube looks like they have a footing to stand on. I'm just saying, that's how it looks. Like whether you want to believe that or not, I'm really sorry, but that's just how it looks. I'm just trying to look at this from a little more like objective type of a thing. That's what I tend to do. I try to look at things a little bit more objectively.
Not take action. YouTube dropped the ball. Furthermore, if YouTube cares about the safety of its employees and takes this so serious, all right, that they're going to remove somebody from the partnership program, then why is Ethan Klein in the partnership program?
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
Ethan Klein,
that's fair.
Because if Ethan Klein, when he said that, someone should go bomb the NRA building, when he made that statement, and those aren't the exact words, but that
I'm just saying it was a joke, but I could still agree that to me is more of a serious joke than the doxing one. So like, yeah, fair point. Why didn't you remove it? This is a fair point. Again, it's not a statement. It was a really edgy joke. I've talked about it a bunch of times. You can disagree. Regardless of whether you think it's a joke or a statement, it's still more intense, severity-wise, than what Quantum TV, the Actman said. So, like, yeah, you would expect a harsher punishment to Ethan. That's a fair criticism.
That's roughly what he said, all right?
Or a less harsh punishment for the Actman, right?
And it was not a joke. Anyone saying it's a joke is lying. It was a statement.
I'm not lying. I don't know what to
statement. And he even confirmed it was a statement after his 1 week suspension when he came back and said, hey, I just wanted to bring the heat.
He didn't confirm. I watched the whole thing. He didn't confirm it was a statement. He said it was obviously, he even said it was a joke. Even if you disagree it's a joke, Ethan literally said on his way back it's a joke. Keemstar was signal boosting a 3-second clip. Again, you watch things, Keemstar. You keep talking about things without any education on them. Even you can disagree it's a joke, but Ethan literally says it was a joke, and it was a joke out of frustration. Yeah, what I had said doesn't really matter because it was still more intense than what Actman did. So there should be more punishment for Ethan or less punishment for the Actman. But it was still a joke, and this assertion is bizarre because Keemstar. It's very convenient that things are or aren't jokes based on how Keemstar feels. Like for instance, when he was joking about the potential of like, oh, how does women get raped in the mouth? Can't they just like? And he's like laughing about it. That's not a joking statement to him. That's just a genuine question. Like, this is the problem, is Keemstar is so incredibly inconsistent with everything that he says and does. It's very emotion-based. Like, how do I feel today? Oh, I feel like I don't like Ethan Klein, so this is how I'm going to interpret this action. Or I feel like I don't want to be called a rape apologist, so I'm going to interpret this action, and then I'm going to swear on it, and I'm going to say this is the reality, but it's like, it's not the reality, bro. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It's just, that's just what it is.
To them. Like, I got the clip. It's not a joke.
Yeah, you got a 3-second clip. I watched like the first half an hour of the thing to see what he said, and he addresses it. So like, you have a clip, a 3-second clip. That's insane. That like that's your evidence instead of like watching the thing. And it's very exhausting dealing with the very disingenuous nature of Keemstar to a point where like there's really not a huge point in engaging with this guy because he's not an honest person. He doesn't have like honest opinions. He has he just has emotional opinions, how he feels about a particular topic, and that's fine. But like, he's not an individual that has any type of he really doesn't have any, he doesn't have any standing. He's not a consistent person. So
anyone saying it's a joke is lying.
He doubled down.
Okay, sure.
He doubled down. Thank you. All right. But here's
this is the thing is like Keemstar is literally lying to them right now. Just in the fact that like the specific statement of, he even said it wasn't a joke. He said it was a joke. So like you can believe Keemstar with the narrative that it wasn't a joke. But you see how Keemstar he's intentionally misrepresenting the situation. He's not saying, I still don't think it's a joke. He's saying Ethan Klein now says it wasn't a joke. But like, I already watched it. Ethan Klein said it was a joke. So he's misinforming them by not having all the information to push like whatever narrative he wants. And then they're just eating it up and be like, oh, okay, well, what you say, even though Keemstar is constantly lying, it's like, this is not really the person to listen to.
But okay. Not everyone knows, all right?
Okay.
At the NRA, at the time that Ethan said someone should go bomb it, there were YouTubers there. There were all the gun YouTubers there. And what I know for a fact is that there were YouTube employees there. There were YouTube employees at the NRA building when Ethan Klein said somebody should go bomb it. So does YouTube take serious threats against YouTube employees or not? No.
See, that point is like reasonable. Like, yeah, they don't take a huge, that point specifically, it doesn't matter if it's a joke or not, is a more intense joke again than Actman. So there should have been a more intense punishment for Ethan or a less intense punishment for Actman.
when he's saying, when Ackman is saying there's some corruption going on, there would have to be.
Well, here's the thing about that, right? Like, normally, what YouTube would say is, oh, well, the context is different. But in H3's case, the context is far worse. Axeman was obviously kidding. He wasn't even making anything like direct. He was just like, oh, I guess it's the platform of doxing people now. I guess I'll just do that now. That was Axeman's joke. It was clear, right? Ethan Klein is saying something heated, all right? But it was real. You know, maybe he did.
It was real.
I don't think he intended to go blow up the NRA, but it was a real statement. It was a real thought he had. It was so real. He was like, whoa, I got to take a step back, you know? Okay. That wasn't like, oh, I was just kidding, guys. That was, I got a little bit too fiery, meaning that it's real.
Okay, now let's compare doxing, right? Which is getting somebody's private information, right? And potentially harassing them to murdering them!
That's not, doxing isn't getting someone's private information and harassing them. I'm just saying, for context, doxing is putting that private information into the public. Not, we need to be very clear about what doxing is. I don't know. Like, it's like you don't know what the word doxing means. But yes, I agree with this general take. Like, Ethan's was as a much more radical perspective. Ethan's joke was much more radical and should have been dealt with more intensely.
He said someone should bomb the building. They're not even on the same fucking level. They're not even on the same fucking level.
Is he going to mention me again? I just want to know because people were like always talking about you.
Take.
Okay.
Oh man, that's just
wondering.
Does this shit have you scared at all? Are you like worried that they're gonna crack down on other people covering this, not just Ackman?
No.
No, I think that this is getting so big and everybody's talking about it that they can't ban us all. I think we're at the point where they can't ban us all.
Yeah.
When Phil DeFranco, Jake Lucky, Keemstar, Taylor Lorenz, all right, and every other YouTuber is on the same page. What Critical, right? Critical has constant communication with YouTube. When we're all on the same page, what are they gonna do? Ban us all?
Yeah.
They're gonna ban us all?
That'd be way too far.
You know what? So many people just ignore Ethan Klein. They don't bring it up. They don't talk about it because they just don't want to fucking deal with that guy. And I get it. And I get it, right? And I hate the guy, so I'm biased as hell. I hate the fucking guy. I'm biased as hell. I'm the wrong person to bring up this point.
Very
but more
true.
people, more YouTubers, more reporters need to bring up the point that a guy on the platform called for a bombing, a terrorist attack on U.S. soil where YouTubers and YouTube employees were in the building at the time. Like, more people need to bring that up. That is the ultimate defense of Ackman, and it's the ultimate expose of YouTube of clear favoritism. And I call extreme favoritism on a platform like this corruption. I call it corruption.
I mean, he's right about that. He's right about that. This is a good example of favoritism. I mean, you really cannot argue with that logic, honestly. Like, you just can't. There's nothing you could say that argues with that logic.
Because sneaky shit is going on. People are being protected. We like this guy. We like what he's saying. We're gonna bend the rules for him. But something similar happens to this guy, and we're gonna remove him from the partnership program. I call that corruption. I feel like Ackman has a right to say corruption.
He also only got removed for harassment and bullying instead of inciting terrorism. There's like a specific guidelines report thing of like, oh no, you were removed for this, and it's just like, oh
yeah,
that's weird.
It's a lot worse than fucking harassment or just bullying.
Dude, if I told you what I knew, you would. If I told.
Whoa. What do you mean by that, Keem?
I think everybody looks at Keemstar like a meme. Like I've done a lot of meme stuff, some entertainer, like crack jokes. I've done a lot of trolling, but like people forget that I am actually, believe it or not, I'm actually no. What I was gonna say,
the well-functioning one.
What I was gonna say is I'm actually a journalist. I work stories. Like I research shit. I talk to people all the time.
Okay. The thing is that like people don't look at him as a meme because he makes jokes. They look at him as a meme because when he reports stories, he's very like, he doesn't do the greatest job every time. Again, the Call Me Carson, massive fail. He didn't mention the age of the girl in the first reporting. You can't say that somebody was groomed and then not give out the ages. Like this happens. This is like, again, with what just happened with the clip on Ethan, even if you don't think it was a joke, the assertion that even Ethan said it wasn't a joke. When Ethan literally says that it is a joke, these are like the ways that like these are mischaracterized situations. Like he's just not doing good reporting. He's not doing the bare minimum work to do reporting. I'm just saying, like, so the credibility of this journalist is very low. That's why people don't really take you seriously. And I think that you think it's because of jokes. It's because like you're constantly showing that you don't do a particularly great amount of research, and that's just what you get. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm privy to all different types of fucking information that the public never sees because I have to work stories. I have to know what's going on. I have to make sure what I'm reporting is correct. And I'm just saying.
You don't, though. Most of the time you report on like KSI and Logan Paul and like shit that doesn't really matter. I'm not trying to be a dick. And then sometimes you report on shit that matters, of course. I'm not trying to be an asshole, but it's not like this idea that like you possess this incredible journalistic integrity is just objectively false. Because even when you get called in like the Call Me Carson, you're like, no. Well, we didn't have the information. Then you don't move forward. I don't know what to tell you, bro. You literally on my stream be like, well, I didn't know the ages, so I couldn't move forward. Then you shouldn't have moved forward. There's nothing to move. Like you can't just move forward without all of that information. That's not doing your due diligence. You're not doing research. You're not holding yourself to this journalistic integrity standard that you're professing that you do. So I don't know what to tell you, but like you just are wrong. You're just wrong. You're like you need to hold yourself to a higher standard. And you could disagree with that as much as you want, but there's a reason why people, even in your own social circle, don't really take you that seriously. It's because of that.
I'm just saying that Ackman has a right to call it corruption. Something is not right. This is not the case.
That's fair, sure.
Of people not doing their job and not like just delivering out bans and punishments and enforcing policy fairly across the board. This is a situation where I believe, based on everything that I'm seeing, and so should all of you, based on what is publicly available, that there is some extreme favoritism going on. There is some extreme, like protection of certain YouTubers. And Ethan Klein has to be one of them. There is no other YouTuber on the platform that I know of that could have said what he said. And remember, that was one part of it. There was 4 different things that he did wrong, right? No other YouTuber that I know of that could make that statement about calling for an terrorist attack on U.S. soil that would still have a channel.
Oh, the joke. He's talking about like the joke about putting a stick in the wheelchair guy's spokes. Okay, I don't he's referred to.
You guys have to understand it. Everyone here has to know this, all right? You have to know the history of YouTube. You have to know why we are the way we are. You have to know why we get demonetized and why we get monetized. All that whole system came to YouTube because of the adpocalypse. Now, people want to fuck around and they want to make your little stupid commentary videos and they want to blame PewDiePie for the adpocalypse, but that is not the truth. That is not what happened. That is not why advertisers.
I thought it started because there was like a Burger King ads on a song called Alabama Friend on it. I thought that's where it started. I could have swore because I remember hearing about that and I'm like, oh shit. So yeah, Alabama Friend. Really good. That's definitely that's the name of the song.
Left YouTube. The adpocalypse was caused because there were ISIS videos, ISIS training videos, terrorist videos on YouTube, and a couple articles went up, and that was it. That started the adpocalypse. It wasn't fucking PewDiePie, all right? People like to use that for clicks because PewDiePie's a big name and shit, but they've rewritten history. It was the terrorist shit. So the fact that we're just a couple years down the road, and this guy calls for a terrorist attack, all right, on U.S. soil, and he's still in the partnership program, he still has ads. What the fuck is happening?
It's not a bad argument. He's got a decent argument here. Okay, all right. He's not the reason that his argument's like it's a decent argument because what he's saying is like, hey, listen, last time. Well, first of all, I wouldn't say Ethan is anywhere near the same bar. If what he's saying is true, that like terrorism videos, like ISIS videos, were the reason that they got demonetized. Ethan is not even close to that. I'm just saying. Like, I know with the bomb thing, but he does have a good argument. It's like, okay, well, we need to be worried about the entire adpocalypse again. So if Ethan's making these incredibly like inflamed statements consistently, then like, yeah, we're all threatened to be demonetized if Ethan fucks up too badly. That's a good point. I don't think we've seen a pattern of it, but like, that's not a terrible point there. That's not a terrible, horrible argument. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think this is going to be the big bust, but it makes sense.
How could this not be corruption? Something is going on. And I get that I hate him, but just open your mind, look at this in an unbiased way, and tell me if things seem like they're on the up.
It's funny though. He's like, I'm not going to look at this unbiased, but you need to do that. It's like, okay. Well, I mean, sure, fair, but
up to you, because they're not.
I mean, hasn't it always been that way? Like YouTube favoritism and like them. I mean, they banned Leafy. Like they didn't even follow their own policies. Like obviously,
the thing is, though, is like Ackman is not a Leafy. Like he's not offensive or controversial. At least as far as I know. I guess I could be wrong.
I'm so glad that you brought up Leafy because I want you to think about it. Right? If there's a YouTuber out there that can call for a terrorist attack and not get banned, not get kicked out of the partnership program, right? If they have that type of like pull and favoritism within YouTube, and that same YouTuber was getting picked on by Leafy, why do you think Leafy is gone? Why do you think Leafy is gone? Everyone says Pokemon. And I can tell you right now, it has nothing to do with Pokemon. It's those little clips. Remember that meme that he kept playing over and over again? That Leafy wouldn't be able to survive in the.
Listen, I don't know enough about the Leafy situation to like really hardline talk about it. I'm just saying. So okay.
You know the meme in the current climate of YouTube and all that shit that Leafy kept playing over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
In my opinion, that's why Leafy is gone. It's H3.
Whoa. Okay.
Damn.
Okay. I mean,
just calling it flat out there. All right.
Well, because they prefer H3 over someone like Leafy.
So you think that they just like H3 more and are willing to like look out for him? Do you think?
See, this is what I'm talking about. I think this is a little too. I don't know the specifics, but it seems like nobody is really because it seemed like my understanding is like Leafy made a ton of videos on Pokemon, and that's what got her ultimately banned. Him ultimately banned again. I think again. I don't know. So I don't know if this is necessarily true or substantiated.
H3 called for it.
I don't like saying they. I don't like saying they because no, I'm serious. Because it's most likely one person. Right. It's one person at YouTube. Right. One person. That's all you need is one person out there defending him and one person
with access to the tools in order to like misuse them and to abuse
careful
them.
Though, because if you single out one person, that's what happened to Ackman, right?
Oh, I guess so. Maybe
I'm just saying it could be one person that is doing this and behind all this. It doesn't have to be the entire company. It doesn't have to be every YouTube employee. It could be one single person, or it could be 2 or 3 or 4. But I hate when we just say YouTube, right? Because YouTube is a great platform. YouTube's a great.
Well, no, yeah, I get what he's saying. It might just be one person. It could be more than one person. Usually though, like the way that you would look at this, or you would look at this as from a perspective of a business perspective, is that every employee represents the company. So if one employee does something wrong, it's like it is really would be considered like YouTube, especially if it's like somebody higher up obviously called for the removal from the partner program. It was above the person, the YouTube partner manager did not do that to Ackman. In fact, it seemed like they were on his side. So it was somebody above the chain there. Okay. So I personally would be like, yeah, it's YouTube as an entity. You should blame the entirety of YouTube because I think that it's better. Because like, hey, this is like the worst of you has a negative impact on all of you, kind of a thing. When it comes to a managerial perspective, or a business perspective, that's how businesses operate. So,
platform. And the YouTube employees that I know are awesome. All right, they are absolutely awesome. There's so many great YouTube employees that I've met throughout the years. All right, I hate when we just say them and
no,
YouTube.
you're 100% correct. Even I've met some really good employees or whatever. Like,
it's one person, two people, three people maybe, but it's like a small group of people, or
probably like a small group of managers.
one person in the company that is just.
Which begs the question, like, I wonder if like the YouTube partner and other creators are able to influence the manager and like override his decision, because I imagine it would go up the chain more.
Protecting this guy.
It's the deep state of YouTube.
You know, Ethan responded to my calls for how ridiculous this is. And he goes, Keemstar, I don't know what you want. I got the strike. But that's exactly what I'm talking about. This isn't a strike. This is you gone forever. This is like the worst thing you can do. What is the worst thing that you can do than call for you can't even say the pedo stuff. You can't even say the pedo stuff. That you can't say that's worse, because it's not. You're calling for thousands of people to be murdered in a terrorist attack. That is the worst. There's nothing worse than that.
That's pretty up there, yeah, I'd say.
Yeah, I just okay.
I don't know. It's weird. It's fucking weird. It's definitely strange.
It seems like they don't necessarily agree with everything that Keemstar's saying. It seems like they're kind of just listening, like, yeah, I get where you're coming from, but they don't necessarily even agree. Like, they agree that it's worse, 100%. It's definitely worse than Ackman. Like, again, I've already said it. Ethan should be punished harsher, or Ackman should get less of a punishment than Ethan, if we're going to set Ethan as a standard, which would be the way that you would operate, because Ethan is a large creator. He would be considered the standard. But, like, nobody thinks that Ethan was seriously calling a terrorist attack. So, I mean, just, come on.
Especially given how recent that was. You know, we're not talking about an old-ass clip that everybody's already seen. This happened like a few weeks ago, right? Like 2 weeks ago, you know? And then all of a sudden, like a big high-profile story that, by the way, even the mainstream media is starting to cover the Ackman story, right? A story of a guy who made threats to YouTube. Well, didn't any decline to that, you know? Like, did we just talk about that 2 weeks ago?
Is that the real comic cop? Because he says in the chat, I have clips of Ethan wishing death upon his enemies. That's probably me, to be honest.
Honestly, I hope Kyle Rittenhouse sues Ethan too, because he said some pretty defamatory statements.
A murder, I think.
Why is comic cop such a flip-flopper? I thought he was on Ethan Klein's side.
What?
He's on the side of the truth, Smaggle.
Yeah, he might be memeing, by the way.
But I gotta go soon because I gotta go eat my food. But
yeah.
Before I go, can we pull up Papa Gump's tweets and just read them, because it makes me so mad. Like,
okay, they are gonna talk about me more.
Like, dude, this is the one time. Not that he's like this big influential guy, but it's like I used to really fuck with this guy because I figured, like, I felt like he was a truthful person, even if he had a bad take. I felt like that's what he really believed, and now I feel like he's just like, this just doesn't seem right.
Scroll up.
His most recent ones.
Yeah, go. It's right there.
All right, let's see. So it says some personal advice. This is to just him. Obviously, I said you're too emotionally involved in the situation to the point where you might end up ending your career. You might have to call out QTV, but you're at a point of self-destruction. I don't think that's unreasonable. I'm not saying quit the fight. All I'm saying is, like, it's commenting on the joking text. Like, you're hurting yourself. Whether I know, and I agree, they are jokes, but you're not helping yourself, right? Like, I talked about this before, and I'm going to insert this into the live thing. But like I talked about it probably like at some point, but I talked about it before. When it comes to that tweet, I have a personal connection with something like this, where I made a joke and I got suspended for a day, because at the end of the day, like, there's really nothing you do, right? I talked about it. I had a coworker, you know, we were friendly, and one day I sent him a picture of a girl and I said, "Do you think she's cute?" And he's like, "Yeah." And then I sent him a picture of her again, and it was Bailey J, the porn star, and she has a penis. And he's like, "Oh man, you got me." Like, joke. It was a text message. A month or so later, the guy's fucking around at work. He's like, you know, we're joking around, went too far. Like, he kept, it was so stupid, but like, we were messing around, and we were like, you know, he was like spraying me, like this is a weird thing that happened. Like, he like soaked my ass with like Windex. It's so stupid. It's like, bro, I was pissed, but like, all right, funny, but like, don't do that. He did it again and again. I was like, all right, bro, you really have to stop. And he kept doing it. I'm like, fuck, like, what do you do at that point? I'm like, bro, I'm gonna have to report you. Like, can you please? Like, I would say, like, please stop. I don't want to report you. So I had to report it. Right? It was so stupid. It was like juvenile. He just kept doing it like every other day. I was like, God damn it! Like, what the fuck am I? You know, like, what are you left to do? And then when I reported him in the meeting, they brought up that the picture that I showed him like a month or two prior, and they're like, "Listen, we know it's just a joke," and they were even laughing in the meeting. Well, the guys were laughing. There was one girl manager there; she was mortified because she saw the girl's penis, you know. But they're like, "We have to suspend you for sexual harassment." That's like a very businessy thing. So like, that's where I'm coming from. Like, I've been there, but like, you gotta just play it safe and like advocate and try not to like go with these types of things. That's what I'm trying to say. Now, here's the problem: is it's Twitter. Everybody's open to interpretation. Keemstar already doesn't like me because of my Ethan perspective, and like, it only takes one thing, and Keemstar has like, you know, he's very upset. He's constantly quote tweeting me. You know, very energetic person. It seems like he's very upset. So, like, this is where it's coming from. Okay. Let's see.
I agree. We haven't been on the same page in a while, like, as a YouTube community on any issue.
Some personal advice. You're too emotionally invested in the situation to a point where you might end up ending your career. You were right to call on TV, but you're at the point of self-destruction. Damn.
Now scroll down. Now scroll down.
Slave.
He's blaming him.
He got
He got demonetized because the original tweet joking about the doxing. Yeah, that's what happened. I don't know what do you mean blaming him. I'm just stating a truth.
Demonetized because the original tweet's joking about doxing YouTube members.
Yeah, that says to be honest, I don't agree with this. Ackman literally got demonetized, and a bunch of videos are age restricted. YouTube is acting out of spite. This is what the person said, and this is what I responded to. Not enforcing rules. Sorry, but not everything is a Joker's arc. And I said he got demonetized because of those tweets. So he needs to stop doing things along that line so he doesn't get punished. You can't just read you have to read what I'm responding to. You can't just read what I said without. This is kind of shitty.
Please do your due diligence on a topic for speaking out in an uninformed manner.
Yeah.
But you didn't even read what I was responding to, which was the person saying, dude, this was like frustrating because I'm responding to somebody saying like, obviously he's going to get frustrated because they demonetized him. I'm like, no. This is what he did to get demonetized. So I'm telling you to chill out and not do this anymore. That's what and you didn't even read that. Like you kind of just the information was in front of your face and you just didn't read it. It's a little frustrating. That's all I'm gonna say.
Papa Gump he's the smartest one out of everybody, right? Everyone else is stupid.
That's not what I'm saying. That I'm like smarter than everybody. What I'm saying is that like you're not looking at the logical chain of events to that person. Like you're trying to say, I'm saying that this is what happened to get him banned. So to try to stop doing this, then the person's like, oh, obviously he's gonna get invested in it. Blah blah blah. That's what the person has said. And I said, no. This investment is what got him banned. He pushed too far. Now, maybe if he never did this, YouTube would have found another reason. Possible. We can't confirm that because we're only living in the now. That's my point. I will say that maybe, listen, let's just be honest here. I'm probably got a little too frustrated. I got too frustrated with the commenter. I'm getting a little too irritated. I took it too far. I shouldn't have questioned the person's intelligence. Okay. I'll say that. All right. When it came to the, okay. This is the moments. My wife's sleeping behind me. Sorry if you hear her snoring. Okay. Listen, let me be very clear here. Okay. Because listen, everybody goes to a point where they're probably take their shit a little too far. I do, despite the fact that I think that Keemstar is 100% anti-Ethan and not thinking in an objective manner when it comes to the tweet, or excuse me, Ethan's comments about the NRA building. I will say that just saying that he was unintelligent for his perspective was wrong of me and not clearly communicating that doesn't help communicate my perspective and just leads to more polarization. See, me saying that to Keemstar and then rolling it out with calling this person saying you should have done the research, especially on Twitter, where you can't give like any type of a nuanced take. Because you don't have like it's like texting. You don't have like you can't get the, you can't get the cadence of your voice, or you can't you can't talk. I ramble, so I use a lot of words to say some things sometimes. You know what I mean? I'm less concise than I'd like to be sometimes. That was obviously wrong of me, and that's probably where all this stems from. Is me not holding myself to the standard I should hold myself to, which is to try to be as unbiased and non-antagonistic as possible. And that's the standard I've set to myself, and I have not been holding myself to that standard lately. So that's where I'll say I was in the wrong. That I should have operated my perspective in a better way instead of giving people an excuse to look at it in a non-charitable way by me being an asshole to people and then expecting them to be unbiased towards me after I say things about them being an asshole. So very clearly, that's my biggest problem. Like, that's my issue. Like, that's an issue that I have to obviously work on. And shit like this is going to happen all the time. Everybody fucks up in different ways. They go too far in some capacity. Keemstar's going too far on Ethan. I'm going too far on my frustrations and letting my anger get ahead of myself. So there's my apology. Hopefully you hear my fucking wife snoring in the background. It makes the apology so much better for everybody. But okay.
Stupid. Everyone else is dumb. Papa Gump is smarter than everyone. That's what he's
I feel
trying
like
to
the
portray
problem with Papa Gun is saying. I don't know why you call him Papa Gump. Why do you call him that? Gump.
It's just like a thing to be like, try to be disrespectful. I just think it's funny though.
That's funny.
Papa Gunt.
Papa Gun.
Yeah, I keep hearing guns and Gump and all this.
No, but
okay.
the problem with what he's saying here though, is he's saying this in hindsight, you know? Like he's saying like, oh, whoa, of course he should have known he would get banned for that.
Yeah,
is that really fair to say
fair.
though? Was Ackman supposed to know that by naming a public figure he would face this much shit?
Wait, what do you mean? Hold on.
Oh, of course he should have known he would get banned for that. Is that really fair to say though? Was Ackman supposed to know that by naming a public figure he would face this much shit?
Okay, I'm assuming that he means like, was Ackman supposed to know by making this joke he would face so much shit? That's a fair point. Fair enough. It's fair enough. Well, what I'm saying now though is like, don't push it further because you don't want more of a punishment. That's effectively what I'm saying. It's not really in hindsight. It's like, it's more of like a warning for the future. So
I don't really think that's a reasonable conclusion, honestly.
If you watch Papa Gunt, this guy, Papa Gunt, he like literally like in every single one of his streams says that people are stupid. Like he really thinks he's the smartest guy in the room always, and he'll always put out bad takes.
I mean, bad take is subjective, but do I say that a lot of my streams? I feel like he doesn't watch a lot of my streams, but maybe that's true. Like I said, I obviously have to be better about calling everybody stupid. Maybe I'm just fucking. You're snoring very loud. Love you. Anyway, maybe I need to work on my attitude problem. Well, you know, I guess it's the way that commentary works. You get a little bit of a gut check, so to speak. Okay.
And he really isn't. He's dumb. It's like this. There's these people all over the internet now where they like come across like they're fucking geniuses, right? And they're teaching you something, and they always have the dumbest takes. But it's filled with such a snobby, like fucking cocky, like confidence oozing from these people.
I'm just gonna take the criticism at this point. Like, what am I supposed to?
And it's like, dude, that's not the only thing that's oozing. But yeah, I mean, he's horrible. He's absolutely horrible. Like this was a time where he needed to challenge YouTube. You know, the fact that criticizing YouTube results in you being a target of YouTube is insane. Like obviously the creators complaining about YouTube is supposed to make the platform better. Like
I said, like I think that the doxing joke was too far. I personally wouldn't have made the joke. But that's just because I come from like a background where like I worked. I don't use this as like an insult, but I worked a real job. Like I'm not using this to be insulting. I worked a career job for like 11 and a half years or 10 and a half years, 11 years. And so like I know I wouldn't have done this because like I know the interaction of doing this already because I did do it. So I guess I would have done it. Okay, so I would have done this, not now though, after experiencing doing something like this would have a negative impact on you. Where your company, because it's been other instances of my job where my company has wronged me and I've responded by like blowing into them, and it doesn't help you. They tend to they'll figure out ways to like punish you sometimes. Just coming from an air of caution, but okay.
You need it. You absolutely need it. And if moderation and enforcement of policy isn't being done on the platform, who's going to call it out? Like if we're not allowed to call it out as YouTubers, then why the fuck is there a flag button?
I never said that you shouldn't call it out.
You want to do the work all yourself? Go ahead and do it.
Well, let me ask you this: do you think that this new decision by YouTube to punish the Ackman is going to stop people from calling out YouTube now?
You were scared. You were scared when you made that video, Augie.
Yeah,
I was scared when I made my video. So yeah,
you were
absolutely.
harder than I expected it.
And to the guy saying no, like you're dumb. No, people are look. You're seeing.
Yeah, even I said I was scared when I did my take.
And Ackman's over here like kissing YouTube's butt in his Phil DeFranco interview, right? You know, like it's unbelievable. Like it shouldn't be like this, you know. That if I owned a platform, I would welcome all criticism. You know, there's been so many times when YouTube got hit with bullshit, right?
Is that true though, Keem? Because let's just be honest. Like you do block people on Twitter, so maybe you wouldn't. I'm just saying.
Like remember when that Matt Watson dude popped up and said that YouTube was, had little girl videos or some shit. You remember that whole thing?
Yeah.
Like there's so many times when YouTube gets hit with dumb shit, right? And
that was actually one of the first stories I ever covered.
And we defend YouTube. We speak out, and there's a difference of opinion, and you know what I mean? There's
because the accusations were bullshit. I mean, it just didn't make any sense. And he was trying to sabotage the platform because he was bitter that his channel never blew up. Literally, that's the lore.
The thing, no, and see, here's the other thing. Here's the other issue that I have is everybody wants to blame the CEO, Susan. Oh, Susan this and Susan that. Susan probably now knows about the Ackman situation because it's so big, but she probably had no idea about this. No. I guarantee that she had no idea about this.
Drama.
She's the CEO. She's doing the CEO stuff. She didn't know anything about this Ackman story until probably today. I would assume, in my opinion.
Probably.
You think she knows about it now?
Absolutely, it was trending.
I guess.
Yeah, it definitely got brought to our attention now. I hope she watches my video. Everything I said on the stream, I basically said in like a 2-minute video, and I posted it asking YouTube.
Actually, I don't. Never mind.
I hope you interview her for after hours.
But if she's here, we appreciate Susan, of course, tuning in. Welcome aboard.
Here's the other thing. I seen that one of your videos did really well recently. Was it an Ackman video?
Yep.
Okay. I had the exact opposite reaction on my channel.
I saw you tweet about that. Yeah, that's weird, dude. My channel's on. I've never actually had a video do as well. So
yeah, it's interesting. Some people the Ackman shit goes better for, and some people it goes worse for. It's still something worth talking about.
Like 6 hours ago, it's got 50K views on it. I haven't had a video. I've had a video hit 50K views.
I think it's because like Augie and all of them are very ingrained in the commentary. I think Keemstar, okay, just being honest here, Keemstar really isn't the facilitator of the commentary community. That's what it seems like to me. Keemstar pops into it every once in a while, but like he doesn't make content on it or in it in like a serious way. Whereas like a lot of these guys, they make content about each other and they fuck around and they have like their live streams where they'll mess around and Keemstar pops in every once in a while. But like I just want you to know, Keemstar talks about galvanizing the commentary community. These younger people are the commentary community now. There are people who do commentary outside of the commentary community, but these like younger guys, at least like this subsect of the commentary community, I guess I'll say. I wouldn't consider Keemstar part of the commentary community necessarily. Like he does not, at least not his content on Drama Alert. If that makes sense. That Drama Alert audience doesn't give a shit about the commentary community. That's what I'm trying to say. Same thing with my audience. They don't necessarily give a shit about the commentary community. Right? So like that's not that they're right or wrong. It's just like the audience that you've garnered. So
views before, but not that quickly. This is insane.
Yeah. Well, okay. Again, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna go eat my food. But before I leave, like, I have to say this one more time to like really drill it into people's heads. Taylor Lorenz, Jake Lucky, Keemstar, Philip DeFranco, Critical, everyone and anyone looking at the story is on the same page that YouTube is in the wrong and that his tweets were clearly a joke. So we're gonna have to.
Taylor Lorenz of all people. Like,
oh,
what the heck?
I wonder if she actually had to say about
All right, take care, man.
I see, dude.
All right,
That was a
I
good
guess.
call.
That was a passionate Keem call.
Yeah.
Those are the best kinds of Keem calls.
I'm
He's
calling you out on Keem in that call.
Okay.
All right, buddy. That's funny.
Okay, bacon brawl. Well, then I'm gonna go get myself some food.
Hey, space for me. All right, see you later, man. You have a good
I'll
one.
probably be on later, and if you want to watch, I'm
All
probably
right,
gonna.
okay,
Some
just-
shit. Later, boys.
Talk to you later, man.
I was raised.
The dark world of mega churches. What? Dark? Mega churches are awesome, bro. What are you talking about? I'm just kidding. To the world of Twitter groomers. Interesting. I don't know if I'm. We had a very heavy stream yesterday. I don't know if I'm really in the mood for like a heavy topic. We talked a lot of heavy stuff. All right, what do we got today? We have this video. We have a bunch of stuff. My wife is home, so I think I'm gonna go say hi to her real quick, come back, and then we might watch Christian, and then we might bang out the stream. A little bit of a shorter stream today, you know, something a little shorter. Let me go to the bathroom real quick, okay? No, we don't do Daniel Larson anymore, okay? Be right back. All right, we're back, bitches. Mama Gut might pop in here later anyway. She might pop in a little bit later. All right, fellas. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children that happen to be of all ages. We're going to get ready for the most exciting part of every stream, and that is a Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History, Part 38. Let's do it. I said let's do it. There we go.
What made him this way?
I don't know.
What is the attraction?
So I wonder, are we going to get to the point where like he starts saying what made her this way? When Chris starts identifying? Just saying.
What keeps us fascinated?
The answer is probably not.
This is the story of Chris Chan. On July 12, 2012, the online newspaper, Houston Press, published an article focusing on punk musician Rex Neighbors III's efforts in raising money for the video game-related charity, Extra Life. During the interview, he briefly mentioned that he had made an album called Cholsta's Paradise, which consisted of cover versions of songs that Christian had covered and lyrically modified on his Christian and the Hedgehog Boys albums.
Wait, what? Wait.
During the interview, he briefly mentioned that he had made an album called Cholsta's Paradise.
Okay.
Which consisted of cover versions of songs that Christian had covered and lyrically modified on his Christian and the Hedgehog Boys albums.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, so this... Okay.
Neighbors revealed that he donated all the proceeds of the album to autism-related charities, since he considered Chris as, quote-unquote, blackface for autism.
What? Blackface for... Wait. Hold on. Dude, I made autism because this dude is basically blackface for autism. How is he blackface for autism? What?
Of the album to autism-related charities, since he considered Chris as, quote-unquote, blackface for autism. On July 20th, Chris wrote a Facebook post concerning his trial 10 days prior. He clarified that he had not yet been assigned any community service, and also reflected on his lawyer, Rob Bell's, comments about him.
How do you think Chris would do in community service, though? All jokes aside. Like, how do you think that would work out? Chris Chan walking around trying to pick up garbage and shit? I just don't see it going particularly well, honestly. It would be a service to the community to not have him do community service. It's probably just harass everybody else that's there.
When Rob introduced me to the judge as an adult, high-functioning child, I did make a silent comment between me and my mother in response. That statement was an oxymoron. It isn't valid. I mean, I am an adult. Do not call me a child. The statement should have been high-functioning autistic adult, individual, or person. And anyway, I still feel like I have lost because Snyder is getting paid indirectly from me and my mother through our insurance. He won! That goddamn bribing
What is it? What is comprehensive CC episode? What does that mean?
bastard. I wish him dead from either a heart attack or gunshot murder. On that same day, he let his Facebook friends know that he was keeping himself busy by building 4 different Lego buildings and decided...
Oh, you're saying that I'm in the latest episode of the comprehensive Chris Chan guide? What do you mean I'm in the episode? What? What?
That he would use pieces from those sets to make a grand house for his future self and his sweetheart, portrayed by the Lego character, Olivia. He confessed that he had been manipulated into destroying his Lego-made city of Quakeville by Jackie, hinting that their relationship at this point was over, and he knew that she had been a troll all along. 5 days later, he posted a photo of his Lego self and Olivia next to their...
Wait, is that real? He knew the whole time? I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. If that's true and he knew the whole time, then why was he doing it? Maybe he thought he was doing a long game troll, or maybe he was just like, I want the attention so bad, I'll be with somebody or pretend to be with somebody that doesn't actually want to be with me. That's crazy.
Completed dream house, adorned by some custom stickers and accompanied by customized pieces representing Sonichu and Rosechu. Later that day, he entered his 2 new beagle pups, Clover and Snoopy, in a Dog Days of Summer photo contest held by the radio station Z95.1. His entry was soon discovered by trolls, who left him pleasant at surface level comments about the dogs. On the final day of July, Chris lamented that the Chris Chan page on Encyclopedia Dramatica was still up. He expressed regret about putting Sonichu on the internet and making all the videos on YouTube, which he was coerced into filming, and that they did not reflect who he truly was. Possibly sometime in early August, Chris created a paid profile on the dating site eHarmony. On August 17th...
Bro, why would you need to do that? Like, back then, OkCupid and everything were free. Now it's like everything's paid, but like, you could have totally used that, bro. That's what I did.
He shared the existence of his profile on Facebook, asking for the reasons why he had failed to speak with any women so far. On the 27th, he further explained why he was feeling low. I'm okay, just faring well. My mom, dogs, and I all have our good health still. I did not want to sound like a cry in the bucket by repeating myself with how I feel emotionally. I'm still feeling low. I am unable to get out of the house, aside from bringing home food and running errands. I have my responsibilities. I'm never going to run away or deny it. But the multiple stress inputs, past and present, seriously get to me emotionally and mentally. And no woman is contacting or replying to me and my paid membership.
That makes sense. eHarmony is paid, like the commercials. Yeah, you probably saw it on TV. You know what you could, if you saw like the farmer's dating thing, that might have been better for him. You ever see those? Or Black People Meets. You ever see those commercials? Very good. I went on there once. They kicked me off because I wasn't black enough, which I feel like is racist, you know, but, you know.
On eHarmony, constant boredom and loneliness is daily to me, and all I can do is wait with low faith in my future. I wish I could travel back to 1999 and make me and my family stay in Midlothian to change my future for the better. How is this my life? Sigh.
Whatever happened to the dating arc with the fucking prostitute? Like, whatever happened to that? Yeah, his dad passed away like last episode, I think. Episode before that, maybe. Whatever happened to the prostitute? He was paying $150 to. Marry her, Chris. Come on.
On September 5th, Chris notified his friends that he got a message from a woman on eHarmony.
No.
Though after checking her profile, he suspected her to be a troll since her interests lined up too closely with his. Anna McLaren left a comment.
She likes Twilight Sparkle because she's outgoing and in your face. Yeah. She doesn't quite line up as a brony. Not quite. She's almost passable as like a brony, but she has a job, so.
Expected her to be a troll since her interests lined up too closely with his.
I'm very perceptive of you, Chris.
Anna McLaren left a comment, agreeing that it was clearly a troll. Kim Wilson interjected, writing that she felt like it was just a normal person. Anna called Kim a troll, who then proceeded to defend her words of encouragement for Christian.
Could you imagine if it really was a real person and he just passed on that person?
Anna and Kim then had a small bout via the comment over being true friends with Christian. In the end, no firm resolve was established between them. 3 days later, he said that he recently felt increasingly more retarded, brought on by stress in his life. Chris considered including his slowness of thought in his
I think we've all been there, guys.
eHarmony profile. On September 11th, he reflected that it had been over a year since his father Bob had passed away. His loss had
Interesting time to reflect. On 9/11? Hey, guys. It seems like an interesting place to reflect. It's so interesting because it didn't happen on 9/11, I don't think, right? Because he says over a year. So what's weird to me is like, and people must have been like, oh man, you know, rest in peace to the people who passed in 9/11. Chris is like, yeah, I'm feeling emotional. I miss my dad. You know what I mean? That's why it's like a little weird.
Resulted in increasing stress for Chris, which manifested itself in allegedly unnatural sounding belches and mental griefs. He further highlighted that no women replied.
Bro, I think that's a real thing. Like he's burping, like having stress burps and shit. Like, yeah, that's kind of a real thing. Like your upset stomach. Damn.
To his messages on eHarmony, angrily asking if he looked too ugly.
What I'm like reading this. Yep, 11 after 11, quad towers for twin towers. But what happened? That day is not funny. The day. What the fuck are you talking about? That day at the time, I was out shopping with my mom. We were at Dollar Tree, and I brought up a pack of Team Rocket Pokemon cards. A dark Arbok was the rare card of the pack. Okay. I guess that's where he was on 9/11. I remember I got pulled out of school. I just remember a very vivid picture of my stoop as I heard the news. Interesting.
In closing, since it was the 11-year anniversary since the felling of the World Trade Center Twin Towers, Chris reminisced that on that day, he was out shopping with his mother and bought himself a pack of Pokemon cards. On the 23rd, he stated on Facebook that he had tried messaging the Wallflower, but got no response. Throughout,
that person kind of looks like the person who did 9/11. The drawing, I'm just saying.
October, Christian continued to write Facebook posts expressing his profound sadness and loneliness brought about by numerous factors, such as his father's death, bullying from trolls, and a seemingly futile search for a sweetheart. On October 8th, he sent an email to Kim Wilson, writing about how the Chandlers were considering bringing their 2 beagles to a professional dog trainer with whom Barbara had flirted, as the dogs were in need of proper training. In addition, he told her that he put his mind at ease by building Lego structures, playing video
Are you saying that Barbara was trying to get that pussy?
video games, and meeting once a week with his pastoral counselor, Rocky Shoemaker. He also feared that his Facebook account had been hacked into, so he promptly changed his password. On November 2nd, Chris wrote that his foray into dating via eHarmony had not worked out as he had intended. He further reflected that he was not suited for online socialization, and that supposed damage and missing links in his brain prevented him from excelling in public as well. 5 days later, he posted a photo of his custom-made Lego watch, which was supposed to represent himself, and added several puntsome statements about the watch.
My only issue with the watch is that it very clearly wouldn't work, I don't think. It was like a sundial. But here's my thing. That's like a silly thing for you to make. But I wonder, Chris is in his car in a parking lot, it looks like. So what we're saying here is that Chris decided to make this watch, and he was like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna wear this in public. Maybe people will think it's cool. And I feel like somebody should have tried to guide him in the right way. I'm eating Subway. I'm almost done.
On the 26th, he wrote on Facebook that he was feeling down again, missing his father. He also expressed his hatred for the entire male population for taking all the women and leaving him with none to choose from. 3 days later, he revealed himself through a captioned photograph of himself that he was a true American and also a brony. When Kim asked Chris about what a brony was, he told...
I don't think you could do that. I don't think you could be a true American and a brony. Do you think that you can call yourself a true American and a brony at the same time? This is a deep philosophical conversation I'm about to have with my wife.
I don't think bronies would be like
Okay.
But I think that they
All right, so she said she doesn't think that like they would be like your traditional American like fuck yes, but they would stand with the forefathers. Why? Because they're incel virgins. They have like a concern, yeah, like forcing women to fuck them because they wouldn't want to do it. She's saying the only way it's different is that I don't know if you could hear her, but she said something about horses. The bronies like horses that are basically represent like 4-year-old girls, maybe like 8-year-old, 10-year-olds. Yeah. You know, not for nothing. I remember watching a documentary. I say this every once in a while, and it talked about people with autism, and a lot of them loved My Little Pony. I didn't know it, so I took an autism test, and they told me I had autism. The thing is I don't like My Little Pony, but listen. Maybe about a month ago. Okay, I was on YouTube looking for something to watch, and a My Little Pony video did come up. It was the lore of My Little Pony, so I watched it, part of it, not all of it. The only reason I didn't finish is because I forgot about it. But I watched like the first 3 seasons worth of lore, and I was like, "Wow, interesting." I could see why people liked it. And so what I did is I went and I stabbed myself. And I had to condition myself to never watch that because I don't want to turn into a brony.
Sure that it was a male fan of the cartoon series My Little Pony. On December 11th, Chris also came out as a gamer publicly on Facebook.
Whoa! Sorry for yelling. The reason that's so impactful is because the gamers are the most oppressed class.
The following day, he informed his friends that he had recently gotten a new gaming device, the Nintendo Wii U, and subsequently donated his old console, the Wii, to his church.
That's nice. I got the Wii U. It was weird.
He then requested that if any of his friends also get a Wii U, they should send him a friend request to his username in Nintendo's online social space.
I like how his little avatar has like an eyeshadow on.
Miiverse. He scoffed at the trolls for not discovering his account sooner. On December 20th, as a Christmas present.
Bro, did you hear that? Oh, I'm not even fucking with you this time.
He scoffed at the trolls for not discovering his account sooner.
Bro, okay. The reason why that really hits me is because like Chris is used to constant, even if it's negative attention, constant attention from the trolls. And now, probably due to his father passing and the fact that they're like seeing him post on Facebook about how upset he is, they're disengaging with him, troll-wise. On top of the fact that he'd be able to identify trolls on eHarmony. So like now he's losing attention from the trolls that used to give him all this attention, and he's like desperate for that, like that really parasocial toxic relationship.
On December 20th, as a Christmas present, he offered a free download of the recording of his father Bob Chandler's guest appearance on WTJU radio in 1990, plus an additional 3 hours of jazz music. A few days after Christmas, Chris lamented again that he felt very lonely and almost wished that the world indeed ended, referring to the popular conspiracy theory of the time that the end of the world had been prophesied to come on December 21st, 2012. On the final day of the year, he commented that his New Year's resolutions for years have been to find a woman to make into a sweetheart.
They're saying his New York resolutions.
But sadly, that wish had yet to be realized. On January 1st, 2013, Christian left a comment directed at his friends. Stupid comment. If there is anyone in my friends list who knows any slender woman in Charlottesville, Virginia, who can introduce me to other women in Charlottesville, Virginia, of which are very likely to be single, smoke-free, slender, honest, and true, I would be eternally grateful. Yep. The next day, he wrote...
Honestly, Chris, you have to stop having standards if you want to get some pussy. Slender and smoke-free? Christopher. It's never gonna happen.
Again that he felt depressed and that his life was like a nightmare. He posted 2 photos of a Lego figure representing himself. First, standing upright, and then lying face down. He soon made the Lego figure his new Facebook profile photo.
Wow.
On that same day, he posted the photo of him accepting his graduation certificate at Manchester High School in 2000 and expressed his regret for not shaking anyone's hand and running off stage crying. He stated that his mother had told him that his actions brought shame upon their family.
Wow.
On January,
that makes sense as to why he like looks at that as a negative point in his life all the time.
10th, in an email to one of his gal pals, he revealed that pranksters sometimes threw eggs at the Chandlers' house and their cars. He also told her that he felt great
free eggs. Shit.
difficulty in opening up to new people because he believed that anyone he may meet in real life, even police officers, might turn out to be trolls in disguise.
Bro, I told you, this dude has fucking PTSD.
After sympathizing with him, she let him know that she would be attending the gaming convention, Madicon, in nearby Harrisonburg, Virginia, and asked if Chris would be interested in coming.
Look at these DDR nerds. They got like fucking box fans in front of them because they sweat so much. Take off the jacket you have wrapped around your ass, loser.
Along. After several discussions with his mother, Chris stated that he was allowed to go to the convention for one day. However, in order to limit the number of people there who might recognize him, he planned to wear a costume fashioned like the one seen in the 1997 film Eyes Wide Shut.
Okay.
At the end of the month, at the suggestion of
good idea,
a fellow churchgoer, Christian created a profile on the online dating site, Match.com. When he was setting up his account, he found that someone else had used his email address to create an obscene profile, which he quickly wiped clean and personalized, and set his username as Quickville Guardian. On February 4th,
why? Why would you do that? Okay, whatever.
Chris posted a recently discovered photograph featuring Daniel Mims from The Game Place, the person who helped spread Chris's 2007 photo on the internet. He asked if anyone knew of his current whereabouts, so he could either send him or hand him a letter expressing how strongly he felt against him and his friend, Lucas. A couple of days later, he posted about his enjoyment of the 2012 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles animated series and attached a photo of his Lego TMNT figures.
Those look really cool, actually.
Revealing that he had drawn breasts onto the female turtle.
Why would you do that, Chris? Why do you gotta draw titties on the fucking female turtle? You gotta ruin it. I saw a little bit of the movie about the girl turtle and I turned it off immediately. It was an old movie. It was weird.
Venus de Milo.
Yeah, it's her titties.
Not long after, Christian made a Facebook post shared only with Kim Wilson, showing that he decided to shave off his eyebrows and was evidently not pleased with the result.
Bro, dude, can we just talk about... Have you ever seen the girls on TikTok who shave their eyebrows off? Those fucking psychopaths? Chris Chan invented that. Can we see a trend? Chris Chan is the creator of everything. The problem is that Chris Chan was too advanced for, like, the time. Like, think about it. He's too ahead of the time, and people rejected it instantly. But, like, realistically speaking, like, everything he's done, everything that Chris has ever done has turned into a norm. Let's Play videos, having shaving your eyebrows, having autism, all these things now. Because think about it, how many people now are identifying as having autism on TikTok when they have no diagnosis? It's crazy. The original Thomas girl.
After receiving some suggestions from her, he decided to start using a smudge-proof eyebrow pencil and custom shape his eyebrows.
Dude, listen here. Don't take this the wrong way. That's just a lot of Hispanic girls use that style. They shave their eyebrows off and then they draw them back on. Listen, I'm not criticizing. It looks great. But you're appropriating that from Chris Chan. He was the original creator. In fact, if Chris wasn't so racist, he probably... I mean, look how influential he is in the Latina community. God, this joke's killing me. You could have dated him. You could have got with a hot Latino honey. Latinx.
On Valentine's Day, Chris asked her if she knew of any record dealers or collectors in the area, because he and Barbara were intending to sell Bob's extensive record collection to pay off their debts. On February 25th, a day after his 31st...
Oh, you're killing me. You're right. Christian, Ricardo, Weston Chandler. Oh my God. Bro, the signs were there the whole time. Holy shit. Dude, I'm fucking mind blown. It all makes sense. Holy shit, dude. Oh my God. Dude, oh my God. Dude, you guys don't understand. This makes so much sense. Chris is the second coming. You're right. He's talking about a fantasy world where everything you draw comes to real life. That's heaven. That's heaven. And you guys are like, you guys miss. This is what happens. This is what the original saying was. Everything you're drawing is coming to real life. Back then, their drawings were terrible. They look like shit. Now they're looking real. Like Sonic Jew. Fucking. Is this real life? You know, that's the first thing I thought.
First birthday. Christian wrote an extensive complaint on Facebook, focusing on a short YouTube video featuring the voice actress Tara Strong, playing the part of her Twilight Sparkle character from the series My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, performing a parodic troll-related rap. While I do respect her voice acting in MLP FIM, and she does a good job—
What is FI? Oh, Friendship is Magic. Gotcha.
At portraying Twilight, I feel distraught in hearing her voice not only in promoting trolling, but linking Twilight with the act, even as to dare mark the now Alicorn a mascot for trolling. As a lot of people are aware of me, I've been a grave victim of trolling for over 5 long years. I've been emotionally and mentally scarred by the trolls' deceptions, lies, blackmail, slander of my once good name, and so forth.
Oh.
Now I'm like a black sheep of the world for the wrongest of reasons, and people are afraid and misunderstand worse of me and of who I am and was. So, I address you, Miss Tara Strong. Did you have any knowledge or acknowledgement of what trolling was and is, and how these horrible people have and continue to mentally and emotionally damage innocent people with their twisted, sick, demented, and evil ways alongside Anonymous and 4chan behind the veils of the internet?
He's not actually wrong with the whole 4chan thing. Nowadays, I don't know if 4chan's as crazy now. I think they've moved on to a different place. 4chan's mostly just for porn and beheading videos.
How do you stand in the name of protecting innocent people from being emotionally and mentally damaged from such bullying? And what were you thinking at the time when you recorded your voice for Black Griffin's meme, which obviously depicted and promoted trolling? If you had absolutely no regard to the consequences of the people, including myself, who were, are, and have been the tragic victims of the bullying trolls, then I see a lot of disappointed Twilight Sparkle fans and bronies ready to boo at you. Please prove my theory wrong, and make a statement directly from your person, and in the good name of Twilight Sparkle, Bubbles, and all of the characters you've given your voice to. One of his readers decided to forward his message to Tara Strong's own Facebook account. She addressed Chris's post the next day.
What? Why is Chris so influential, despite only getting 6 shares?
I don't think I've seen anyone put an ugly spin on something this outrageously for their own attention. Anyone who follows me knows that I'm on a huge anti-bullying platform, and even wrote and produced a song about it. All my trolling, as we on Twitter call it, is completely adorable and makes people smile. Christian's article makes me angry and disappointed. Hope I never meet the guy.
Whoa!
The next day, Chris defended his comments on Facebook.
Holy moly, that's terrible. Because, like, yeah, Chris is being a little dickhead, but if you think about his background, he associates all trolling with, like, his entire life that has been ruined by trolling, you know?
Book, calling out trolling as bullying and denouncing Strong's involvement with the short. In early March.
If you think about it, the only reason why it looks terrible. If you think about it, the only reason that people didn't really agree with Chris is because he has autism, and you guys are all ableist.
Christian dyed his hair back to brown, after admitting to Kim that his blonde hair did not bring him as much attention as he would have liked.
Wow.
On Saturday, March 9th.
Wait, he dyed it brown?
To Kim that in early March, Christian dyed his hair back to brown. After
he dyed his hair back to brown? Is that good to do that? To constantly dye your hair back and forth? It's not good. I knew that. I had to ask a woman because dyeing your hair is weird, but, you know.
After admitting to Kim that his blonde hair did not bring him as much attention as he would have liked. On Saturday, March 9th, he attended Medicon held at James Madison University, where he met up with Kim and also 2 of her female friends.
I mean, honestly, if Chris just started making videos again, he'd probably get the attention that he wants, but...
He showed interest in one of them, but Kim told him that she already had a boyfriend. After he got back home, he wrote that it was his most enjoyable day in a very long time, but his good mood was soured when he found out from the quickie forums that one of his most suggestive pictures that was leaked to Jackie was featured on the MTV show Philosophy.
Oh my god, dude. Oh, this is so fucked up.
Jamie?
Yes.
Who do you date? Who do you room with? Who do you call the cops on?
Okay, room with Bacon Guy, because I love bacon and I can steal his. Definitely put that guy in jail because that's a really ugly couch in the background.
Oh, that was the reason.
Oh,
Chris
no.
left an angry comment on the show's Facebook page. From the one woman's words, Jamie Lee, I don't know what is worse, that she would not date me, or that she would put me in jail over a freaking couch. My once good name
it's a fucking joke, but damn.
Was actually jailed because of the setups, those anonymous, lulzy, shit-faced trolls. At least I was more clean, sexy, and gung-ho than either of the ugly, grimy freak shows I was compared with.
Not for nothing, the bacon guy was kind of hot. I'm just saying.
If I did not have a very good day beforehand today, I would seriously be calling my attorney on your damn show's ass. On March 18th, Chris wrote on Facebook that he felt it spooky and creepy that other autistic males he saw looked just like him.
I can't with this shit. How do we experience what we just experienced? He's upset that every autistic male or every male with autism looks just like him. Incredible.
10 days later, he complained at the increased talk about legalizing gay marriage on the news at the time. I mean,
of course, who wouldn't?
No personal offense, and I am for lesbians being together and their marriage, but I'm really offended with the damn homosexual males altogether. So I am like 50-50 on the current topic in the newspapers.
I'm for lesbians getting together and getting married.
But I am 100% sick, tired, and disgusted of having to read at least the headlines in the Post. Talk about something else already. Anna left a comment. It isn't right for you to be okay with lesbians and not be okay with gays.
True.
Chris then defended his stance. Like it is not right for me to prefer women over men for attraction and companionship, or a number of women not liking women over men for their catty attitudes.
All right. Let's actually have a slightly nuanced conversation here. Everybody has their prejudices. You're allowed to think that lesbians are hot and gay men are not. And you can even think they're gross. You shouldn't, but you can. However, we need to understand that from like a legal perspective, they're the fucking same thing. And you can't advocate against their existence. You know what I mean? Like you could be uncomfortable with something, but you don't have to advocate against their existence.
Kim also contributed to the discourse. Huh, that's weird. You know, the gay women are taking potential girlfriends away from you, and the gay men are keeping other men from taking potential girlfriends from you. So, you've got it backwards.
True.
Anyway, you know, some people might be against autistic rights, you know? What if people are offended by you and say you shouldn't have a girlfriend? Chris then replied, well, I do not like the majority of the male population regardless. The straight ones take the women away. The damn homo males not only try to push their gross ways onto me, but have emotionally and mentally devastated me in their shit troll/cyberbully ways, and they have mislabeled me and Sonaju as such. Damned males piss me the hell off.
Got him.
Kim closed the argument with one more comment. Huh? But that doesn't have anything to do with the original post. But yeah, nah, they're not actually trying to push their sexuality on you. They just know that you react to it and took advantage of that. They're almost certainly not gay, and probably many of them aren't even men. You've really got to cut down on the sexism.
I don't know if I agree with that. Most of the trolls, I think, are men. Or most like dumb internet nerds. I'm not saying all of them are. I just think I would say most of them probably were boys, men, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Chris, women find it unattractive.
Whoa, got him.
On the final day of March, a letter written by Chris concerning his displeasure with his church was leaked on the Quickie forums.
Okay.
He originally had sent it to his counselor, Rocky Shoemaker, who was instructed to print it out and spread it around amongst the parishioners.
Amongst
the
us.
exact date at which it was originally written is uncertain.
Okay.
I feel that ever since Reverend Elizabeth Foss left our church, it has greatly gone downhill for me. Ed Winkler banned me from the church for a month. He has banned me from speaking my piece during the sharing of joys and concerns, and from that, I felt unnecessarily silenced. I also feel my meetings with Rocky no longer have much effect on me or my life. My life continues to be a disappointing standstill of sadness, loneliness, and great stress. Only the people way older than me ever do so much as greet me, and I have very little to share in common with any of them. Nobody even close to my age, or even in their 20s, gives me much to do, or include me in their conversation. Aside from that, I'm hated by a number of people for reasons beyond my full understanding, because I always tried to be a good and nice person for a long time, and in public, I'm constantly overlooked, ignored, or ostracized by everybody. Even speaking out gets me absolutely no attention. I continue to be paranoid of most everyone.
Well, that's probably what's making people not really want to fuck around with you, Chris. So you're speaking out, you know?
Because of them likely being among the internet trolls that still continue to haunt and taunt me. I'm still long desperate for a woman to be my sweetheart. I'm tired of being single, dang it. I continue to serve my family the best I can, and I continue to feel sad, depressed, and lonely. My heart feels numb, and I'm forced to keep a great emotional distance from everybody outside my house and home. I'm an autistic mental and emotional mess, and there's very little I can do to help myself beyond my knowledge. And God sees fit for some hate-filled reason to continue to curse me as a jinx. And so, the church is not helping me much in—
Give me 2 seconds, guys.
my life, mentally or emotionally at all, so I will not be coming back for a long time. On April 4th, Chris made a post about wanting nothing to do with Michael Snyder or the gameplays. In a private post made public—
Oh, wow. I mean, how many times have we heard that? I mean, do you think that Chris still thinks of himself as a nice teenage boy at this point? You know, that's a really interesting question, because I think a lot of people who get older, and myself included, struggle with the concept of it. And it takes like these really weird situations where I'm like, oh shit, I'm old. And it constantly happens to you as you get older, where you're like, oh fuck, I'm old. Oh fuck, I'm old. It happens like all the time. And I feel like, yeah, Chris is probably in like a situation that's kind of similar to that, but it's probably not as like super self-aware. So like, yeah, he might still kind of consider himself, you know, like some kind of like a teenage boy or something weird in that capacity. Because it'll take a lot of him to be like, oh, wait a minute, like I'm getting like old as fuck, bro. You know, it's gonna take a lot for him to realize that.
Only to his friends. He further elaborated on his hatred for the place and singled out Megan Schroeder as the prime queen of the trolls for conscripting Snyder, Mims, and everyone else at the game and hobby store against
Megan Schroeder gets all this shit for doing nothing wrong, man. Megan is innocent, Christopher. You need to stop. Okay, she didn't do it. I don't even think that she knows who you are. She's just really creeped out by you, by your existence. You know.
him. He wished to exact revenge on her and have her jailed and beaten up for allegedly being a vile, wicked, traitorous bitch.
Jesus Christ!
On April 20th, Christian posted 2 photos of himself holding up paper signs. One stated, "I'm my own free bitch," and the other read, "Haters to the left," with an arrow pointing at Chris's left, but the viewer's right, which unintentionally ended up pointing at Chris. Anna fixed.
Oh my god.
This error and posted an altered version of the photo in the comments. He allegedly made these pictures for a girl who he was introduced to by Kim Wilson. 2 days later, he shared a photo of his cat Lucy sitting on his belly, which he called his shrinking mound.
Ew.
On May 15th, Chris went to Facebook to express his disgust for an upcoming spin-off movie of the cartoon series My Little Pony called Equestria Girls, in which the main pony characters are reimagined as humans. Chris claimed that this
What's wrong with that? I don't...
movie would invite pedophiles into the fan base, which according to him was already polluted with so-called horse enthusiasts. On that same day, he reported that his...
Well, listen, Chris is not wrong. First of all, Chris created, like, that's incredible. Like, he must have created anti-furry people as well. He's not wrong, dude. You think that you don't think that people that want to fuck horses that are in here? They're probably like, oh yeah, I want to fuck a horse. And then they're looking at this shit. Those nasty fucking animals. You know it's true, dude. It's real shit.
iPod had fallen out of his pouch, and while still functional, its screen was cracked. 4 days later, he displayed his new invention, which allowed him to store a couple of Apple devices neatly in one place.
Wow.
Necessity is the mother of invention.
What does that mean? Like, it's just... What? Okay. What does that even mean, though? Allows you to store a bunch of Apple devices in the right place? Like, just like the floor? I mean, can we do that anywhere?
I'm glad I crafted the idea for my idea bookcase. Photos taken with new iPod Touch 5th Gen, out of duct tape. The front and back covers are lined with bubble wrap. The inner spine loop can hold as thick as a charging cable, or most pens. There are holes for the cameras to see through very well, and the corner holders are very successful in holding most iOS pod/phone devices. And there's also the Velcro clasp. iPhone 8 gig for calls, business, and internet. iPod 32 gig for entertainment with videos, music, and all. I keep it safe with the lanyard strap and tucked in my bosom. On May 23rd, Christian made his first appearance under the username Painting a Tree on the Quickie forums in a thread about possible server migration. Even though the conversation itself had since migrated onto another site and no longer available in its original layout, the content remains the same. In his short comment, he wished for the Quickie forums...
Christian invented iPhone cases? Hell yeah, brother. It's true. See? We're finding out new stuff that he's invented every day.
User Marvin, who was also the man in the pickle suit during Chris's date with Emily and one of the leading members of the private villa of Corrupted Citizens trolling group, to die, along with the rest of the forums, so he could live out his life in peace. He inferred that he was in fact Chris himself, though other commenters did not publicly acknowledge this fact. 2 days later, in the move to seemingly get the best of the trolls, he posted a link to an image album on the site Imager, consisting of most of his past Facebook posts, many of which were private and shared only with a select few friends. Whether this was truly Chris's act or someone who hacked into his Facebook is uncertain. On May 30th, Christian complained on Facebook about his mother being displeased with him playing video games like Resident Evil in front of her. "My mother has been really getting on my nerves. I really need my girlfriend so that I can get away from here now and then, and I cannot even go downtown now because it wastes so much gas and gas is so costly. And to make guys on my mother's concern for gas cost, that is one reason why I have been on my sabbatical."
Yeah, he's bitching now, but bro, or he's bitching then, but fucking gas now? Woo-ee. All I gotta say, brother. Fucking crazy.
From my church. I have had more freedom when my father was alive, and I end up losing it when he passed away, because now I got to serve my mother and protect her and everything. And I can blame that son of a bitch, Michael Snyder, for taking and wasting the money that my mom and I had soon gotten from my father's passing, because he had to go send us to court for all the goddamn shit of his. Michael Snyder.
You could have just not hit him with a car. That's just a little personal advice. You could have just not hit him with a car, brother. That's just my personal advice to you, bro. Just don't hit him with a fucking car, and you would have been fucking fine.
Snyder is a bastard to me and my mother. For taking us to court, he essentially stole a lot of money from us indirectly. In early June, Christian began playing the PS Vita game, Tor's Friend Network, which was connected to his Facebook account, and frequently automatically posted updates about his activities on his profile. On June 22nd, after finding out that he...
Those shits are so fucking annoying. I know exactly what they're talking about. They're always like, do you want to post on Facebook? Why the fuck would I want people to know I'm playing some kind of cringe-ass game on Facebook? Like, that just seems like the weirdest thing in the world to want to announce, but...
He and his mother were not invited to his half-brother Cole Smithy's wedding 3 months prior. Christian recorded a video targeted at the musician who performed at the wedding, John Kyle, who was also Cole's stepbrother.
So, I'm assuming that it's on the dad's family. That's why they weren't invited. I mean, it kind of does make sense. Sometimes family bonds do, like, develop through there a little bit, but... yeah.
Hello, John Kyle. This is Christian Weston Chandler, Joseph Cole Smithy's half-brother. We share the same mother, Barbara Ann Weston Chandler. I understand that you have performed recently at his wedding a few months ago. I have just learned this. Yeah, so he finally got married. Whoop-de-doo for him. Oh, and thank him for the invitation that we never received. We would have RSVP'd sooner and actually come to the wedding had he actually invited me and our mother.
Okay.
Anyway, I am sending you this video response because I wish to inquire about his current address so that my mother and I can at least be able to write to him personally. Because
maybe you should just message him, you know, privately or on Facebook or something, Chris, instead of making a video about it.
She does miss him very much.
Because it's like a little weird that you're making this video. That could potentially lead to this guy getting like somewhat doxxed. Okay.
I've tried time and again to get him to contact him and get in touch with him, and my mother talked to him. He never responds.
Oh.
Never responds. He should love his mother. She misses him. Nearly 72 years old. She does not need to be treated like a piece of dirt. She is a lot better than that. Regardless of what anybody has lied to Cole about. Everything he heard from anybody outside the house, even Jerry, his father-in-law, or Jack, I think was the name of his real father.
We're getting some real lore here. We're getting some real family lore here. Holy shit.
They all lie to him about about the kind of person Barbara Ann is and was. So at least have the common decency to reply to us, brother. It's been like what, over a decade since the final ever family reunion in Red Oak. Everybody hates us there now since Karina died. Anyway, if you know his address, John, please refer to...
It seems like the mom, like, I don't know. So people have told me that like the mom is much worse than this video represents, and I don't know if that's true. I remember seeing something that was a little suspicious. I mean, obviously, leaning into the idea that, you know, you should go hit somebody with a car, probably not the greatest advice. If that is true, though, it creates like this really interesting dynamic here between Chris and Barbara and like the rest of the world, where like Chris is already isolated because he's getting trolled so badly, but then also Barbara's isolated because like she might be abusive. And nobody wants to interact with her, and that creates like these are the only two people left for each other, kind of like really fucked up, like gross thing. There's just so much fucked up shit when it comes up to this conversation, man. So much
related to me, and you may share this video with Cole as well next time you talk to him. Thank you, and have a good day.
At a later date, John Kyle was made aware of this video and left a comment. He stated that he was sickened by Chris equally as much as the community surrounding him, and that Cole had never even mentioned Christian to him. 2 days later, Mary McLaren, Anna's mother, metaphorically sent Chris good energy via Facebook and asked him to enjoy each day by finding joy in the small simple things that give him pleasure. He left a comment on her post. Whoopee, that'll bring pretty, single, well-organized women around to make the first move on me.
Maybe.
Open parentheses, :0. On July 7th, he shared via Twitter and Facebook that he liked the movie My Little Pony Equestria Girls on YouTube, despite his initial staunch criticism. A month later, Chris went to Facebook to praise the high school Lego set and set it to win an award for Best Toy. On August 6th, Chris posted a photo of the newspaper onto which one of his dogs had recently urinated. He felt that the resulting puddle bore the image of a girl. The next day, one of Chris's Facebook friends, William Elliott Waterman, made a lengthy post on the social media platform addressing the trolls. After finding out that his comments on Chris's posts were also being archived onto the wiki forums, he lashed out at the trolls, expressing that he felt that they were no better than Chris, and despite having a job, neither was he. He angrily pleaded for them to stop bullying him and treat him like a human being. Sometime in early August, Christian began tracking down as many people as he could from his Manchester High School class of 2000 on Facebook and sent them friend requests. After they connected on Facebook, Chris sent them on.
Isn't that like the horror though of Facebook? Is like, you know, you get out of high school and all those people that you maybe didn't want to associate with, you don't have to deal with them anymore. Where you'd like walk around every day on like thin ice, being like, oh man, I hope I don't have to see so and so today. And then all of a sudden Facebook pops around, they add you, and you're like, fuck, I gotta add him back, you know?
Known gifts, for which they thanked him via post on the social media site. He apparently had trouble finding Tiffany Gowan, one of his closest gal pals, so he asked on the Quickie forums through his Painting a Tree account about her whereabouts. He failed to gather any useful information. From August 15th, he started uploading seemingly random pictures on Twitter and Facebook. On the 17th, he revealed in a graphic that each of those images was linked to one another in some way, and asked if his readers could solve the riddle and determine the missing picture in the sequence. After getting annoyed by the lack of people trying to contribute an answer, Christian went to the Quickie forums under his Painting a Tree alias, irritated by the trolls' silence regarding his riddle. He explained how a couple of the other images related to each other, and encouraged them to try solve it. He deleted the riddle 2 days later, and returned to the forums to give one more clue for the riddle, which involved a photo in which Chris wore a hat with branding promoting the Pittsburgh Pirates baseball team. He expressed his infuriation at the troll's stupidity, and questioned why he still
I saw that before. I just didn't understand it because it was dumb. Interesting though, but
them. On August 20th,
Chris invented the Zodiac Killer? Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, if anything, maybe Barbara invented the Zodiac Killer because Chris is the Zodiac Killer. Just kidding, but...
With the help of another party, Chris started a page on Facebook called Braziers for Males. His aim was to encourage and normalize the concept of men wearing bras, giving multiple use...
Oh, guys, you heard it. There's another first. Chris is the first meninist advocating for male rights and body positivity. He's really ahead of his time if you think about it, because men would be like, yeah, you know what? We should be able to fundamentally body positivity movement for males. But
cases, such as to prevent chafing, offer support and relief, flatten the wearer's chest if they develop enlarged breast tissue, or even to express their sexual identity. The profile photo of the page was one that was snapped by a troll, and originally depicted Chris out in public, wearing a sports bra, onto which "Want Woman" was written. However, the iteration on Facebook was altered to remove the text on his bra. On the 23rd, he uploaded a photo album onto the page.
I guess they made a good picture.
Page, showing a collection of male breasts. He later on updated another album, wherein he edited all of the photos with what was likely Microsoft Paint to make it seem like the men were all wearing bras.
Wow. That
Also
looks like a really comfortable
Christian
bra.
shared a post on the Breast Cancer Awareness Facebook page and revealed that his mother, Barbara, was a breast cancer survivor. He soon after uploaded a photo of his mother with her dog, Snoopy. The following day, Christian started a discussion on the Quickie forums titled, "Christian Weston Chandler is straight! You goddamn pinheads!
I disagree.
I have already told you. Chris has told you. The riddle..."
Wait, so like, what's the motivation for this? Was anybody calling him gay, or is this just like kind of random? Because it feels like this is just kind of like, is he just making outrage posts just because he's bored?
His answer was the fucking Pittsburgh Pirates. Christian is not a goddamn homo. Christian is straight. He gets hard over women. He vomits.
What is the answer to the riddle? Was the Pittsburgh Pirates? And by the way, I'm straight. What the fuck? What?
Males. Get it through your goddamn demented thick skulls, you goddamn pinheads! I should know very well, because I am Christian Weston Chandler of Ruckersville, Virginia, himself.
You know what I will say, though? Is that, like, people who tend to have a lot of female friends tend to be either girls or gay dudes. It's true. You know it's true. Just saying.
You goddamn males make me vomit. Sick and shit. On September 1st, Christian shared his custom-made online flyer for a supposed reunion of his high school class, due to take place in 2015, and asked if anyone could help him track down his gal pals, Tiffany Gowan and Miranda Mitchell. The next day, he reported that he got into an altercation with a so-called female manager at Walmart. He shared her name and email address, and requested his followers to let her personally know that no one should bother autistic people who are currently depressed, in a foul mood, and hate the Xbox line of game consoles. His friend William Waterman tried to reason with him, and advised him against sharing people's email addresses on a public forum like Facebook. Chris in return reinforced the story that the event happened because he was in a bad mood, and that the female security officer spoke harshly to him. He confessed that his actions were immature, dumb, and irrational, but he had mental problems. He further elaborated that he was in his present condition because
now that's you. That the last episode we talked about. That's like using the autism card. Like it's one thing to be like, yeah, I was having a bad day and I made an irresponsible mistake. But like being like, well, I have autism. That's kind of like playing the card there. You know what I mean? Like, I understand you get to struggle with interactions, but I don't know. That's what it feels like to me. Maybe I'm being stupid, but
actions of past managers and Megan Schroeder, and demanded that she return his Sailor Moon DVDs that she allegedly had conned.
Bro, I feel so bad for Megan.
He closed his rant
She's nothing to do with any of this.
Rob Bell, a major wuss, and complained about the thousands of dollars that he and his mother had to pay him. Not long after, he reposted his original Facebook post on the Quickie forums under his Painting a Tree alias, once again seemingly pretending that he was not Chris at all.
Yeah, that's like his Blue Eyes White Dragon card that he plays there. It's like in the popular show Yu-Gi-Oh!
He encouraged the trolls to harass the security officer. A day later, he wrote what he called Quick's Hallmark Negative Life Events, which was a chronological list of events and people in his life that negatively affected him. These included his childhood babysitter, Roach, the elementary school principal who attempted to molest him, his high school graduation, Michael Snyder.
Wait, what? Hold on.
Babysitter, Roach, the elementary school principal who attempted to molest him, his high school graduation.
Wait, what are you talking about? What? I missed something. Is he referring to like the teacher that was like mean to him and he thought he was a gay predator or something? What the fuck is he talking about? What? What?
Included his childhood babysitter, Roach, the elementary school principal who attempted to molest him.
Was this the thing that we missed? Did I miss this? There was an actual elementary school teacher trying to molest him? What the fuck?
His high school graduation, Michael Snyder, Megan, and the online trolls. 2 days later, Chris had his final court date in relation to his crimes against Snyder nearly 2 years prior.
There was the principal who made him sit on his lap. Yeah, I can't recall anything. Is that real? Wow, what the fuck? Okay.
Felonies were reduced to misdemeanors. He received a 2-month suspended jail sentence, was requested to be on good behavior and stay away from the game place. On September 6th, Chris angrily took to Facebook to declare that he had been banned from his nearest Walmart because of his actions on the 2nd. When asked by his friends as to the reasons why, Chris wrote that they banned him for drawing on in permanent marker an H and E in front of an Xbox display in the store, making the sign read Xbox.
Oh, okay.
Despite his followers trying to reason with him and tell him why it was a justifiable punishment for defacing the sign, he still could not come to terms with it. The next day, he announced another encounter with law enforcement.
He's just like, no, you don't understand. It is a hex box. Is that like his whole argument? What the fuck? How good are 204 druids? So, the 204 druids, every 204 druid increases, or any, well, you wouldn't really get 204 druids. A lot of people go 014 druids, and then they'll go like a 015 druid. So basically, every one of these druids increases every druid's like attack speed in range, and it attacks with 5 times, but it doesn't impact itself, so you need 6 of them. And then I'm going for like one of them to be, I'm going for like, it's probably 205 druid. I like to go 20, because I feel like when you go into this path, Heart of Oak doesn't do shit. So I like going this path, but you know, that's how good they are. Once I'm able to upgrade it, it gets really good. It's completely unnecessary for this game, because you can pretty much clear this if I just got like a 302 or a 320 Super Monkey, or 2 of them. But like, I just feel like using this strat, and it works better with the Druid because, or with Oberyn Greenfoot, because he buffs them. So.
God is giving me the middle finger yet again. I backed up and scratched a car in El Agave lot, and she's a damn smoker. Now the damn jerk-up is giving me a hard time because I'm screaming up at freaking Emmanuel God. I want God to just kill me now if he is going to keep giving me middle fingers and a damned difficult life. After this event, Christian decided that police were not allowed to be in Quickville, Virginia, and that law within the town could be performed solely by the psychic Pokemon team led by Magichan.
Christian created defund the police. It's true. All right, abolish the police. I think my favorite tower in the game is like is actually a probably like a 150 druid, because it's actually the Hard Thorns makes the druid pop leads. But that's not for this. That's not.
On September 10th, he shared his Braziers for Males page on his personal profile. Later that day, he wrote a post dismayed about a decreasing friends count on Facebook and pleaded for his friends to not leave him. He regarded all members of his high school class part of his family and desperately wished for all of them to come together for their reunion. On September 11th, he posted a photo on the
so were people... Oh, dude, this is so sad. So he's adding people from his high school and they were like unfriending him because he was going fucking insane? That's probably exactly what was happening. That's just sad for Chris. Holy shit. Or I wonder if trolls were leaving because they were bored of him too.
Mentioned Braziers for Males page, which showed that he became offended by witnessing the DVD cover for the film Magic Mike and had drawn on bras on all the shirtless actors on the cover. He soon after uploaded a photo gallery of men wearing bras. Also on that day, a troll who went by the name Martin Wilson posted a video on the page, allegedly thankful for Chris bringing awareness to the subject and speaking in a manner not unlike Christian.
So this is what I wore before he told me to go to Walmart. I used to go with a white tee, and you see the duct tape, the tape in the background? Yeah, I used to, cover my nippy slips, nippy slips. So yeah, this is just thank you to Christian Weston Chandler, the founder.
Is this guy real, or is this guy trolling? Serious question.
The founder of this page.
Wait, this guy might be real. Is this the guy who was who's really genuine, likes Chris, but Chris thought it was a troll and treated him like shit? Fuck.
This movement, I feel like this will go really far, and maybe we need to take this to President Obama and Michelle Obama. They seem like sensible folks who will help us realize our goal. So thank you, group. I feel very welcome.
On the 17th, Chris discovered a DVD of the cartoon series Sonic Underground, which he spotted on the grass in his front yard. He supposed it was a gift for him from either a fan or a troll, and had been lying on the ground for quite some time, since the front cover had gotten warped and wrinkled from being out in the rain. He then went to Facebook to demonstrate how to and how not to bring him presents, with the help of some demonstrationary imagery.
Okay.
On September 24th, he showed off 3 Lego characters meant to represent Megan Schroeder, Mary Lee Walsh, and Michael Snyder, all upside down and contained inside another transparent Lego piece.
Wow.
He confessed that when he felt especially angry, he would shake the vial, treating the figures like voodoo dolls, taking out his anger on the people he believed had wronged him.
Okay.
He further explained that during his friendship with Megan, she often requested that he buy items from eBay for her, and apparently did not reimburse him with cash, but instead merchandise from her own collection, such as anime, manga, DVDs, figurines, and a mixed bag of Legos.
Interesting.
On October 3rd, Chris received an email from one Rebecca Bentley, a troll who posed as one of his Manchester High School classmates. She expressed her disapproval of his constant negative comments against Megan, highlighting that their interactions happened a long time ago, and that possibly she could have changed as a person since then. She wanted him to admit that he played a part in the downfall of their friendship, and that he could channel all the hateful energy he had against her into something more productive that could make him happy. Throughout early October, he continued to make hateful Facebook.
Someone says, I hope that's all he does with those figures and those vials. For sure, brother. For fucking sure, man.
Posts against Megan, claiming that he would only forgive her if she apologized.
What if Megan was actually a piece of shit? It's totally possible. It's totally possible. You're saying because of what was just said, right? Like she wouldn't pay him back. She'd pay him back in like whatever bullshit. That's like, I feel like it's like normal. Like, oh, can you buy this for me? I'll give you like my fucking manga, my hentai anime, you know?
As to him face to face, gave him back his Sailor Moon DVDs, and when all the negative words against him on the internet are gone forever.
Well, that's impossible to happen.
On the 5th, he allegedly received an email response from Megan, though it was likely.
Do you think somebody told him that Megan was the cause of all the problems? That like a troll? Do you think that like, dude? Because there's probably trolls that never seeps to the light. They're trolling Chris, but in the background, you know. Oh, his dad said that. Yeah, true. That's fair. Maybe that's what happened. The dad is the ultimate troll. Holy shit.
To have been penned by an impersonating troll. I didn't conspire to destroy your life. You did that enough on your own, with your ridiculous webcomic and your war against ED. As for the touching thing, I don't like being touched by men who aren't in a relationship with me. And all those things you did for me, I thought you did that because we were friends, and I was grateful. Do you know how much of your crap I put up with? The touching, the rants, the being creepy, all that. I never set up that ED page. It wasn't me who told.
And I didn't fake romance. That was real. Wait, what? Christopher wasn't gay, and how did that send you into mental shock? Did you believe it was yours or something? You were already internet phenomenon. Oh, wow.
Mims and Lucas to do.
You're already an internet phenomenon long before I came into the picture.
Stuff. I didn't get you banned from the store, and I sure as hell am not responsible for the death of your father. Do you know how bad that picture made me feel? It scared the hell out of me. You are the one who should apologize. Didn't you consider me a sweetheart? Well, for all your other sweethearts, you made those stupid videos. So if I still mean so damn much to you, why don't you make a video apologizing to me? And maybe, just maybe, I'll consider emailing Lucas and telling him to take some stuff down.
Wait a minute, though. I was like, oh, I was on her side until the last part. I'll consider emailing Lucas and telling him to take some stuff down. That's just interesting to me. So either this is really Megan and she's connected to the trolls, or that's a troll pretending to be Megan. Okay.
On that same day, Christian posted 28 photos on Facebook, seemingly depicting a narrative in which the Lego incarnations of Chris and Megan fight each other, and Chris ultimately defeats her.
Wow.
Without much interaction from other real-life people, Christian's imagination took over, fueling his unquenchable rage for the people who he saw as his enemies. Even when his friends tried to convince him otherwise, he refused to let go of the idea that he was a widely persecuted figure, hungry for revenge. So he sought comfort in the things that could not disagree with his thoughts, those that could help him realize his visions of vengeance, the games and toys around him.
Damn. Deep ass shit, bro. Fuck. What an episode. Starting to really spice up. That was 2013. Okay. Incredible. Papa Check filter finger Aquaman published not saying
times.
Yeah, I watched it already, bro. Unless there's something new that
missed half of this, and yet I still enjoy watching. I'll have to go back after.
Oh, thanks for the sub, brother. I mean, I talked about that earlier.
Just resubscribed for
hey,
7
thanks
months.
for the sub,
Damn,
Sejuani,
these
LOL.
5 months have gone by so fast.
Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah.
I go back to September 11th. Airplanes were used that day.
Yeah.
As the weapon to kill thousands of people, to inflict
ban
terror on our
airplanes,
country.
of course.
There wasn't a conversation about banning airplanes.
Wow.
No, there was not a conversation about banning airplanes. We had a conversation about saying like, oh, let's have better control of people who get on airplanes, because that's a practical next step, which is close to what we're talking about when it comes to guns. The practical next step. Don't worry, I'm pretty convinced she wasn't telling her whole truth. You're probably right. She's probably lying, but I'm just saying I haven't looked into it specifically. So, yeah, just ban buildings. Yeah, right. The conversation is about like reasonable regulation. So like increase regulations to get on a plane, increase regulations to get a gun. That's where the whole thing goes.
Wow, that is a good point. I can't think of any way flying changed after 9/11. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get to the airport 15 hours early so the TSA has time to run a background check on my shampoo to see if it has any links to ISIS.
It's true. You can't even get water on there. Isn't that crazy? I think we should trust the jury that they did their job seriously. I personally don't use social media much. I don't think it's impossible. No, I think that that's fine. I don't really care. I'm just saying that like they were definitely influenced. I'm just saying that they're definitely influenced. Doesn't necessarily mean that they were wrong, but they were definitely influenced. It's a conversation about like the pervasive like social narrative could have potentially moved the conversation the wrong way. I'm not saying that they did. I'm just saying that it's something to consider. Yeah.
People are now disabling them.
Oh, I already talked about this yesterday. Jesus, that's wild. What the fuck? Yeah, they weren't sequestered and they have families. Yeah, they definitely heard something. Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Guys, I'm gonna try subliminals and manifest my... Okay, that's weird. Is this just a cringe compilation? Nah, I don't think so. I don't think they were sequestered. Okay. All right. I don't even know who this is. Yeah, I think we're about to get into this next and possibly last segment. Wow. What's the dog doing? Wait, why is this racist? Because the dog ate it first? I eat off the same fork or spoon as my dog. I don't care. All right, guys. All right, fellers. So Matt Walsh, dude, it's crazy. So I saw a clip on Twitter from a conversation that Matt Walsh had with like a gender educator, that was a therapist, teacher. And after I watched it, my basic take was like, hey, I think this is a good conversation to have, but Matt Walsh doesn't seem particularly interested in actually having the conversation. He just seems to be setting up for a gotcha moment onto the gender teacher, right? So the gender professor, yeah. So I have no problem with him disagreeing, but he wasn't there for like an honest conversation. And I'm realizing that I have a very conservative audience who they don't really listen to what I have to say and respectfully disagree. They just kind of melt the fuck down. A lot of people were just like, yeah, well, they couldn't answer the simple question. And I've actually answered it about 4 times in that video because I like to ramble a lot. And and again, this was like the whole gotcha thing. And it's like, yeah, Matt Walsh asks like, well, what is a woman? Right? And the guy, he asks this guy after he set him up and the guy realized that it was a gotcha moment. So he's like, a woman is someone who identifies as a woman, which Matt Walsh said, well, that's a circular answer, which is true. And then he referenced something about gender norms in particular societies being like having it being based off of. And so like that's where I said, do I think my audience is left or right? I think that they're somewhere in the middle at some point. Depends on the person. You know, if we put Matt Walsh in there, all the conservatives will kind of get upset and blah, 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 blah. Probably have a more conservative leading audience, honestly. Anyway, I asserted the answer. I think a woman, not gender, socially, not biologically. A biological woman, you know, the JJ, uterus. is somebody who identifies as a woman and somebody who identifies as a woman and makes a reasonable attempt to express themselves as a woman in society. They actually attempt to express themselves as a woman. Now, a lot of people would say, well, that's circular. And I did elaborate. And I said that what a woman is from a social perspective is very different depending on the society. However, like, yeah, there's some characteristics. Realistically speaking, if you identify any singular characteristic outside of, vagina and whatnot, from a gender perspective, a woman can be any of those. A woman can be short, tall, fat, skinny. They can be muscular. They can be not muscular. They can have long hair. They can have short hair. The way that we view gender in society now is almost irrelevant. Like, think about it from a societal perspective of like working. You're not going to say a woman or a man can't do a job because they're a woman or a man, right? You will say that, like, you will set a particular standard for what the job is, and then you'll say, like, okay, you have to adhere to this standard, and if you can't, you don't get the job. And different jobs are going to be potentially better for generally men versus women. Like, more physical jobs are probably better for men, right? At the end of the day, because I talked to my wife about this, and we talked more about, like, what does it mean to identify as a woman anymore? And, like, that's where the conversation should be focused, right? Because if you have a trans woman, in my opinion, that's not super passable, right? I could see why it'd be uncomfortable for them to enter the women's bathroom. Or I totally get why a trans woman shouldn't compete in sports with cisgender women, because they're going to have an unfair advantage. So yeah, one thing I would say to people who might disagree, right, is the question is like, okay, if you look at somebody like Blair White, is this a woman to you? Is this a woman? Would you feel comfortable with them going into the male bathroom because they're a trans woman? That's where the conversation goes. I feel like most people are like, yeah, I'm okay with her going to the women's restroom. That's a woman, looks like a woman, right? And then you look at somebody like, I can't Google it on screen, hold on. You look at somebody like Buck Angel. The only reason I can't Google is because they're a porn star, and I don't want them to. Okay, you look at Buck Angel. Do you think that this person should go into the women's restroom? That's a biological woman. And then we start getting into the conversation like, okay, it's obviously a little more complicated than we think. A lot of the conversation around what is and isn't a woman essentializes around protected spaces for cisgendered women, right? That's a biological woman, yeah. And so, like, that's where a lot of the conversation gets directed. So clearly, a lot of people would look at Buck Angel and go like, yeah, I think Buck Angel's a guy. And so, like, to an extent, it seems like your acceptability of trans people does hinge on their, what you call, passability, right? So if they look like a guy, like, I would feel uncomfortable with Buck Angel going into a woman's restroom, right? Because it's a very masculine person who the social narratives, they could overpower somebody and, like, hurt them in the bathroom. That's usually the argument why we shouldn't let trans women in the bathroom. But what about, what about trans men go into the bathroom with women? You get the conversation? So that was what I said. Yeah. At the end of the day, I think what a woman is kind of just, like, becoming less and less relevant as time goes on. Like, what does it mean to be a woman? Like, you know what I mean? I don't think it really matters as much anymore. Obviously, you may want to fuck women. I totally get that. And I think that, like, trans women and trans men should have to tell you that they're trans, or they should tell you that they're trans before you start diddling, or that would be quite violating to you if they lied about it. But yeah, okay. Let's get this going.
Talked to a lot of people for my film, What is a Woman, which is streaming now exclusively on the Daily Wire.
Oh, you know what's so funny? I keep getting advertisements for What is a Woman on my channel. And people are like, are you okay with this? It's like, why wouldn't I be okay with it? Like, I disagree with the film, probably. I mean, I've been watching bits and pieces clearly through here. Like, who gives a fuck? I don't care. Like, whatever. Why hide the conversation? I'd rather have the conversation, you know?
And you go to whatiswoman.com and get signed up, and you can watch the film right now. Many of the conversations we had were unintentionally hilarious. Many were disturbing. Veering significantly over to the disturbing end of the spectrum is my interview with Dr. Michelle Forcier, who is, as you'll hear her proudly identify herself, a gender-affirming pediatrician, also an abortionist. We flew up to Providence, Rhode Island to speak with Dr. Forcier. She was, friendly enough at first. And what we found in many of the interviews that you'll see...
And that's a whole other conversation. I'm very hesitant about kids transitioning.
In What is a Woman is that gender ideologues are very polite and nice right up until the moment when you express any skepticism at all.
Okay.
But before we get to that point, where things really start to sort of fall apart, let's get to know Michelle a little bit. Watch.
My name is Michelle Forcier.
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second.
My name
I was just trying to. I thought that this sign here, this weird graffiti said trans. I don't know.
is Michelle Forcier, and I have a medical degree from University of Connecticut, residency, University of Utah Pediatrics, and I've worked for a number of different Planned Parenthoods for 20 years. I do advanced contraception and abortion, as well as gender hormones, and sort of looking at the whole sort of schema of gender, sex, and reproductive justice.
So you've done a lot of work in this field. Could you just start by telling us?
Sure.
At what age can a child first begin to transition into another gender or identify themselves as a gender different from how they were born?
Okay, so this is a whole conversation about what it means to transition. Just letting you guys know, you can start transitioning without any hormones. Like, it would be called social transitioning. So let's say your kid's like, I'm a girl, and they're like a biological boy. Then they start identifying as a boy and like dressing like, or excuse me, they're a biological boy, but they look what they're saying they're a girl. Excuse me, I'm getting confused. And they started like dressing like a girl. Well, not that would be considered like that would be considered a social transition. Now, me personally, I try to personalize these things. Like, what if I had a kid? And I think a lot of the hesitation comes from like pretty much every single trans person that exists says that when they were younger, they knew that they were trans. The problem is that like the conversation is getting a little weird, where I don't think people are necessarily acting in the right way. So, for instance, I would say most people, let's say you had like a biological boy and they're like, I'm a girl. Most people would say like, oh, whatever, I don't care, and like just kind of move on from it and not play into it, which is probably, or they'll say like, no, you're not, which is probably, in my opinion, the right way to operate. You shouldn't really want your kid to be trans. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with trans people, but like it's clearly very distressing and upsetting to be trans. It's a very hard struggle. You shouldn't really want your kid to have a struggle in life. I think that there's an idea that like some people, and this is probably happening, instantly go like, yes, you're a girl, and they start leaning into it so hard that the kid gets incredibly confused. Kids are very malleable, right? And that would be, in my opinion, considered like a very heavy social conditioning almost. If you're like, oh, you're saying you're a girl? Well, let's get you a Moana doll. Let's get you a dress. Let's paint your nails. Let's give you a girl name. Let's do that. When like, you know, for all we know, maybe the kid just like heard it on TV. Maybe the kid really does feel like a girl. Maybe there actually is like a legitimate like biological reason that they're a girl, which seems to be most of the case, either biological or in the womb impact. Or maybe they just kind of heard something and now you're confusing the fuck out of them. To me, I would just be like, okay, whatever. Like, no, maybe you're not. Like, I'd be like, yeah, you're not. And just kind of move on. And if this pattern kept happening over years, all of a sudden I'd be like, okay, this might be like a real thing. And so they get older and older to the point where it starts distressing them. And I'd be like, okay, let's go to a therapist, right? Now, let's say that's like 8 or 9 years old. Okay, we'll go to a therapist. Then the question about transitioning comes up from a non-medical sense of just like identifying. I'd be like, I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't want that for my kid, but I'd be like, okay, I want my kid to be happy. So we would like explore like, okay, what that means. Then they get to the point of puberty. When it comes to puberty blockers, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't think I would want my kid on puberty blockers because like, what if them going through their male puberty would actually make them go like, oh, I have more of a testosterone balance. Maybe I'm actually a boy again. Or, you know, how do you make that decision at like 10 years old to transition? And then you no longer, like, you could potentially become completely infertile because like you never went through you didn't go through your male puberty. So like your spermies don't really develop. And now all of a sudden you can't have a baby when you become an adult. You know, it's just like a real thing that could happen, you know? I'm not saying that going temporarily on hormone blockers will make you infertile, but I'm saying like if you go on hormone blockers and then you go through a puberty, like a female puberty when you're like a biological boy, like your sperm, I don't think are going to be able to develop to the point where you're going to be able to have kids. I feel like that's a really harsh decision for a child to make. I'm not saying that they're going to grow out of it. I'm just saying like, how do you make like an absolute like yes, no kind of a thing? I feel like you individually have to explore this option. And unfortunately though, in order to do that, you'd have to like do experimentation. Like you'd have to track kids transitioning and almost experiment on kids. So it's like tough, man. It's like a whole tough thing. I just hope that my kid isn't trans because I don't want to have to experience this or deal with this issue because it's going to be like really hard, difficult, complicated, nuanced, and it's not going to be an easy choice to make. And I feel like a lot of parents are probably, the good parents are probably going through that. Sperm bank before transitioning would be a must for my kid. Yeah, it's like $1,200 a year to store your kid's sperm. Isn't that fucked up? It's crazy. It's just not an easy choice to make. And I think that's where a lot of people come from. It's like, hey, I'm a parent. I'm trying to do my best. And like, you're making it difficult for my kid to be happy. That's where it would come from. Because I can't imagine like understanding how it feels to have a trans kid and like trying to do what's best for your kid until like you have that situation. So there's a really fucked up topic. And I lean against giving kids hormones, but maybe it is the right call. I don't really know. Because on the flip side, if my kid's going through a male puberty, they're saying they're a girl, and they start cutting themselves, like, fuck, what do? You Yeah, you just kill yourself. You know, what are you supposed to do? Is that what you're supposed to do? Let them kill themselves? Or you're like, fuck, I guess like they're really having like an immense amount of distress here. Like I need to, you know, it's so hard. It's so hard, bro. So difficult.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's research and data that show that babies and infants understand differences in gender. Some children figure out their gender really early, and the reason why we say, oh, that's
wait, hold on, what?
So that babies and infants
different from how they were born.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's research and data that show that babies and infants understand differences in.
There's research that show that babies and infants understand gender. I just don't think that there's a whole lot. How? Like, do they understand like really basic gender roles? Like, I just feel like they're not super equipped to understand that, but
gender.
okay.
Some children figure out their gender really early, and the reason why we say, oh, that's interesting or important is because they're figuring out their gender identity is not necessarily congruent with their sex assigned at birth.
When the doctor sees the penis.
So this thing is like, how do you flesh that out? Like a genuine feeling of that, or just a kid being like influenced by something that they might see or hear? You know what I mean?
And says this is a male, has the sex of male. That's an arbitrary distinction.
Telling that family, based on that little penis, that your child is absolutely 100% male identified, no matter what else occurs in their life, that's not correct.
So what is gender affirmation care? You're a big proponent of. If we walk through, a child is sitting down with you.
Do you think that she means babies can tell the difference between male and female people? That's possible. Like, that makes sense. Like, you can tell the difference between your mom and dad. Okay.
Questioning their gender. What's the gender affirmation process?
Affirmation means that as a pediatrician, as someone who says my job is to provide the best medical care for you, is I need to listen really carefully. And how I put it in words for kids so that they can understand it is, tell me your story. Where have you been in terms of your gender and your gender identity? Where are you right now? And more excitingly, where would you like to be in the future?
Have you ever met a 4-year-old who believes in Santa Claus?
Mm-hmm.
So this is someone who believes that a fat man is traveling through the sky on a flying reindeer at lightning speed, coming down his chimney with presents.
Yeah.
Would you say that this is someone who maybe has a tenuous grasp on reality?
They have an appropriate 4-year-old handle on the reality
Agreed.
that's very real for them.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's true.
But Santa Claus is real for them, but Santa Claus is not actually real.
Yeah, well, but Santa Claus does deliver their Christmas presents.
Well, yeah, but he's not real, though.
Honestly, the thing that's upsetting me the most is that Matt's trying to suggest that Santa Claus is not real, when I remember seeing him all the time as a kid. I feel like this is not correct. Yeah, the same could be said as religion. Yeah, you're right, honestly. People are going to go fucking ballistic because he said that, and because I reflected that. But like, kind of, you know, I guess, you know, there's no objective truth behind it. I know what you're saying. Jesus Christ.
To that child, they are.
When I see a child who, you know, believes in Santa Claus, and then let's say this is a boy and he says, I'm a girl.
Mm-hmm.
This is someone who can't distinguish between fantasy and reality. So how could you take that as a reality?
I mean, it's a good question. What I would say is that when it comes to, like, you could tell your kid that Santa Claus doesn't exist and they wouldn't believe it. The question comes down to, like, I don't know, because it is a very tough question. You have a kid that, like, how the fuck do they know what's going on? But if you brought it to something else, like, let's say if a kid's being molested, like, by this logic, we could never decide if the kid was actually being molested because it's not like, because they can't really know what's happening to them. I think that there's some level of what a kid can know about themselves, but it's really difficult to distinguish whether it's like real or not. And so that's the caution that you have to kind of operate in when it comes to this situation. You know what I mean? You know, you shouldn't. And to me, it's like, don't over affirm your kid's gender or they're a fucking child, because they might just be saying dumb shit. You know?
I would say that as a pediatrician and as a parent, I would say how wonderful my 4-year-old and their imagination is.
You know, one of the hardest things as we did this film, especially interviewing somebody like that, is not like my instinct just to yell at them to begin with. But that's not what it's kind of a short film if it's just me going around yelling at people. The objective here is to ask questions, and that's all we did through the whole film is just ask questions. And let gender ideology essentially hang itself is the idea, and to show, is this something that can withstand scrutiny or not?
Okay.
Even just basic scrutiny. And what we discovered is that it can't. So what's happening in that exchange is, first of all, she says, talking about a child who sits down with her, is she wants to know about their gender journey and where would you like to be in the future? So she's talking about a child's like 5-year gender plan.
Possibly. I mean, we didn't establish age in this scenario. What I will say is, like, this is the thing, is like, I think there's a difference between asking every single kid in the world what their experience is with their gender versus like parents who take their kid in because they seem to be having an issue with their gender. You know what I mean? It's like the difference between going around asking every kid in the world if they have ADHD versus like asking some kids that their parents brought them in because they think they have ADHD, whether they have ADHD or not. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like we're asking everybody. And then it comes up to like, okay, well, how responsible are the parents in actually properly, addressing this? And then how responsible is like the person, like this woman, how responsible are they in diagnosing it, kind of a thing?
But the point I was trying to get across to her is that children don't have a grasp on reality. I mean, even if in theory people could choose their own gender, which they can't, but if they could, it wouldn't make sense to say that a child could choose it.
I would say, I don't know, obviously I disagree with people. Like, they can, I feel like it's a weird conversation to say you could choose your gender, because I don't think that people, well, there are some fucking nuts out there that just decide they choose their gender, like trans trenders. They just like, oh, I'm going to choose my gender because like they're being dishonest about it. But for the most part, it's not like that's like you're choosing your gender. It's more of like you feel like your gender is incongruent with your sex, and then there's an issue there that needs to be resolved, right? So when it comes down to it, like, trans people exist, and the best course of action to treat them is to go through gender affirming care. Remove the child part from it. Let's just talk about adults. You'd be like, well, that's not true. It's like, okay, but like, you identify an issue, and we can say like some kind of an incongruence. I don't think it's classified as a mental disorder anymore. It's classified as like a sexual health condition, which is weird, but like, whatever. So like, you come in for an issue. It doesn't matter what it is. You have ADHD. What they do, you have ADHD, you have autism, you have gender dysphoria, you have whatever. The first thing they do is they try to figure out if you like actually have this, which sometimes they can get it wrong. And then there's a whole conversation about detransition, as we never have, which is, I think, is bullshit. Come in, you have this particular issue. They start treating it in a way that helps you operate in society to the best of your ability, as happy as you can be. And we've determined that that's not in all cases, but in most cases, some form of gender affirming care that ranges depending on the person, and also the availability of money, because obviously some people don't have enough money to get like affirming care, especially trans women, because it's like more expensive, right? And that's the best way to operate. A lot of people will say, well, yeah, but the suicide rates are the same after transition. The problem is, like we just said, gender affirming care is very expensive for surgeries. So when you say transition, when you say once they transition can range from just socially transitioning, where you're changing, you're growing your hair out and you're dressing more femininely or masculinely, depending on which type of trans you are, to actually getting surgeries. So when you say like, oh, I finished transitioning, what does that mean? Oh, I'm on hormone therapy for a year. You're not even close to any type of a finishing of a transition. So when we say after transition, the suicide rates stay the same, we're not really being honest, because we're not actually determining where is after transition, what is post-transition. We've never actually established that in these types of things. And if it's just going on hormones, that's not even close to being done with your transition. So realistically speaking, the best way to operate in society when it comes to most trans people, and some people are different, there's some people with gender dysphoria that like don't need to change their identification of the gender and their sex. It comes down to like, what's the best way to operate? And that is just to have them transition. And that's usually what happens. Of course, we get it wrong sometimes, but most of the time I think that we tend to get it rather correct. I know a lot of people bring up pedophiles and be like, oh, what about them? So if they have a mental disorder, we should just let them fuck kids. Kids need to be protected, obviously, in this circumstance, right? Like, having sex with a child hurts the child. So obviously you can't let pedophiles fuck kids. You need to, I was going to say something bad. Send them to an island, maybe. Okay? Anyway. When it comes to changing your gender, it doesn't have a negative impact on society. The worst impact you could say is that it makes me confused, because I might want to fuck a trans person. But it doesn't have a negative impact. You're not hurting anybody by letting them transition, right? So we deal with any type of issue, like mental incongruence, I guess you'd call it, by helping the person assimilate to society to the best way possible based on that individual versus that society. And that's how you would operate there. Okay?
Children believe in Santa Claus. So, like, what do they know about reality?
Like I said before, like, a child would generally know that they're being molested. So, like, this logic of like a child could really never understand anything about themselves, you'd have to say that if a child is getting molested, they can't tell you, because what do they know? They don't know anything. They don't know reality. It's, of course, you have to operate differently with kids because they're dumb, but we need to understand that like some things you need to like look at and go like, okay, like this is a truth for like this could be the truth versus not. We can understand that kids are very impressionable, so we have to deal with gender very carefully with children, which gets like into a really awkward conversation, right? So yeah,
the child is 4 years old and believes that not only Santa Claus is real, but that
and 4 years old is. I wonder I wish he would. I hope. Maybe he does in the interview. Does he ever ask what the age ranges he deals with are? Because I think 4 years old is way too young to be going to some kind of a gender therapist. Maybe 8 though. Maybe if they're 8 years old, they can see it. If they've been saying some dumb shit since they were 4, not dumb shit. Sorry, been saying that they are trans since they're 4 or 5 years old. Like that makes a little bit more sense. A 4-year-old, I don't think as anyway. Because like what dysphoria? I don't think a 4-year-old is going to experience any real level of dysphoria. Right, so that you wouldn't really be like, oh my god, this 4-year-old's having this problem. It's once they get introduced to society and start going through like puberty and their body starts to change, where they're like, oh, this feels maybe a little bit wrong.
Fairies and dragons, and it lives appropriately in this kind of fantasy world. And then the boy says that I'm a girl. That claim exists within the same fantasy world. This is just imagination. This is a kid who just doesn't understand the distinction between fantasy and reality. So how can they make these determinations? But then again, as we found there, Michelle wouldn't even affirm that Santa doesn't exist. So I was unclear about that also. Like, are you?
What?
Do you actually think that Santa exists? What's happening?
Did she do that? I didn't get that. But okay.
As you're talking to these people, it's like your own. You feel yourself going slightly insane.
Why does he have a Minecraft block in his house? It's interesting.
So it was a pretty bewildering exchange there, but it only gets weirder from here. Let's keep watching.
Okay.
Male gametes. That's what makes me male.
No, your sperm don't make you male.
Then what does?
It's a constellation.
Most of the time, it just does. Like most people with a penis are males, vaginas or vaginas are females. Like most people, that is what makes you a male or a female. Then there's some mixture between biological or genetic or womb factor or even possible social factor, depending on the severity of the social factor, that could make you trans. You know, I think it would have to be a very harsh social factor, like something very traumatic for it to make like a real impact. But yeah, I think there are people who are born trans. Like I do genuinely believe that. So you can't really just say that they're not trans. How do you treat those people? Because if your option is like we should just do conversion therapy, I think we've shown that doesn't work. If that's your argument, I don't think that that's the best way to operate.
In reality, in truth, okay?
Whose truth are we talking about?
The same truth that says we're sitting in this room right now, you and I.
No, you're not listening.
If I see a chicken laying eggs and I say that's a female chicken laying eggs, did I assign female or am I just observing a physical reality that's happening in the world?
Does a chicken have gender identity? Does a chicken cry?
Well,
Does a chicken commit suicide?
Maybe, I don't know. They eat each other. Well, the argument here would be like, you know, we are people and we have the ability to engage in critical thought. So we're a bit different from like a chicken. Like we're obviously very different from an animal because we have the ability to have conversations that are much deeper than, you know, one like left, right, up or down or sideways. Right? Like chickens don't have the God. They don't have like religious ideologies. You know what I'm saying? And I will say, I just have to say, like, there seems to be a little bit of a hypocrisy in saying that, like, we're only going to deal in absolute objective truths. But then when somebody suggests that God isn't real because there's no proof, all of a sudden you don't need proof anymore. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't seem like your fundamental ideology completely relies on an absolute truth to be appointed in every situation. Maybe you're right. Maybe God does exist. We have no proof of that. Neither do you. And you're asserting that it's real and it has to be real. And you have a lot of conviction in that. And you could probably compare that to some extent to trans people with their feelings.
Frame it because you're trying
to. Chicken has sex like any biological organism.
Chicken has an assigned gender, but a chicken doesn't have a gender identity.
So we assign female to chickens when they lay eggs?
We assume they're female if they lay eggs.
That right there
will they are female because they don't have gender. Because they're
go down for me as maybe one of the most probably, and every other thing that makes it on this particular list also happened in the film, but certainly one of the most outrageous exchanges I've ever had with anybody. And of course, see, this is what happens when you start asking questions to the proponent of gender ideology. Is they end up backing themselves into various corners, and they have to make increasingly more wild sort of claims to get themselves out of the corners that they've backed themselves into.
Okay.
And so when you're talking about sex, for example, like it's all on a spectrum, and sex is something that is, as she says in our conversation.
You know what I think is the issue here is like you really can't talk about trans kids in any capacity until you've established the logic for trans people who aren't kids, because it gets so much more complicated. So like there's really like I think that's like probably the biggest disconnect here is that like they're both jumping into the conversation and like they're not. You have to start from square one when it comes to the conversation about trans people, and square one is not kids.
Conversation. She says that sex is assigned at birth. That just like doctors are just deciding this kind of arbitrarily. Well, if that's the nature of sex, then
I think most of the time
what about
accurate. Like if you're born a boy, you're probably a boy, you know.
Other organisms aside from human beings, Okay, we would also say that when a chicken is laying eggs, oh, well, that's a female chicken. Are we assigning that? Is that just something we've decided that the chicken is female?
Well, again, like they don't have a grasp on reality outside of eating and shitting out eggs, so it's a little bit different.
Or is the chicken female? And if the chicken is female, then that would tell us something about the nature of biological.
Like if I sat here and said, like, should we be able to eat baby chickens? You'd be like, yeah, sure. It was like, can we eat baby people? No, those are people. It's like, okay, so you know that there's a difference between a chicken and a person instantaneously. So like what you're doing is a bit dishonest.
Sex, which is that it's not assigned. It is,
or maybe it's not dishonest. I think he's making a reasonable criticism. I just think that like nobody's saying that. Like, well, chickens don't know fucking dick, bro. Like, would you like? Oh, can chickens lay eggs? Should we be eating chickens? Right? Yeah. Can we eat people? No. Okay, so we know that there's different things.
It's observed. But she can't go along with that, and so she starts talking about the chicken's gender identity and whether chickens commit suicide.
Well, her argument about the suicide, which is very unclear, I don't know how much they cut out. The argument there is that like chickens don't have like intense levels of the dysphoria associated with any parts of them, so they don't tend to get depressed in the same way that humans do to the point where they'll kill themselves. That's the point that she's trying to make. Obviously, it's not very clear whether that's because Matt cut out some stuff or because she just didn't make herself clear. That's a problem. But obviously, this woman probably wouldn't do very well. It's just one of those things where it's like she's not good at having a conversation with somebody that doesn't understand gender about gender.
And it doesn't get much better from there. Well, last week, Kim Kardashian announced her new role as chief taste consultant for Beyond Meat, an alternative.
Wait, was that it? That was the whole thing? I thought there was going to be more. Wait.
Meat maker, according to a Bloomberg. I don't like fake things. I like the real.
Oh, it seems like an ad.
Ounce prime. I want to pass up.
They're ready for it.
Okay, I was confused.
Meat function.
So medical.
Instead. At what age does the medical transition begin with medication?
So medical affirmation begins when the patient says they're ready for it.
Yeah, that makes me uncomfortable.
So that could be a kiddo who is just starting puberty and panicking because they're getting breast buds.
Okay, so we're talking about like 10 to 12-year-olds. I think it depends on the person. Some people start puberty earlier, like around 8 or 9. Some start like later.
Their penis is getting bigger and busier, and they're worried about all kinds of masculine changes. And that way, puberty blockers, which are completely reversible and don't have permanent effects.
See, that's the thing is like, okay, let's just say that a puberty blocker doesn't have is reversible and doesn't have a permanent effect. Let's just say that's true, which I don't even know if it is. They're referring to it as if you come off of the period blocker. So they're like, yeah, puberty blockers are reversible and they have no negative effects. But the thing is that like if you go on a puberty blocker and you prevent your puberty, it's going to reduce and possibly like honestly remove your ability to have a kid if you maintain this course. So like you're not being entirely honest or accurate. You're kind of just like spouting like a talking point, you know? So assuming that they come off the puberty blocker in a short period of time, probably reversible. Assuming that they don't, they may not be able to have babies for the rest of their life, you know? That's what I'm trying to establish. And I don't think that we get the right conversation about it when we talk about it like that.
Are wonderful because we can put that pause on puberty. It's like if you were listening to music, you put the pause on and we stop the blockers and puberty would go right back to where it was. The next note in the song just delayed that period of time.
So this is a part from later in the film as we start getting into more of the specifics here about puberty blockers. And I'm not going to say myself right now a lot in response to that because you have to go watch the film. Because as I said, I'm asking questions and we don't just ask questions of people on this side. We bring in other people. So there's a little bit of a back and forth here, but we're going to get a response in the film to this claim that puberty can just be, just pause it. As she says, like music. Does the human body work that way?
Probably not, no.
I mean, is that the way it works? Where you can take a drug to intentionally...
No, she's not very good at talking to him. That's the thing. So like generally speaking, let's not call it debaters. Let's call it conversationalists. Matt, for a living, talks to people. Whether you agree with Matt or not, he's decent at he's good at talking to people, right? He knows how to talk to people about what he thinks, and he has a platform of like almost 1 million people talking to people because he knows how to express himself like better than most people do. Most people live in their own bubble, and so they don't really know how to talk to people that don't agree with them. So whether this woman is right or like it's not, this woman's never going to be able to convince Matt or anybody else that doesn't agree with her because she's not used to talking to people who don't agree with her. So it's never going to work out. You usually need somebody to like bridge the gap. That's like, okay, I hear what she's saying. I know what she means in some cases. There's areas where I agree versus disagree. I know what your issue is because I've been there before and I can empathize with you as a skeptic, someone who's skeptical of trans people. So let's have the conversation now. Problem is that most people aren't really there. Most people just don't know how to necessarily talk to people that are outside of their like bubble or opinion, because most people just hang out with each other. Like usually you'll hang out with somebody whose like opinions align with your own. So you don't need to qualify everything that you say. Like, you notice every time we talk about these, if you don't like, this is the difficulty talking about trans issues, is you have to qualify every single aspect of everything you're saying every time you talk about it, or else it's very easy for people to come in and misinterpret what you're saying, which is what happened in my last video. Is I didn't qualify everything. I did qualify most things. And so like that's where the difficulty comes in. And you have an audience of people who hear something and they get very sensitive. They go like, no, you're wrong. It's like, okay, well, just listen a little bit. But they have a difficulty listening. Because just like this girl that he's talking to, person, I don't fucking know, isn't good at talking to people outside their bubble. A lot of people, even in my own audience, they're not really great at listening to opinions that don't align with their own. And because they're also not used to talking to people outside their bubble. And so like there needs to be a ton of qualifying. And even then, they're not necessarily going to listen to what's being said.
Interfere with certain normal, healthy processes. And you could take, and then there's no negative consequences at all. Just stop taking the drug and pick up where you left off.
I'm sure there is. I don't know exactly what they are.
Of course, the interesting thing is that even if that was true, which it isn't, as you'll see in the film, but even if it was true, well, then wouldn't that mean, I mean, if a child's taking puberty blockers to stop their normal development, and then we're just putting it on pause for, let's say, 5 years, and then they decide that, okay, I don't want to take this anymore, well, at a minimum, now they're going to be 5 years behind in their growth and development.
Probably, yeah,
So even according to her version of events, like at a minimum, you're going...
I think you would. The general argument against that would be somebody who goes on puberty blockers. See, this is a really hard conversation to have because we never have the right conversation about detransitioning ever. That's the really fucked up thing. And this is something that helps conservatives, because when detransitioners come forward, progressives tell you to shut the fuck up. Your experience doesn't matter. It's just going to be interpreted as transphobia. But you need to listen to these people, because like I've had a friend who detransitioned. They're like, yeah, I went in thinking I had gender dysphoria. I was a kid, and the doctor's like, you have gender dysphoria. We're going to start you on treatment. That's not the way that you should do this. It should take quite a while to discover if somebody has gender dysphoria. It's a very difficult thing. And I feel like we're overprescribing. And then she's like, yeah, I just had I have like depression and anxiety, other things. And those things tend to be linked with gender dysphoria, so they can be misdiagnosed. But a lot of times with some doctors, I don't know how many, because we don't talk about it the right way. You'll say, hey, I think I have this thing. And they'll be like, well, let's just, sure, here's your medication. Especially in fucking America, bro, where they're like looking to give out, like, oh, here you go. They're looking to dole out meds. So we can't have the right conversation about detransitioners. So we can't even really talk about this in the right way, because we're not allowed to have conversations about it. We can't talk about detransitioners. Like, what percentage of people are detransitioning? Like, what are the percentage of people who are gender dysphoria is having like a deep discomfort, a deep level of distress associated with your gender identity not matching your biological sex. So if you're born a dude, and like you're born with a wiener, and you're a boy, more normally you'd be a boy, but like this person has so much like distress and dysphoria that like they're considering suicide because they don't identify as a male, and then like you operate, you go through that process. The point I was trying to make though is like we don't really know what the true detransitioning statistic is, and we don't know what point people are detransitioning in. And a lot of times when we talk about it, people are like, well, yeah, but you know what? I talked to the surgeon who does gender affirming care, and they say that like 98% of the people that they get care from, or they give care to, are happy with it. So that detransitioning must be like 2%. It's like, no, that's of people who went that far. What about people who just stopped social transitioning? What about people who came off puberty blockers? What about people who came off of going on hormone therapy for 2 years? What about people, detransitioning is such a wide spectrum that also means detransitioning is a wide spectrum. And we're very afraid, like society is too afraid, or promptly progressives are too afraid to talk about detransitioners because they think it's transphobic. But the goal should be to have the highest positive output of diagnosing trans people, not just like, yep, you're trans, and then just moving on as if it's the truth. It's a difficult thing, and it's a difficult conversation to have with people, but I feel like therapists probably aren't doing the right thing. And when you get into more liberal areas or progressive areas, you're probably going to see more misdiagnoses. But when you get to more conservative areas, you're going to see also misdiagnoses, because they won't even talk about it, right? So we kind of, it's very difficult to get to the meat and potatoes of the situation.
Going to have stunted growth, and you're going to have someone who is behind.
And I think what I was saying before is like, I don't know how normal it is for somebody to go on hormone blockers for 5 years and then detransition. I think you normally go on like the puberty blocker, and then you start going on a hormone. Like I think, and I could be wrong, you go on hormone blockers, puberty blockers, and then you just don't go through puberty for a while, and then you start going on either like the hormones that would be like for your gender identity, or you would just come off of them. I don't know if it would take 5 years, but that's a whole, again, we don't have the right conversation about detransitioning, so who the fuck knows?
Behind in their physical development. But actually the consequences are a lot worse than that, as we discover in the film and as we get into in this next exchange about.
Do you think it's because they want to push them through, or a bias by a therapist? I mean, like, it could be a possible push them through for the drug money, you know, from doctors. I think that there also is therapy biases sometimes. I think there's a lot of factors. There's a lot of humans doing things, and humans fuck up, so.
Out the puberty blockers themselves, what are they? What do they do?
Like, ideally, I'd say that just wait till 18 and that to transition. You know, the issue with that is a lot of trans people are like, yeah, but like I get really upset when I go through the puberty that doesn't align with my gender identity, and then they get like very suicidal because like they're starting to develop, let's say, a trans woman in a very masculine way, and they're like, this really upsets me. This makes me really uncomfortable. I'm like really sad. I'm growing through this, and it makes me really upset. You know, or a trans man who might be growing up feminine and be like, this really upsets me. This really sad. The thing is that like, again, it's easier to get masculizing surgery and cheaper than it is to get feminizing surgery. So there's so many different moving parts here. This is why it's such a hard conversation to talk about.
What is their actual purpose? Let's watch that.
One of the drugs used is Lupron, right? Which has actually been used to chemically castrate sex offenders.
Yeah, I think that the way that it chemically castrates them is it reduces their ability to like produce cum or sperm. Which is one of the things I think that you're trying to do when you're trying to detransition somebody. So it is a bit bizarre. It becomes a little uncomfortable when you talk about it like that.
You know what? I'm not sure that we should continue with this interview because it seems like it's going in a particular direction.
Yeah, see, like that's the thing is like you know, this is one of the things that I have. I can understand. See, that when we were talking to the other person, it felt like a very big setup and gotcha. This person is, you know who Matt, you should know enough who Matt Walsh is to know he's going to ask you hard questions. And he's like, hey, this is a similar drug to be used for this. And instead of being, I'm disengaging from it, you disengage, you've already lost the fight, and he gets, you're already a bad example. And she, by taking this interview and then walking off the second he asks her a hard question, she's destroyed the entire conversation about transgender people when it comes to Matt's audience. You should be looking at this as an opportunity to talk to somebody about this issue. In a way where you might be able to change the minds of people who identify with Matt Walsh, which hopefully I was able to do, or am hopefully able to do as we talk about these segments. And she's missing her opportunity. I think that's the biggest issue here. It's like, you know, what the fuck?
Well, you're a medical professional.
I am a medical professional.
You don't want to talk about the drugs that you give to kids, or?
You should.
Again, I'm a physician and I use medication. You're choosing exploitive words. Drugs I give to kids.
I'm choosing a
chemical
word that was in a dictionary.
That's not a correct term for puberty blocking.
I mean, I could like look it up on my phone, but I'm pretty sure if I looked it up, like,
you can look it up on your phone.
It says medical definition: the administration of a drug to bring about a marked reduction in the body's production of androgens and especially testosterone.
And I'm saying, as a pediatrician who takes care of hundreds of these kids, when you use that terminology, you are being malignant and harmful.
I mean, there are some who would say that giving chemical castration drugs to kids is malignant and harmful.
It's about the context of caring for a child and
she's getting so triggered so quickly. She really shouldn't have taken this conversation because she's doing an abysmal job. Like, yeah, you'd be like, yeah, you know what, that's true. And you would say, like, you know, what it does is, like you just said, it reduces their ability to basically, look at her face, it's kind of funny. It reduces their ability to produce like testosterone and hormones. And like, yeah, but when we give it to a sex offender, we're trying to reduce them because they're molesting kids, which, by the way, seems like a pretty easy punishment. Because I feel like that's not a punishment enough for a sex offender. If you're a sex offender and you're having that kind of an issue, I mean, can't you just come off the pill and all of a sudden your shit's back to normal? Like, what's stopping them from just coming off the pill? But like, try to engage in the conversation. Be like, yeah, that's interesting, and then talk about like why you're using the pill. How like one is a punishment for a sex offender versus the other one is actually not a punishment for the kid. From their perspective, they're just trying to live their truth. And you have these things, but she instantly gets like upset. You know, she shouldn't have taken the conversation if she wasn't ready. This is not even like that hard of a question. I feel like it's like, yeah, that's a really interesting point, Matt. Let's explore that together. You know, that's a very, but she's just like instantly, fuck this. You're not really going to encapsulate an audience. Like the people who already agree with her are going to be like, yeah, good move. The people who don't agree with her are going to be like, you know,
seeing the suffering that kids can have that have not been in affirmative home situations.
So that was the part in our conversation where things got
sussy.
Things got a bit contentious, but I wouldn't say that that's when they started to get contentious. Actually, what we discovered in doing these interviews is that you know, I kind of knew going in. I had certain points in mind where I thought, okay, well, when I ask this question, you know, things might get a little bit tense. And
It's so interesting. I wonder if people didn't know who Matt was when they came in. You should have done your research. But maybe it's going to be like an Impractical Joker situation where it's like, what is a woman part 2? And then like everybody's like, I don't already know who the fuck you are, Matt. You're trying to nay out. You know what I mean? Like we're like the Impractical Joker. Same thing with Jackass. It made it more difficult for them to try to like almost like punk people or get them to engage in a conversation without knowing who the person was. You know?
I kind of know because that's more of a challenging question. And what I found so often in these interviews is that things got tense much earlier than I originally thought they would, because there were questions that I thought would be really easy for the person that I'm talking to that turned out not to be easy at all.
Like what?
Questions like,
what is a woman?
What's the difference between sex and gender? You know, these are like, that's.
I you know, when I watched him talk to the gender professor, the gender professor gave him kind of a good answer. He was like, yeah, so sex is like your absolute objective biology, and gender is the way, like basically your relationship with your relationship with your gender from a mental perspective. I don't think that's a horrible. You might disagree with that, but that doesn't make it bad. Did you actually just say the criticism from your Matt Walsh video was just from conservatives? The more disingenuous and bad faith than he was by asking the. I don't know what you mean. Did I say? I mean, I would imagine most conservative-leaning people were the ones that were upset with my. If you have something that you like to say, be my guest. I just don't know. I feel like that's an interesting question. Why don't you should ask me or express to me your problem with my video. So if I misspoke, then I can address it here. Because what you're phrasing is a little bit of like a gotcha question. Well, just to be like, hey, you know what? I'm not a conservative, and I had XYZ issue with your thing. Could you clarify it? You know what I'm saying? So maybe you just respond to that here. Because you popped in the stream like really late, and I've already answered a lot of the questions from that. So like, hey, just copy paste a comment that you'd like me to answer. Totally 100% down to talk about it. Like, absolutely, no problem with it. Just pop into the stream and be like, hey, I have this issue. What's that? Yada, yada, yada. That's all you have to do. You pop into the stream and just ask me the question.
That's supposed to be a softball. But even that, things start to go off the rails in a lot of these interviews when I ask even a question like that. Because what we found is that these people, these gender ideologues, especially the ones who are in this industry, and they're making a lot of money off of promoting gender confusion, especially in kids.
I mean, I've said before, they might be making money like selling drugs, so that's possible. I guess you could extrapolate. I guess I said that to an extent. That's a possible narrative, but I guess yeah, maybe. I just don't think that's what most people are doing. But I think it could be a motivator for some people, pushing medications.
It's that what we found is that they are not prepared to encounter any skepticism at all. They're not prepared to answer any questions. The only questions they're prepared to answer.
You think they would be prepped? They know who this. They should know.
Are the questions that are not really questions at all, right? Questions like, how meaningful is it to you to be able to help people in their gender journey? Like that, those kind of questions, where it's just a setup for them to give a pre-planned, canned, speech. Yeah, so by the time we got to this exchange, it had already gotten pretty tense. And of course, I asked her about Lupron. Now, this is a drug that she gives to kids. And as we hear from somebody else in the film, Scott Nugent, who has experience with these kinds of drugs, personal experience, this drug in particular is a drug. It is actually, by definition, chemical castration, which is why I wasn't planning on doing this, but I pulled out my phone, look up the definition of chemical castration. She says that chemical castration, that's an exploitative word, and I'm being malignant and harmful.
Okay, so here we go. Here the person responded. So, okay, let me just kind of, there's a good comment. Okay, yeah, I'll address the comment. Give me like 1 second. I just want to fucking figure out how I can get this comment like almost off screen here on screen. Okay. Gender is not a social construct in the sense that it is made up. Okay. It is a social construct because it allows us to define people and interact. Gender, however, is also a reflection of biology and a manifestation through clothing, language, and however other ways humans interact and represent themselves to other people. Just because there are deviations like gender nonconforming people does not mean that gender is up for interpretation and that is made up. I don't know what to say to this comment because I don't really disagree. I don't think I ever said that you can make up gender. I don't really know what this means. Because, like, okay, gender is a social construct. Almost everything is a social construct. Everything is a different... The way that we express social constructs is going to be different depending on the specifics. Like, yeah, I agree with this. I just don't know how is this like a nay on what I said. Like, that's why I don't understand. Right? So, like, even like your hands are social constructs. Like, your hand is a social construct. Your hand physically and literally objectively exists, but the way that we label what a hand is like a generally like a social construct. But it's not like a super, I'd say malleable social construct because your hand's not going to really change too much. When it comes to things like from a more mental perspective, like the idea of gender is a social construct. Even men and women, even in society without any trans people and no even in a society with no trans people and very hard affirmed social, like, whatever, man and woman, what a man and a woman is ranges from every society. So for instance, in like, in some societies, women will have to wear like completely clothed up. And the man has full control. In our like more Western societies, women can wear kind of whatever they want. Men can wear whatever they want. You're still a man and a woman. It's just that you have the ability to express what that means in a society differently. And in our society, as things change and things become less gendered, they are still gendered, but they become less gendered. The conversation like, what does it mean to be a man and a woman kind of shift? You know, from a biological sense, they're never going to shift. A man biologically has a penis and balls, right? For the most part, without talking about intersex people, women, vagina, ovaries, right? So that's like a biological truth. But then there's also like the conversation about the way that the brain interprets these things and about how like trans people exist, whether we like it or not. And they're actually, they exist as what I would call not to be transphobic, some kind of like an incongruence or abnormality that we have to address. Just like somebody with like autism has like, and these are, I know I'm using like very harsh words, so I'm sorry, but like abnormality. So like you have autism, you struggle to identify with society. How do you treat that? You have gender dysphoria, you struggle to identify with society. How do you treat that? You're somebody who is born with, some kind of an autoimmune disease. You struggle to deal with society. How do you operate with that? And we try to treat people, for lack of a better term, to help them exist in society more easily depending on their particular needs. So like I don't know exactly what this comment means. Maybe I misspoke about gender being a social construct. I never said it was just made up, so I don't think that this person is saying anything to me. I don't know where they got it from. Maybe I misspoke. It's possible. I would never say that just because a social construct exists means that we can do whatever we want with it. I even made an absolute stance that like you can't identify like as a deer because like gender is a social construct, but it refers to like, a spectrum between male and female. It's a social construct based on biology. It's embarrassing to see an academic try and negate the fact when he asked the question, what is a woman? Do you believe in gender binary? Maybe it's not clear. I don't know. I am not even trying to be rude. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure I don't know what you're saying. I'm not trying. Maybe it's just me. I'm struggling. It could totally just be me. All right, hold on. I'm not understanding like what point you're trying to make when you're talking to me, and like what I'm trying to like figure out how to get this fucking chat out here. So weird. I'm not okay. So it's a social construct based on biology. Yeah, all social constructs are based in some kind of like an absolute reality, right? It's embarrassing to see an academic try to negate that fact when asked the question, what do you think is a woman? Well, they're not really negating it. They're just saying that gender and sex, the gender professor even said that gender and sex are deeply connected. Like, they're even saying gender and sex are deeply connected. They're not even like a lot of trans people will give you like a bullshit answer that gender and sex have nothing to do with each other. They have everything to do with each other. Most of the time, people's gender and sex align. So I don't know who is this referring to. Do you believe gender is binary? I mean, I guess not. I guess you wouldn't if you think that non-binary people are valid. If there's like a, I mean, I guess you call it bimodal. I don't know. I'm just not sure what question you're really asking because I feel like you're misrepresenting. Or see, a lot of the comments seem to be either I spoke wrong or people are misrepresenting what I said. So it's like weird. It's just like I'm very confused about like what if you have like a specific question maybe that you could get or another comment or something or rephrase it, and I could try to address what you're trying to say.
By using that word. Well, look up the definition of chemical castration, and that is a puberty blocker. That is, by definition, when you give a kid a puberty blocker, you are performing chemical castration on the kid.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's the reality.
Period. And we know that because the Lupron specifically has been used to chemically castrate sex offenders.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe they bring up the connotation of being made up social construct, like more of a fan. Yeah, no, I don't. But social constructs aren't like made up. It's just really more social interpretations on things. Like music, music is like exists like objectively, but the way that different cultures have different types of music. So like that would be the social construct of music. Like music being the fact that music is appealing to people. Exists in an objective world because we've noticed that. But the way in which music is created and like different music genres, for instance, those are socially constructed genres that are based off of biology. Oh, I like the way that this set of things or this set of instruments played together sounds. This is good music. I'm going to label this rock music. those are like the social construct. But music objectively exists, but the way that music like manifests is a social construct, right? You see what I'm saying? Sex is a social construct because we need to define and categorize in a certain way. There have been multiple ways to define. Okay, I get what you're saying. Like, biological sex is not a social construct. What we label biological sex is a social. Like, we could have very easily, instead of made it male and female, poop and pee, and it still would have meant the same thing in our society. But it still would have been like an objective truth of like, you know, penis, balls, vagina, all that stuff. I know what you're saying, but you know, yeah, I get what you're saying, but. Like labeling oftentimes is like social like language is a social construct, but we know that like language exists absolutely. It's just different based on the different people who talk about stuff. So if you don't believe gender is a binary, okay, sorry, so if you don't believe gender is a binary, then basically I'm not sure how you would believe a woman is based on biology and not just a cultural marker. The answer to what is a woman is a person is XX, not someone that tries to look like XY. That is a trans woman. Do you believe trans women are women? Yeah, I do believe trans women are women. They're just different from cis women. Okay, so hold on. I'm trying to. The only thing that's getting me here is that like I think that you're not at your. You see, you're rather unclear about asking me a question. Okay. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Okay, if you don't believe gender is a binary... Well, I said I do believe gender would be a binary. Then basically, I'm not sure how you would believe a woman is based on biology and not just a cultural marker. Dude, I don't even know what you're trying to say. Maybe this is I might be a fucking idiot today. Do I believe gender is a binary? No. I mean, people, there's like men, women, and then like in between. I think non-binary people are... It's weird to me, but I guess it's not a binary. It's bizarre to me. That's what I'll just say. I'm not sure how you would believe a woman is based on biology, but women are based on biology. I'm just, no. I know what you're saying. I'm not understanding what you're trying to say, because you're saying if I don't believe in a binary, if you don't believe gender is binary, I'm not sure how you would believe a woman is based on biology, but they are based on biology because we know that there are biological sex characteristics that exist objectively, and most women identify with those. But then there's a deeper conversation about like the way that women are manifest themselves in society and like the different cultural aspects of like what a woman is. And then we talked about like height, weight, like how muscular you are. And in our society, women can be tall, short, fat, skinny, muscular, deep voice, not so deep voice. There are women with beards and mustaches. A lot of times they may have like PCOS. There's a lot. Yeah. Well, even like sex isn't necessarily binary. You'd consider it bimodal because there are some kind of like intersex people are an anomaly, but they still exist. And I think that a lot of the times when people talk about transgender people, I think that there's a biological or a womb aspect there. I don't think that social conditioning has a huge factor on transness unless it's like really harsh social. Like I'll give you an example of a harsh social condition that could probably manifest a trans person. If your kid is born a boy and then you swear they're a girl and you live through like every day that you're a girl and you give them like you have them identify with a girl, etc., you could probably like that's a really deep social conditioning that would be honestly I think abuse. To force that kid into believing that they're a girl when they're actually a boy. Does that make sense? Right? Harsh social conditions can definitely influence people's gender. But like most of the time, I don't think that they can. I think most people who are trans are born that way. And so like when you look at it, like okay, let's try to, it's so difficult to, I just opened up Star Wars. Fuck. No, get out of here. Probably be more entertaining than what we're doing right now. Sorry, open up Star Wars. Let me just remove this. Sorry. How do I get rid of this? Get out of here. Oh my god. I hit the wrong button. Okay. Let me unpin this. Okay. All right. So we have sex and then we have like gender, right? So sex is an expression of like the body. Like that's like it's a body expression. The overwhelming majority of people are either male or female. But there are some people who align in between here. So like it's mostly like, there's a few people in the middle. Let's say like 2%, like 1% of those people. Now, these people exist as an anomaly. Just like follow me where I'm going here. From a gender perspective, we have the same thing. We have a male and then we have a female. And then we have people who like align somewhere in between, we'll say, right? the way that we treat intersex people is usually either the parents or usually the parents will choose which gender they are. So it's actually not all in the middle. Like you have like intersex, you have pseudo male intersex and pseudo female intersex. So what that means is like you'll have somebody with more like male sex characteristics, but they'll have some female ones, and then like more female sex characteristics. But they might have like a penis and balls and like ovaries, or here they might have like a vagina and ovaries and like I don't know, fucking wiener. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? And the way that we deal with this abnormality is we usually have the parents choose to either go the more female or more male route. Like if you're born with both, like, and that's usually the way we do. But these people still exist, right? And then like they'll go either direction, right? When it comes to gender, it's like similar to that, but it's not something that you could immediately diagnose when they come out of the womb, right? So they get older and they start to go like, okay, I have an issue. And then all of a sudden the conversation is like, okay, now they're older and they would be able to choose their gender. If there was a biological absolute marker for figuring out if somebody was a male or female gender-wise that disaligned with their sex, this is more than mine, by the way, then parents would just choose it from birth and we would have no problem here. But the problem is it doesn't manifest itself like that. So then they get older, and rather than the parents being able to say like, okay, I have the absolute, all of a sudden it's like the kid, the person, we'll say the person here, depending on how old they are, then they're like, okay, I'm going to choose to go male or female myself and figure out which way we're going to go. That makes, hope maybe that gets you to understand. Because when it comes to my perspective on gender or trans people, it has a lot to do with the existence of some kind of a mental incongruence that's it should probably be classified as a mental disorder, but they did that to destigmatize. They removed it from that classification so it would destigmatize it. But like same thing with ADHD. It's like you have like a particular issue in society, and now we need to operate in a way that makes it so that it's easier for you to live in society, and helping them transition. It's depending on the person, but helping them go through their process to make it easier for them to function in society. That's the way that I lean to. It might as well be an absolute biological marker. I'm not a biologist, but that's my understanding. I don't think that there's an absolute biological marker for when it comes to gender dysphoria, which is which is more of like an in the mind mental issue, rather than like intersex is not like a mental issue. It's like a literal physical condition that you can be like, oh, that's a problem. We need to do this. You know what I mean? That's more of where it comes down to. And I think a lot of it comes down to the way that we have conversations about mentality, or like the mental state of people. Did I fuck my nose? The mental state of people and like how those things manifest differently in different people. More than anything else, if that makes any sense. Hopefully that helped. I don't think that you're ever going to be like, oh, I get it today, and maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I am, but it was ready to sit with you. So do you have a problem with the statement trans women are not women? Do I have a problem with it? I mean, like, I don't agree with it. I don't have any personal connection. So if you're like, I don't think trans women are women, I'm like, okay, I disagree with you. I think trans women are women. I just think that they're different from cisgender women. So that's just an interpretation issue. You know, I'm not going to be like, oh my God, you transphobe. I'm just going to be like, yeah, I disagree. You know, because trans women and cis women are different. At the end of the day, regardless of what your ideology is, they're different, right? I thought they did drain scans of dysphoria people and so they could see something. I don't know if those were ever like made to be absolute objective facts. So I don't think so. I think that they did some studies and found some similarities, but I don't think that they've ever like super substantiated the claim yet. If they did, this conversation would be much easier.
You notice in that exchange, by the way, she didn't deny. She takes issue with the words that I'm using. She threatens to get up and storm out. She's offended by the way that I'm phrasing it, the words. But she never says, oh no, that's totally incorrect. Lupron does not do that. Lupron's never been used that way. Doesn't say that.
Lupron the third. Look it up. That's a stupid joke.
I don't have to tell you that gas prices are really high right now. You've probably noticed yourself. Every
Is
time
another ad?
Pump, it gives you heartburn. Well, here's the good news. There's an incredible app that everybody who buys gas needs to know.
Oh my God, Matt, you're fucking balling. This guy's almost 2 million views with 2 fucking ads in it. Holy shit. This guy made in a day what I make in a year.
Just use my promo code Walsh. Now that's code is what
Jesus
is a woman.
Christ.
And probably is not going to.
But listen, it helps me because honestly, if you're watching this video now, you probably got an ad for his fucking thing. So you know what? Hey, capitalism, baby.
Surprise you by now that she doesn't exactly have an answer for it.
It's so interesting that I get so many ads for what is a woman, because it makes me feel like a lot of people that watch my stuff are conservative because they usually do targeted ads. So interesting. I mean, it is what it is, bro. I don't give a fuck.
But let's listen to what she comes up with. So we're going on this journey. Boys can be girls, girls can be boys, men can be women, women can be men. It makes me wonder,
I guess,
what is a woman?
What is a woman? A woman is someone who claims that as their identity. It could be many things to many people.
That was our answer. Well, a woman is anyone. And that was, by the way, not to give any spoilers away, but that is the answer from the left to the question, which
that's most of the people is going to be a woman is somebody who feels like they're a woman, right? And like that's why it gets a little difficult to have the conversation about like what is and isn't a woman, because it gets so like it's so difficult. Because it's okay, so I don't even know if I agree fully, because I said that a woman is somebody who looks like a woman, or excuse me, identifies as a woman and makes a reasonable attempt to like express themselves as a woman in a society based on that society's standards, right? Like that's what I would say. And I know Matt would say that's a circular answer, but obviously like the first thing you're gonna say is identify as a woman. But it's like, well, what does it mean to identify as a woman? The honest truth is what it means to identify as a woman to leftist people is nothing. It means like nothing. And the reason that they'd say that, and I'm still like exploring this myself, is because if you look at society, like right now in chat, you could be like, give me some characteristics that women tend to like align with. So right, so you'd be like long hair, right? It's like long hair. Well, can women have short hair? Right? Can women have short hair? Yeah. Okay. So like then hair length doesn't have anything to do with women. Tits, that's good. You have boobies, right? Women have boobies, but some women don't have boobies. And in fact, some men have boobies. And on top of that, some men have like gyno tits where they have like actual women boobies. Are they still men? Yeah. So women can have boobies and also no boobies. And then men can also have boobies and no boobies. Now, you absolutely could say like, yeah, but most women have boobies. I get that. But like, there are some women that make exceptions. Then you said like, oh, what about facial hair? Facial hair. Okay, women don't have facial hair, but some women do have facial hair. Some women have like PCOS, like the bearded, like very bearded people have like actual like legitimate beards. So like women can have both facial hair and no facial hair, right? Then we talk about like masculine or feminine facial features. We'll do 3 Fs. That absolutely, most women have that. But then there are some women with like very masculine facial features. So you listen. We've seen some busted up people. Okay, become pregnant. Yes, that is an argument. But like that's where we would separate. Like if we remove any conversation about like penis, vagina, that aspect, and we talk about because we're talking about social presentation, right? That's what we're talking about. So when you say get pregnant, like yeah, that's true. I get what you're saying from like a biological perspective, but getting pregnant isn't a social presentation. Like you're not going to inspect my genitalia to see if I'm a man or a woman. You know what I mean? That would be wrong because you're probably young, right? So like it's about presentation to society, not about like what you can't see. Bad driving, fucking great. So there's bad driving. Women are horrible drivers, but there are also some women who are good drivers, right? So like even only like 1% of women are good drivers, they still exist. So when you look at these individually, these characteristics, like weights, like maybe you're like a little fat, but women can also be skinny, right? And they can also be, let's do skinny and muscular. That's probably better. So women, like maybe women most of the time are very skinny or non-muscular, we're going to put in there, right? But then women can also be muscular and you still consider them a woman, right? So you could generally take some of these and say like, yeah, if I compound all these together, women tend to look like this. But then there are women who don't look like that at all. And you'd still call them a woman, right? And so it comes down to when we talk about gender, the biggest separation between like gender and sex is like, what does it matter to you? I guess you would say, like, you're not going to do penis inspections on everybody. That would be a little weird. I mean, I remember we used to do that at my high school, which was very awkward for me. I'm happy that they got rid of those. That was horrible, miserable experience. But this is a conversation of gender is like the way that you like express yourself more than anything. How does society perceive you? And when we bring up examples like Blair White, I guarantee you most conservatives would say this is a woman. And you'd feel uncomfortable if Blair White was in the bathroom with you. Right? Like, this is like somebody you'd be like, yeah, this is uncomfortable if they were in the bathroom with me. Same thing with like Buck Angel. I brought this up earlier. Hopefully porn does not come up on my computer. Almost porn. You say somebody like, oh, Buck Angel here, right? You'd say like, I would be uncomfortable if that man was in the bathroom with me and you were a woman, but this was a biological woman. And so I think that we generally understand that there are some people that they'd be like, yeah, I would not be comfortable with them being in the woman's bathroom, right? Whatsoever, right? So we all kind of understand to an extent of like, okay, I get what you're saying, even if you don't fully agree. But in your answer to the question, what is a woman? Somebody who identifies with female traits. That's what I heard yesterday. But your point here is that those characteristics are completely arbitrary. If those are arbitrary, being a woman basically means nothing. Well, first of all, I said somebody who looks like or identifies as a woman and expresses themselves as a woman at a reasonable rate based on the current societal standards of that society. Second of all, like, yeah, this is the trans argument that like most traits that men and women have are kind of from a societal perspective, outside of dating, sports, and that's pretty much it. Dating and sports have nothing to do with who we are as a person when it comes to society's interaction with us. That's the argument, right? So like let's say everybody has the equal opportunity to work any job in the United States, we'll keep it to a first world country. However, you being a man might make you better or worse for a particular job, and you being a woman might make you better or worse. So like maybe men would probably do better at like physical manual labor jobs. Women might do better at like caretaking jobs. Might be just something in the DNA. There are women who would probably do better than a lot of other men in physical jobs, and then there are men who would probably do better than a lot of other women in caretaking jobs. So, but at the end of the day, here's a thing that you need to do. And if you can do it, you have the job. That's how society will usually work out. And so now that's the argument of like, what does it actually mean to be a man and a woman? And then you look at other things like social circles, right? Because we talk about the bathrooms as a social area, but like we don't ever talk about like male and female social areas. We have men nowadays already invading female social spaces. Like bridal showers, gay men are constantly going there. We consider gay men feminine enough to identify on a lot of social areas to be like women, in the sense where like it's totally acceptable for a gay guy to go into like a bridal shower area or be in a female circle. Gay men wouldn't tend to be in like a more male circle, or socially a male circle, what we consider like a more male circle. And then if you have like a fucking butch lesbian, she's one of the guys, she's totally welcome in like a male area. A lot of the ways that we interact socially have to do with like the way people express themselves. So like a butch gay lesbian, totally acceptable is with one of the boys, as long as they're down to hang. Same thing with a feminine guy, totally down with being in a female circle as long as they're down to hang. Right. And so like when we really get into the specifics of the question, it comes out to like, what does it mean to society that you're a man or a woman? You know what I mean? Like, what does it mean to society if you're a man or a woman? And that's kind of the question. I'll bring sexuality into it. Okay, let's just say it's a feminine man or whatever. It doesn't really matter. You get my point that I make. What does it mean to society that like you're a man or a woman in nowadays, outside of like sports and dating? We don't really care as individuals. It's more about how the person interacts. And we can observe general qualities based on the way the person interacts. But generally speaking, it doesn't really matter. And we're striving for a society that doesn't really necessarily care about those specifics, right? Like we're trying to strive for like a more equal society where it doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, you have like an equal opportunity kind of a thing. That is the rationale there. And like I said, still exploring the concept of that. I think to me, it gets to a point where like I don't really care if somebody identifies as a man or a woman because I don't give a shit. Because I don't think it really means anything anymore. So that one spot that had a woman flash her penis, at what point does that become a man? So like that's a really good conversation, because then it's like, okay, I think that we could shift the conversation away from like what is a woman to what does it mean to you to identify as a woman? Because that's a totally different conversation. So a trans woman identifying as a woman, I don't think is the issue. But when you have a trans woman who's very male presenting, going into a protected female space like a spa, totally different conversation, because now those women are perceiving this trans woman as a man and saying like, this is uncomfortable. I don't want to be in here because of our normal interactions between men and women. That's a different conversation. Like I said, because like you're saying that, I already said like I wouldn't have a trans woman in sports, and I think that like the passability of a trans person kind of is going to have an impact on whether they should go into a particular space. Like we said before, you would probably look at Blair White and go like, yeah, that person belongs in the that woman belongs in the women's best restroom. You wouldn't feel comfortable with them in like a male locker room, right? I wouldn't, right? But that's like if she wasn't passable, if she looked like the guy from the girl from It's Ma'am from GameStop, you might be like, you know what, I might feel uncomfortable if this person's in the woman's locker room because they look very male presenting and I'm a little afraid, right? Now, whether that is right or wrong, that's a whole conversation. I could see why women would be very uncomfortable. Totally get it. But like these are more nuanced conversations here where it's like, okay, what's going on? Honestly, we're probably better off shifting towards like gender neutral areas where it's like, I'm not saying a bunch of, I mean, like personally, like maybe like individualized bathrooms or something. I don't really know. But I think that like most of the time, these issues go far beyond like the bathroom or the locker room, which can still be problems, but they're bigger issues in areas like sports. But for the most part, in most interactions, these situations don't necessarily matter, right? Like another conversation about like would be like, okay, a good conversation would be like, okay, well, how do we deal with the interaction of trans women when it comes to scholarships for cisgender women? That's a really good question to ask. Like, who cares if they identify as women or not? Should a trans woman be able to have access to cisgendered woman scholarships? That's a better question. Because then you could be like, well, this trans woman is taking away from a scholarship from a cisgender woman. This is a really good conversation to have. And then we get deep into it. It's like, so what does it mean to be a woman? Well, for the most part, I would say that it's a collection of different experiences as a big part of it from when you're, like pre-puberty, post-puberty. So if you're somebody who transitions at 18 years old and you grew up as a boy, well, you might actually have some of the male advantage, right? Because some of the things that may impact women are like more social, like, hey, you're a girl, you should shut the fuck up, or maybe you should go towards this job, or maybe you wouldn't really like science. You'd maybe gravitate away from that. And we would sometimes push people, I'm not saying all the time, but push women away from certain roles and towards other roles where men tend to have a little bit more freedom, though they are also pushed away from some roles as well. And so you're like, okay, well, if you grew up, as a man, as a boy, and you didn't transition until you're 20, well, then do you need that scholarship? Because you had similar opportunities to a man because you were a man. And then we get into conversations like, yeah, trans scholarships. Like, okay, then we shouldn't have, then maybe we don't necessarily, and I'm not saying we should or shouldn't, but maybe we shouldn't have trans women have female scholarships. Maybe we should create trans scholarships for trans people specifically so that they don't, take over scholarships specifically for women, right? That's the conversation. It should be less about what if you are or aren't a woman and more of like, what does it mean for you to be a woman? Right? What does that mean? Like, what is it that you're, oh, fuck, I just closed the Matt Walsh thing. I'm gonna get back up. What does it mean to you? Like, what would you like? Since you identify as a woman.
As a woman, which is streaming now.
Does that make sense?
She gives to kids, and as we hear from somebody else in the film, Scott Nugent, who is actually by definition chemical castration. She says that chemical castration, that's a definition of chemical castration, and I'm being malignant and harmful by using that word. Okay. Well, look up the definition of chemical castration, and that is a puberty blocker. That is, by definition, when you give a kid a puberty blocker, you are performing chemical castration on the kid, period. And we know that because the Lupron specifically has been used to chemically castrate sex offenders. You notice in that exchange, by the way, she didn't deny. She takes issue with the words that I'm using. She threatens to get up and storm out. She's offended by the way that I'm phrasing it, the words. But she never says, oh, no, that's totally incorrect. Lupron does not do that. Lupron's never been used that way. Doesn't say that. Because she can't. I don't have to tell you that gas prices are really high.
Oh my God, I already watched this too. Okay. Goodness, we got
one. Now that's code, which is what is a woman? And get to the question, which is the question I ask everyone, and which is what is a woman? And probably is not going to surprise you by now that she doesn't exactly have an answer for it. But let's listen to what she comes up with.
So we're going on this journey. Boys can be girls, girls can be boys, men can be women, women can be men.
Okay, here we go.
It makes me wonder, what is a woman?
What is a woman? A woman is someone who...
You want to know what a woman is? You want to know the true answer to what is a woman? All right. Hold on. I need a second, actually. You ready for the answer? That's it. It's the whole answer. That's what a woman is. That's what a woman is. That's fucked up, right? Sorry. Just fucking kidding, guys. I'm kidding.
Who claims that as their identity? It could be many things to many people.
That was her answer. Well, a woman is anyone. And that was, by the way, not to give any spoilers away, but that is the answer from the last question, which is a non-answer. It's the same thing as not answering at all. But that is the answer. A woman is someone who says they're a woman.
Yeah, basically, I think that the question is like, what does it really matter what a woman is anymore? I think that's most of the question, and I think that's the conversation we've been having is like, what access should trans women have to like traditional cis women in like spaces? That's probably the better question more than anything else.
And of course, to everyone who gives me that answer in the film, I have.
And you can still think that they're weird, you know. I mean, whatever. Sometimes I look at some people and I'm like, you're kind of weird, bro. I'm not trying to be fucking rude, but it doesn't mean I don't, you know, validate them.
Well, woman is someone who identifies as a woman. What are they identifying as? And around we go. Because they don't have an answer to the question. This is a...
Yeah, again, they're like usually identifying as like what society... They're identifying with the way society interacts with women. Like that's what they're identifying with. Like they want to be treated in the way that society treats women in some capacity. And again, we have that conversation. And they want to express themselves to society based on the way society says women should express themselves based on that society. That's usually what like a woman is. And then again, it gets into a character like what is, well, generally speaking, maybe longer hair or maybe like being annoying and you can't drive a car, like things like that. That's what you would do, you know.
Medical doctor, who can't tell you what a woman is. I mean, this is someone who if someone goes to her and says, as a man, and says, I'm really a woman and I want to transition into a woman, she will help facilitate that process. And yet she doesn't know what the word means. She doesn't actually know. She, by her own testimony, when someone says, I want to transition to a woman, she doesn't even know what that means. Like, what are you transitioning into? She has no idea. As we found over and over again in the film. And that was just a few minutes of the film. Only one person of the dozens that we spoke to. And I can tell you right now that...
Did he talk to Blair White? Because I feel like that would have been like a conservative trans woman would have been a really good conversation to have. Or Caitlyn Jenner or something. Like, I wish that was... Is that in the film and I just don't know about it? I feel like if it was, we would know about it. Because I would have saw Blair White release it. I was in this movie. Because I feel like that's probably the best tester is like, oh, there's a trans woman next to me. Like, do I say that they're just fucking insane and not a real woman? I would like to see how Matt interacts with like a trans woman with Blair White to see what he says about them.
That's what we heard in those clips there.
Or Buck Angel, trans man. I think it would be great.
I don't think any of it qualifies as quite the craziest thing we heard. The chicken part gets pretty close. Still not all the way there. There's so much more that you need to see. But you have to go to whatisawoman.com and subscribe to see it a lot more.
That's a third ad. Holy shit, man. Stop making so much money, bro. All right. Well, you know, interesting. Cool beans. That's all I really have to say, I think, here. It is time now to raid somebody on Twitch and get the fuck out of here. Here, guys, we're going to watch Fortnite, right? You're going to see Fortnite because it was very suspicious, like a character from the popular hit video game Among Us. And we saw an ad for an Among Us. Well, Peter Pants TV, sure. I don't know. If you're trying to dunk on people, literally asking just what is a woman, then maybe they're not the issue. Well, the thing is that, like, no, I don't have time today to do Brittany Simon. Sorry. The thing is like, yeah, that's what they're going to give you as a woman because that's what they believe. Like they just don't. It's why it's very abstract. That's why the left has a very difficult time defining what the fuck they're talking about. Either way, guys, take care. Have a good one. Be respectful. Don't be suspicious like a character from Among Us. I love you. Thank you for stopping by. Peace out, Boy Scouts. All that jazz. I gotta pee real bad. Thank you so much for watching, guys, and another special shout out to all my Patreon and Twitch subs. If you'd like to support this channel further than you already have by just watching the video alone, go down to the links below where you can sub on my Patreon, which will allow you to get your name on this beautiful black wall. Or you can go to the Twitch page and you can actually use a free Amazon Prime sub, if you have Amazon Prime, to subscribe. Thank you very much, guys. Take care.